8 bee-sized bundles of light danced on Song Shuheng's palm, twirling happily around his fingers. Fairy Blue Phoenix had put a lot of thought into these common gifts, making sure that they would match each other well, the cultivation technique with the pills, and the gemstone fruit seeds with the little monster beasts. All of these 4 things were things that Song Shuheng needed. The only thing he was feeling rather regretful about was that there were no spirit stones. Of course, Song Shuheng was still satisfied with the gifts that Fairy Blue Phoenix had prepared and given him. I like these treasures very much. It can even be said that each of them are things I'm in urgent need of. Song Shuheng showed a sincere smile, and after thinking about it, he added, Fairy Blue Phoenix, if the pandemic in the beast realm becomes too grave such that the medicinal liquid and the infection mitigation plan are no longer sufficient to handle it, then you can gather people together and call me. I'll make a trip to the beast realm and try to cure as many of them as possible. The fat ball had cast a wide net over the beast realm, infecting a lot of people with the evil energy of the netherworld. However, while this might be a headache for the beast realm, they were all treasures for Song Shuheng. The evil energy of the netherworld in the infected bodies came from the fat ball, so it was extremely pure. Extracting it through the lotus projection and transferring it into the inner world to convert it into pure energy should allow the inner world to level up. More importantly, when each patient came for treatment, he could ask them to come with a medical fee. This was how Song Shuheng had collected most of the materials for his 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. Really? When Fairy Blue Phoenix heard his words, an elated expression emerged on her face. In fact, those with severe symptoms have already been gathered together so that we may attend to them more easily. If fellow Taoist tyrannical Song has the time, why don't you make a trip to the beast realm now? Or else, we can transfer those patients to a secure independent space for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song to go to. The beast realm had been researching ways to purify the evil energy of the netherworld recently. However, it had quickly become apparent to them that the evil energy that they were dealing with was different from before, and this was because the evil energy of the netherworld that appeared in the beast realm had come straight from the fat ball. As such, the methods that the beast realm had previously used in dealing with the evil energy, such as magical techniques and medicinal pills, were much less effective this time around. During this period, they had gathered together some of the more seriously infected patients into specific areas. There were nearly 1,000 such camps in the territory of the Divine Phoenix Nation, which was where Fairy Blue Phoenix was situated. Now? Song Shuheng scratched his head. He had been planning to head to the scholarly faction. Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment, and then said, Shuheng, why don't you try to create a transfer station in your inner world, and let Fairy Blue Phoenix and those from the beast realm transfer the patients directly to your inner world? Song Shuheng nodded, and said, good idea, let me try that. He sent his consciousness into the inner world, and contacted the inner world assistant. The inner world assistant immediately responded, good afternoon, Mr. Tyrannical Song. What are your orders today? Song Shuheng relayed 16th suggestion to the inner world assistant. After considering the suggestion for a short while, the inner world assistant replied, no problem, Mr. Tyrannical Song. Please wait a moment. After a few minutes, the inner world assistant and the virtuous Lamia came to a consensus. Afterward, the virtuous palace was extracted and placed in a corner of the inner world to be used as a transit station. The virtuous Lamia did not care about her virtuous palace at all. In fact, she had not returned to her virtuous palace until now. For some reason, she kept on feeling like avoiding her own palace, but she did not know why. The inner world assistant replied, the structure is complete, Mr. Tyrannical Song. Next, you can open an entrance to the virtuous palace's location. The defense mechanism of the virtuous palace will be activated, effectively preventing any of the patients from escaping the palace and damaging the inner world. Ever since the inner world assistant came to his inner world, the place had become tidier and more organized by the day. In the past, when he was operating the inner world, he would have to use his consciousness to control everything. Now, with one command, the inner world assistant could do what he wanted to be done perfectly. This kind of small world assistant was a must-have treasure for every big shot who had their own private world. Song Shuheng said, "You've done well." The inner world assistant replied, "For the service of the people." Song Shuheng. What's with that answer? Song Shuheng's consciousness exited the inner world. Fairy Blue Phoenix and the two girls behind her looked at him expectantly. Song Shuheng nodded slightly, and said, "Fairy, let's go look for a suitable place first. After that, I'll give you some spatial coordinates, and you can transfer the patients in batches." "How many of your patients are in urgent need of treatment?" "The number is very large," Fairy Blue Phoenix replied. "The ordinary methods of purifying the evil energy of the netherworld have a very limited effect on the patients. Also, the number of patients is only increasing." Song Shuheng said, "Then let's start with those who are severely ill. You can transfer those patients who are about to fall and become demons first. At the same time, Fairy, you can distribute the medicinal liquid and the method over in the beast realm." His strength had improved a lot compared to when he had last gone to the beast realm. Moreover, the inner world had also been upgraded once since then. As such, his efficiency at drawing and absorbing the evil energy of the netherworld would be much faster this time. After some thought, Song Shuheng asked, "By the way, will transferring the patients over cost a lot?" Spatial teleportation was the ability of 9th stage tribulation transcenders. If one did not have the help of a tribulation transcender, it would be necessary to use a teleportation formation to move across space, and a teleportation formation was something that consumed a lot of spirit stones. If it would take a lot of spirit stones, then Song Shuheng felt that he should go to the beast realm to save on spirit stones. When a person was lacking spirit stones, they would naturally try to save as much as they could. Fairy Blue Phoenix said, "We can open a temporary spatial passage between the beast realm and the earth. With that, we can transfer patients rather stably, and the price will not be that high." Song Shuheng said, "Then, while I still have some time, we can try something else first. We can try transferring the patients directly to a palace I prepared." Song Shuheng, 16, and Fairy Blue Phoenix rode the Divine Lobster's chariot to the suburbs of the Jiangnan area. They went to this sparsely populated area so as to avoid disturbing people. Song Shuheng opened the inner world, and opened an entrance to the virtuous palace. Fairy Blue Phoenix contacted the members of Beast Realm's Divine Phoenix Kingdom, and told them to construct a temporary spatial passage linked to the entrance of Song Shuheng's virtuous palace. The Beast Realm operated extremely quickly. Half an hour later, the first batch of severely infected people was transferred over through this temporary spatial passage. These infected people were of various races, and there were about 200 of them in total. Affected by the evil energy of the netherworld, their bodies were already showing signs of demonization. The netherworld's evil energy twirled around their bodies, and each patient's eyes were red. Their sense of reasoning was also close to collapsing. In their ears, there was a hushed voice corrupting their minds. Where the patients looked like they would fall and demonize at any moment now. As soon as they appeared, they were scratching and tearing their own throats as they began to roar. But before they could completely roar, a suction force was generated in the virtuous palace, and all the demons fell into the palace like dumplings. After the first batch of patients was transferred, Song Shuheng closed the exit of the inner world. Song Shuheng said, 16, you stay here with Fairy Blue Phoenix and the others. I'll go in first. I'll be back shortly. Su Clan 16 nodded. Okay, be careful. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, don't worry, in my world, I have complete control. After saying that, he entered the inner world. The defense of the virtuous palace was fully activated, firmly trapping the infected patients inside it. Because the power of virtue had a certain restraining effect on the evil energy of the netherworld, after being locked inside the virtuous palace, the infected patients became restless and kept on roaring. Song Shuheng stepped on a black lotus, and arrived on top of the virtuous palace. He then raised his right hand, and summoned a giant lotus projection. Maximum power. He wanted to test out how many of the infected patients he could cure at once. With the urging of his thoughts, thousands of lotus roots emerged from the giant lotus projection and drilled into the virtuous palace. The lotus roots then penetrated into the bodies of the infected patients with great precision. It had already been a long time since the inner world had last had a meal, so when it began absorbing, it did so avariciously, fattening itself up in one go. After about 10 breaths of time. As the evil energy of the netherworld in the bodies of the patients was drawn out too quickly, the infected patients had been sucked dry like a mummy. They were dry and skinny, lying on the ground as they gasped for air. Song Shuheng was taken aback, and his consciousness quickly swept over the over 200 infected patients. Fortunately, although they were currently in a weakened state, they were all still alive. Once they went back and ate some supplements, they should be able to return to their peak condition. The roots of the lotus projection slowly receded from the infected. At the same time, the inner world started operating quickly, transforming the large amounts of pure evil energy into its own energy. After the evil energy was transformed, it was separated into 4 portions. A portion of the pure energy was set aside for the evolution of the inner world, another portion was turned into the spring water of the living spring, another portion was turned into spiritual energy that filled the inner world, and the last portion was sent back to Song Shuheng with the pure spiritual energy being fed back to him from the inner world. The 7 small spirit lakes in Song Shuheng's body unceasingly expanded and strengthened themselves. A refreshing feeling overcame his entire body. He felt as if he were drinking a cold beverage on a hot day as he felt comfortable all over. Song Shuheng guessed, at this rate, after absorbing dozens of batches of this equally pure evil energy of the netherworld, perhaps my small spirit lakes can move on to laketop life wheels. Meanwhile, after being supplied with energy, new spring water unceasingly emerged from within the living spring. Rich spiritual energy, centered on the living spring, spread out across the entire inner world. The monster beasts called that were accompanying Song Shuheng cheered as they continuously conveyed their thoughts to him. They hoped that Song Shuheng would allow them to plant the gemstone fruit seeds. JPG if possible, they wished to plant the gemstone fruit seeds near the living spring. There was an area there that the inner world assistant had set aside for the future planting of spirit plants. The spirit plants transplanted from the Black Dragon world occupied less than 1/10 of this fertile land. In addition, since a lot of the spirit plants that had been acquired from the Black Dragon world required special terrain or conditions, most of them were distributed all over the inner world. Everything had been slowly done by the inner world assistant, Lady Onion, and Senior Turtle. When Choo Choo came to the inner world from time to time, she would help out as well. Song Shuheng relayed the idea of the little clusters of light to the inner world assistant. The inner world assistant nodded quickly, and replied, "No problem, Mr. Tyrannical Song. That plot of land is currently idle and wasting away. If there are any spirit plants that can be planted in that area, then that will be a great use for both the plants and the land." Great. Alright, little guys, follow the instructions of the inner world assistant. It will designate where you can plant the gemstone fruit seeds. Song Shuheng waved his hand lightly and transferred the box of seeds into the inner world. The little clusters of light danced happily around his fingers, and entered the inner world along with the box. After that, they began working hard, picking up the seeds and flying to the fertile, spiritual energy-filled land. Earlier, Fairy Blue Phoenix said that the gemstone fruit was a spirit plant with great adaptability, and that it could survive in most environments. However, the stronger the spiritual energy in the area where it was planted, the faster it would grow, and the more fruit it would bear. Now, after absorbing the evil energy of the netherworld from the over 200 infected patients, the spiritual energy around the living spring was so rich that it was almost as thick as mist. The 8 little clusters of light planted the seeds of the gemstone fruit. After a short while, little sprouts emerged from the ground. The little clusters of light did not plant all the seeds in one go. They stopped after planting 80 of them. As there was only a limited number of them, they would have a difficult time managing them if they planted them all in one go. If Song Shuhang wanted them to plant more gemstone fruits in the future, he would have to wait for their population to increase first. Afterward, they started watering and fertilizing the plants. The water they used was a mixture of the water from the living spring and from 5 of the heavenly cities' fragments. As for the fertilizer, they used what was available in the 33 Divine Beast Department's toilet. This toilet, which had been idle for millions of years, had finally come into use again. Song Shuhang could see that the invisible sword insects that Senior White had brought into the inner world, as well as his invisible saber insect, had gone down to guide the magical beasts and spirit beasts with lower intelligence, neatly arranging them into teams to go to the toilet. There were jet-black three-eyed canine magical beasts, two-headed orangutan-shaped magical beasts, strange magical beasts with sheep and lion heads, winged flying snakes, and bull-like magical beasts with bodies trickling with lightning. There were also some docile spirit beasts that would neatly arrange themselves into groups, entering the toilet one at a time. As for the magical beasts and spirit beasts with relatively higher intelligence, they would take the initiative to enter the toilet through another entrance. In the end, this magical treasure that was the Divine Beast Department's toilet was activated, and large amounts of fertilizers were produced every few hours. The entire process was very efficient. Back in the era of the ancient heavenly city, the toilet's function was to provide fertilizer for the heavenly city's spirit plant garden. Under the guidance of the inner world assistant, the little bee-sized clusters of light came back with bags of fertilizer to fertilize the spirit plants. While the bee-sized clusters of light were small in size, they were actually quite strong. The two sides cooperated exceptionally well. With the irrigation of superb water and fertilizer, the gemstone fruit trees grew rapidly. Green branches and buds began to emerge on the trees at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, once a cultivator or monster cultivator reaches a certain realm of strength, they would no longer need to rid themselves of any waste, Song Shuhang muttered as he pinched his chin. Otherwise, if Senior Turtle went to the toilet, then wouldn't they be able to acquire immortal-level fertilizer? That would definitely be exceptionally effective, right? And there's also Pavilion Master Chu. Cough, forget that, she only has a head right now, and maybe some parts of her collarbone and shoulders. Mr. Tyrannical Song, these little spirits and I are very compatible. At this time, the inner world assistant floated to Song Shuhang's side. It actively praised the 8 little clusters of light. Compared with the invisible sword insects, they are much better trained. Song Shuhang. He had initially thought that the invisible sword insects had gone to work on their own initiative, but they had actually been trained by the inner world assistant? The inner world assistant asked, Mr. Tyrannical Song, before you find spirit plant masters and beast taming masters, can you let these 8 spirits stay and help me? Song Shuhang smiled slightly. These 8 spirits have come to help with growing the gemstone fruits. They will be living in the inner world from now on, so they can help you if needed, just try not to tire them too much. The inner world assistant nodded. Order confirmed. Then, while there's still some time, I will store up some more energy in the inner world. Song Shuhang's thoughts shifted, and he transferred the over 200 beast cultivators who had been drained of evil energy out of the virtuous palace and out of the inner world. The over 200 skinny beast cultivators were transferred to China, in the main world. Song Shuhang's figure immediately appeared before them. In the air, 16 and Fairy Blue Phoenix sat on the Divine Lobster's chariot, but the 2 girls who were behind the Fairy Maiden earlier were nowhere to be seen. They had probably gone back to the beast realm with the medicinal liquid recipe and the infection mitigation plan. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, is the treatment over yet? Fairy Blue Phoenix gently jumped off the chariot. I've already expelled the evil energy in their bodies. Now, they only need to be supplemented with some nutrients, and they should soon be back to normal, Song Shuhang replied, and added, in addition, while the spatial passage is still here, you can transfer the next batch of patients. We need to make use of this time when I'm in a great condition to cure as many of them as possible. Fairy Blue Phoenix said, thank you, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song. Under her lead, the second batch of patients was transferred in the same way. At the same time, the first batch of beast cultivators was transferred back to the beast realm. The second batch of patients was in an even worse state than the first. When they were transferred to the main world, several of them even began to struggle, and tried to escape. Song Shuheng frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his left eye suddenly lit up. The expert's appraisal landed on the person who was the rowdiest. The infected patient let out a miserable scream. He was not immune to expert's appraisal. Along with that scream of pain, he fell into the virtuous palace. While he was falling toward the palace, he let out another heart-wrenching scream. Tyrannical song. With this scream, the infected who were roaring violently seemed to recall a painful memory in their minds. Instantly, all of them calmed down. In the next moment, they obediently jumped into the virtuous palace one by one. Su Clan 16, who was on the chariot, suddenly let out a soft sound. Her eyes fell on a petite figure with an armor-like carapace. The petite figure seemed to have sensed her gaze and turned her head to look at 16. After a while, the petite figure suddenly moved. Just before she was about to fall into the virtuous palace, she rushed out, and a bone sword emerged from her hand. Holding the sword with both of her hands, she swung it fiercely at 16. Come back. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand. He urged his psychic energy, and was about to forcibly pull the petite figure back. Su Clan 16 said, Shuheng, wait. Leave her to me. 16 seemed to recognize this petite figure. Su Clan 16 said solemnly, I'll deal with this quickly. After saying that, she jumped off the divine lobster's chariot. The baseball cap she was wearing on her head flew off, revealing her little dragon horns. Arcs of lightning flickered on them. Above her head, a black cloud silently condensed. Behind her, her life-bound treasured saber took the initiative to leave her and slash at the petite figure. Boom! The saber was accompanied by violent explosions of lightning as it flew through the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the dark cloud above, landing on Su Clan's 16th sword. The lightning bolt flickered and wrapped around the treasured saber like a snake while loud crackling sounds echoed. The power of lightning combined with the saber light, creating a giant, 5-meter-long saber chi, which then went on to fiercely slash at the petite figure. The petite figure did not show any fear. She firmly grabbed the huge bone sword with both of her hands, and then slammed it straight toward the lightning saber. The lightning from the saber coursed through her body, but any damage that it would have done was blocked by the carapace-like armor that covered her skin. Clang! When the bone sword collided with Su Clan 16's treasured saber, a clanging sound that one would hear when metal collided with metal rang out. Su Clan 16 shouted, Imperial Saber. On her life-bound treasured saber, a hidden power suddenly burst out. The petite figure let out a smothered cry, and was sent flying backward. She quickly tucked herself in the air so that she could tumble and reduce the impact on her body. However, the saber had no reason to wait for her to accomplish what she wanted. The saber sent her smashing toward the ground, creating a huge pit in the ground. With how big the pit was, it was likely that Senior White's ground leveling spell would be needed in order to return the ground to its original state. This was the first time that Song Shuheng had seen 16 launch a full-on frontal attack. She was unexpectedly fierce. Her saber technique had been handed down by 7, and it was not very suitable for females to practice. However, as it was performed by 16, who had awakened her dragon bloodline, it suited her pretty well. She could unleash considerable might when she used it. A few moments later, the petite figure jumped out of the pit. The jet-black carapace-like armor that covered her body was in tatters, revealing patches of white skin underneath. Meanwhile, the huge bone sword in her hand was now missing some pieces, and was charred completely. Tui. It seems like she spat just now. But wait, since she was wearing a helmet, if she really did spit, did she spit in her helmet? One she reached out and grabbed the shattered carapace around her body, then ripped it off, tossing it to the side. Underneath the carapace, she was wearing a thin coat. She had a flat-chested physique. At this time, elder sister White Dragon gently floated over to Song Shuhang's side. Song Shuhang said curiously, Elder sister White Dragon, why did you come over here? Elder sister White Dragon should be in a similar state to that of the virtuous Lamia, and logically speaking, she was a part of 16's body. 16 said that she did not want anyone to interfere, and elder sister White Dragon was a part of her, so why did she run over here? Elder sister White Dragon said slowly, don't worry, I'm not going to intervene. Song Shuhang asked, what's the background of this flat-chested little girl? Does 16 know her? As soon as he said that, the petite girl and 16 froze. At this time, one should have seized the weakness shown by the opponent to immediately launch an attack. Unfortunately, both 16 and the petite girl were stiff, so the opportunity was missed. You should go to the virtuous palace and treat the infected patients. I can keep watch of 16, said elder sister White Dragon gently. She felt that it would be better for Song Shuhang to leave for the moment. One Song Shuhang said, it's fine. There's no need to go through so much trouble for that. The inner world was his territory. He only needed to transmit a thought to summon the lotus projection above the virtuous palace. Afterward, with another thought, he could have the lotus projection send countless roots to penetrate the bodies of the second batch of patients and quickly drain the evil energy infecting their bodies. When they saw the transparent, tentacle-looking roots penetrate their bodies, the infected patients struggled fearfully. However, there was nowhere for them to hide. They were inevitably pierced by the millions of lotus roots that extended into the virtuous palace and filled the entire venue. The infected patients watched on in despair as the tentacles entered their bodies. As the evil energy was sucked from their bodies, they were greatly weakened. They became so weak that they could not even utter a groan. In the end, even their consciousness became faint, and they all fell unconscious. The only exception was the infected patient who had been hit by the expert's appraisal. While he also wanted to pass out, his mind was in a very sober state. The pain of childbirth prevented him from falling unconscious, only adding to the despair he was feeling. Similar to the previous time, after the evil energy of the netherworld was extracted from the batch of patients, all of the energy was separated into 4 portions. A steady surge of new spring water emerged in the living spring, while the inner world became even more filled with spiritual energy. Along with that, the growth of the gemstone fruits and other spirit plants sped up once more. The small spirit lakes in Song Shuhang's body also grew a bit more. Elder sister White Dragon could not help but shift her gaze and look at Song Shuhang. He's just standing still, yet the energy in his body has begun to rise sharply once more. Is he going to increase his realm again? Elder sister White Dragon thought to herself. She always felt that Song Shuhang was running a race when it came to raising one's realm. It felt as if it would be too late should he be lagging behind by a step in increasing his cultivation. Just what was he chasing, though? 5 Elder sister White Dragon shook her head slightly again. Honestly, there was probably nothing forcing him to increase his cultivation at such speeds. Ah, how refreshing, Song Shuhang spat out a long breath. This feeling is addictive. I just wonder whether this feedback of energy from the inner world or the saber nurturing technique feels better. At the same time, he silently circulated the 33 divine beasts technique, enhancing the effects of the small spirit lakes. He had already become used to his strength skyrocketing. Every time the energy in his body increased, he only needed to circulate his cultivation technique a few times, and he would quickly be able to adapt to his newfound strength. He stretched out his hand and waved lightly. With that, the second batch of patients was transferred out of the inner world. Fairy Blue Phoenix, who was right next to him, cooperated with him, and sent the batch of patients back to the beast realm while transferring the third batch of infected patients over at the same time. The third batch of infected patients emerged from the spatial passage. As soon as they appeared, Song Shuhang turned his head sharply, and fixed his eyes on the tallest and strongest among them. Without hesitation, he used the expert's appraisal. When a group of troublesome people came before you, if you immediately dealt with the strongest person among them, then there was an over 50% chance that it would be enough to act as a deterrent and suppress the entire group. Unless the strongest among them was a poser. The reason why Song Shuheng chose to do this was because it worked very well. Amidst terrified screams of people shouting and crying out tyrannical song, the third batch of infected patients also quickly became obedient just like the previous batch, and silently lined up to jump into the virtuous palace. It was a simple and efficient system. One Song Shuheng shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, and watched the battle between 16 and the petite girl. The two petite figures constantly moved around and clashed with one another. Sword and saber lights flashed, while lightning and flames constantly exploded. The speed of the two figures who were in an intense duel kept on speeding up. They would clash with one another, then move away from each other, and then repeat while sending out a constant bombardment of techniques toward their opponent. In just a few minutes, the two had clashed nearly 1,000 times. Around 16's body, more and more electric arcs had appeared, and the electric arcs had begun to gradually condense into the figure of a true dragon behind her. As for the petite figure she was fighting, she had somehow already condensed nearly 100 smaller bone swords. Tui! The petite figure spat again. This time, her saliva could be seen spewing out from the broken part of her helmet's chin. Afterward, she stretched out her hand and waved it. With that wave of her hand, the 100 or so bone swords shot towards 16. Song Shuheng sighed and said, "This move is something I used to dream of being able to do." He just imagined stretching out his hand to which several hundred swords would respond and fly and attack his opponents. All the while he simply stood there casually as if it wasn't even a big deal. Just how cool would he look? Heavenly saber burying the starry river. Su Clan 16 held her saber with both hands, and swung it down gently. The lightning dragon behind her attached itself to the treasured saber, and moved with the saber. The lightning dragon let out a thunderous roar. This saber slash was that of an emperor. Behind the lightning dragon saber chi was a magnificent phantom of a starry river. This saber move was a watered-down version of Su Clan 7's heavenly saber burying the starry sea that 16 had adapted. However, with the combination of the lightning dragon and her own saber chi, this move was still undoubtedly powerful. As the heavenly saber burying the starry river moved, the saber chi that spread caused the 100 bone sword sent out by the petite figure to shatter into smithereens. The lightning dragon saber chi's aura continued unabated toward the petite figure. A loud bang could be heard, and the petite figure was swallowed by the explosion. After a while, inside the dazzling light of the explosion, a figure was thrown out and fell toward Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng subconsciously reached out and caught her. It was as if she was weightless. The figure was soft and boneless, and hung softly from Song Shuheng's arm. Boom! Her damaged helmet fell off, revealing short, dark silver hair and a delicate face. 16. Song Shuheng stared at the little face, and was stunned for a while. One in this world, there were no two identical leaves, nor two identical people. But this petite figure on his arm, other than having a different hair color, was completely indistinguishable from Su Clan 16. It was as if she were carved from the same mold as 16. Is it an inner demon clone? In Song Shuheng's mind, he immediately thought of the clone technique researched by Soft Feather. No, that couldn't be it. The inner demon clones were all black, but the silver-haired 16 on his arm had skin as white as snow. No, behind him, elder sister White Dragon said slowly, this is also Su Clan 16. Song Shuheng. One after a while, Song Shuheng asked, 16 too. For these days, all of the big shots seemed to be following a trend where they had a second version of themselves. Senior White 2, Pavilion Master Chu 2, Fat Ball 2, Striped Dragon 2. Song Shuheng himself once also had a 2, but that was later turned into a clone by Senior White. Wait a minute. There's a big problem. Song Shuheng suddenly thought of something. Since this is Su Clan's 16-2, isn't her figure exactly the same as Su Clan's 16's? Then when he described her as flat-chested earlier on, wasn't he also referring to 16? 3 Being outspoken and speaking one's mind is really an unfortunate fate. I really need to find a way to fix this. For example, 16, you actually still have a lot of room for growth. While Song Shuheng was in thought, in the distance, Su Clan 16 carried her saber and came over slowly. What do we do with her? Song Shuheng asked while looking at Su Clan 16 too, who was hanging on his arm. Su Clan 16 shook her head, and said softly, "It's over." 1. What's over? Su Clan 16 too, who was on Song Shuheng's arm, suddenly said, "So this is the person who made you decide to live on." Her soft and boneless body slowly floated up until her eyes were level with Song Shuheng's. As she stayed there, suspended in front of him, Song Shuheng could feel her breath against his face. Su Clan 16 said, "I've always wanted to live. It's just that I wanted to lay low for a period of time." It really isn't what you're thinking. 16-2 stared firmly at Song Shuheng as if trying to etch his image into her mind. After a couple of breaths of time, Song Shuheng saw 16-2's pupils begin to dilate, and her eyes lost focus. Did she go blind? I didn't do anything. It's really great that I get to see you in the end, 16-2 said softly. She then reached out and caressed Song Shuheng's cheek. Song Shuheng did not know how to respond to her sudden tenderness. After all, this was 16-2, not Su Clan 16. Although the two of them looked the same, they were still different. Moreover, Su Clan 16 was standing right across him with her life-bound treasured saber in hand. She was clearly showing him her stance on the matter. Song Shuheng felt that he could absolutely not respond to 16-2's tenderness. 16-2 continued softly, "With this, when I see you next time, I can kill you without hesitation, Song Shuheng. What did I do wrong? Can't you give me a chance to repent?" After Su Clan 16-2 finished speaking, she died. Her figure fell, and she lay lifelessly in Song Shuheng's arms. She died? The whole process was like a dream. The plot jumped from one to the other without any warning. Song Shuheng looked at Su Clan 16 with a confused expression. Su Clan 16 stretched out her hand, caught the baseball cap that fell off when she jumped off the Divine Lobster's chariot, and wore it again to cover up her dragon horns. "I wanted to keep you away as much as possible, but I didn't think that you would end up seeing something like this." Su Clan 16 sighed, listening to her tone. It seemed like this wasn't the first time that this had happened. And adding elder sister White Dragon's previous response, it seemed that 16 had already met 16-2 in the past. It's fine. Everyone has their own little secrets. No matter how well hidden these little secrets are, they will come to light one day. The only difference is when, Song Shuheng comforted her. "Anyway, since I would have found out about this sooner or later, it doesn't make much of a difference that I found out about it earlier. Rest assured, I have an especially big heart, and I accept things very well." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't help but say, after all, he's a man who has died so many times. With all that, it isn't strange that he can see past a lot of things. The virtuous Lamia said, "I really want to live another 500 years. Song Shuheng instinctively used 2 instances of the saber-nurturing technique, one for Scarlet Heaven Sword and one for the virtuous Lamia. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said sweetly, "Aya, so refreshing." As for the virtuous Lamia, she spat out her tongue, and immediately returned to his body. Su Clan 16 did not know whether to laugh or cry, and she could no longer maintain her originally stoic and serious face. Su Clan 16 said, "Actually, it isn't really a secret. It's just that. Even if it's me, I always try to show you my good side. There are things that I don't want you to see. Song Shuhang's heart warmed when he heard this. He held 16-2 with one hand, and then reached out to take the baseball cap, which he then placed over her head. Well then, I didn't see anything here today. Seeing this, 16's heavy mood disappeared. Elder sister White Dragon returned behind 16. Stop trying to be funny, Shuhang. Hand 16-2 over to me. Song Shuhang quickly handed 16-2 over. Elder sister White Dragon then said to Su Clan 16, I'll assist you. Su Clan 16 nodded slightly. In the next moment, a space similar to an illusory reality unfolded behind her. It was a space that seemed to hover between reality and illusion. It seemed as if some kind of fusion between the inner world and an illusory reality. In this space, one could see a turbulent galaxy. When Song Shuhang saw this space, he subconsciously associated it with the Spirit River's Su Clan. Is this some means of the Spirit River's Su Clan? 16 stretched out her hand, and a crystal coffin emerged from this turbulent galaxy. Elder sister White Dragon swung her tail, and opened the crystal coffin. 16 took 16-2's body, and carefully placed her inside the crystal coffin. Elder sister White Dragon then took the crystal coffin, and sent it back into the special space. Afterward, the illusory yet real galaxy disappeared from sight. Su Clan 16 began to pant violently, and the spiritual energy in her body was being consumed voraciously. But after a while, her spiritual energy began to slowly recover. More importantly, the vitality in her body became even richer than it had originally been. Even her strength seemed to have improved a bit. Song Shuhang asked, is this an after-effect of the fourth stage heavenly tribulation? He put together the words that 16-2 had said, the starry space that had appeared behind 16, and the vitality that had just emerged in 16's body, and made a guess. Back then, 16 had sustained severe injuries from her heavenly tribulation. Not only had she sustained physical injuries, but her soul had also suffered injuries from the heavenly tribulation. When Song Shuhang had first met her, 16, herself, believed that she had already been beyond saving. In the end, 7 took her back to the Spirit River's Su Clan, obtained a skeletal dragon's withered vine from Song Shuhang, and allowed 16 to make a last-ditch effort. Or, was this elder sister White Dragon's doing? Su Clan 16 nodded, and said, the last resort was a resurrection technique that could only be used after death, and it's also a kind of trial. In addition, this is a trial that only the numerical members of the Su Clan can undergo. These 16-2s are the content of the trial? Song Shuhang asked. You have to defeat them and place them inside the crystal coffin? And then, more will keep coming? You're about there, said Su Clan 16. The content of the trial was something that only the members of the Spirit River's Su Clan could know. She could not tell him much right now. Outsiders can't intervene? Song Shuhang said curiously. Couldn't I have just beat the 16-2 half to death and allowed 16 to take the last hit? 16 replied softly, the effect of the trial would be better if outsiders do not intervene. That's good. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. This specific trial had to be a secret of the Spirit River's Su Clan, and he would probably only be making things inconvenient and troublesome for 16 if he were to ask more. However, since outsiders could not intervene, then there was quite a lot of room to work with. In this way, at least there was no need to worry about 16 failing the trial or meeting with an accident. Don't worry, even if I fail, I will not disappear. 16 saw through Song Shuhang's worries at a glance and comforted him. Song Shuhang said, don't speak such nonsense. Although failure is indeed the mother of success, and victory and defeat are common in military operations, our goal is, not to have dental cavities. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword tried completing the sentence for him. Don't try snatching my line, said Song Shuhang as he used the saber nurturing technique. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword was just too naughty, he began to miss the original, reliable self of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Elder Sister White Dragon. Song Shuhang said softly, since we know that there is a risk of failure, then we must do what we can to minimize that risk. It would be best if we could prepare several layers of insurance to impede any risk of failing. At the very least, we must at least prepare a means of resurrection before a failure becomes imminent. After saying that, he took out a small piece of paper, and gently stuffed it into 16's small hand. I wanted the Young Master High 3-in-1 package to be my first gift to you, but I've changed my mind. I'll be making this my first present to you instead. Su Clan 16 raised the small piece of paper, and took a look at it. In the upper left corner of the small piece of paper, there were 2 marks that looked like fingerprints. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that these 2 fingerprint-looking markings were the figures of peerless powerhouses. The left marking was the Almighty Merchant, who was huddled up inside a sheet. The right marking was Fairy Almighty Seller, who was curled up into a ball under a sheet. There was a contract written on the piece of paper in the language of the ancient era. This was a new project that had been launched by the Almighty Merchant and his beloved disciple, Fairy Almighty Seller. This project was a life insurance business of sorts. Having an insurance ticket was akin to having a single-use life-saving method with the Almighty Merchant and Fairy Almighty Seller as the guarantors. No matter where you were, as long as your life was in danger, the 2 peerless powerhouses would be able to sense it instantly through the ticket. Then, depending on the level of danger, they would divide the work and send assistance. This was an item that was almost comparable to a resurrection magical treasure. It was especially useful for cultivators at and above the 6th stage. The 6th stage could be considered a watershed, a pivotal stage of sorts. After reaching the 6th stage, the soul of a cultivator would undergo a process of sublimation. Because of this, ordinary resurrection magical treasures would no longer work on them. Resurrection gold coins, resurrection crosses, and other similar resurrection magical treasures could only be used by cultivators at and below the 5th stage. They were useless starting from the true monarch realm. If a 6th stage true monarch wanted to be resurrected, they would generally need to prepare a huge formation in conjunction with complex procedures and a large number of precious resources, spiritual veins, and spirit stones. More importantly, the means of resurrection of 6th stage true monarchs needed to be bound. Once it was bound to a certain person, it usually could no longer be transferred to others. This made transferring this type of resurrection to another person extremely difficult. In short, there were many complications and requirements involved in the resurrection of a true monarch. The cost to prepare a means of resurrection for them was millions of times greater than that of a spiritual emperor. Knowing this, the Almighty Merchant had considered many ideas over countless years, and finally settled on launching a life insurance service. Keep it. As long as you have that, even if you encounter a 9th stage level danger, you can still keep your life, said Song Shuhang softly. After saying that, he carefully embraced 16 and lifted her up. She was very light. 16's main body was very light, but compared to 16 too, she had a bit more weight. During this time, it would probably be best for me to practice Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef skills. She's too thin. She needs to eat more, Song Shuhang mumbled to himself in a low voice. He wanted to make use of the Spirit River Su clan gathering this year to give 16 more nutrients. The corners of Elder Sister White Dragon's mouth twitched. What in the world is this guy, Song Shuhang, mumbling? Does he not know how easy it is to know what he's thinking? Su Clan 16. The infected patients from the beast realm continued being sent in batches. As time passed, the severity of the infection that the people in the batches had gradually decreased, and the patients were able to maintain some basic reasoning. After they showed up, they would not make any trouble other than an occasional roar or two. Eventually, Song Shuhang stopped having to use the impregnating gaze as deterrents on the patients. He no longer even needed to participate in the process of cleansing the evil energy infections. Batches of infected patients were constantly falling into the Palace of Virtue, and the Lotus projection would take the initiative to pierce them and suck the evil energy out of them. After they were cleansed of any evil energy, the inner world assistant would send the recovered patients back to the main world. It had become a fully automatic assembly line. The divine lobster's chariot descended from the sky. Su Clan 16 was sitting inside the chariot with her eyes closed as she meditated. Every time she recovered a 16-2, 16th strength and spiritual vitality would improve in an all-around manner. Therefore, she needed to take some time to meditate and adjust to the changes in her body. Song Shuheng took out his phone, and sent a private message to Island Master Tian Tian Kong. He asked Senior Tian Tian Kong to help him take care of the treasured saber-broken tyrant for a while, as well as his disciple Chu Chu, whom he had accidentally forgotten about and left on the island. Back then, as Chu Chu had been busy helping out in the kitchen, Song Shuheng had forgotten that she was still on Heavenly Field Island. Well, some things simply could not be rushed. It was easy to forget about things when one was in a hurry. After putting away his phone, Song Shuheng looked at the busy Fairy Blue Phoenix. As opposed to his own fully automatic assembly line operation, every time Fairy Blue Phoenix transferred an infected patient over to the main world, and then transferred a cured patient back to the beast realm, she had to manually conduct the process. Although she was busy, Fairy Blue Phoenix's face was filled with joy. Song Shuheng thought for a while, and then took out the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique he had just received, and checked it out. His real realm was the 6th stage. At this moment, he had 42 Holy Apes, and the 43rd was soon going to form. After the inner world became full and fed him back the energy it got from curing the patients, he expected that he would be able to raise his count of Holy Apes to around 44. Originally, he should have been able to increase his number of Holy Apes. However, as he had stopped his practice of the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique at its 5th volume because he did not have the parts of the technique for the 6th stage and above, he had lost out on quite a number of Holy Apes. He reckoned that after he mastered the 6th volume of the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, the number of Holy Apes he had would increase by a certain amount. Song Shuheng opened the Cultivation technique scroll, and read through it carefully. According to the records on the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, under normal circumstances, when an ordinary beast cultivator in the beast realm was at the 5th stage realm, they only had about 10 Holy Apes, and this was already close to the limits of their body. There were only a few beast cultivators who possessed the special bloodline of divine beasts that were able to surpass the limit of 10 Holy Apes when at the 5th stage. It turns out that when I had 40 Holy Apes in the 5th stage, that was actually already a lot. Because of the influence of Senior White 2, Song Shuheng always felt that the number of Holy Apes that one had should resemble that of an army. At that time, the number of Holy Apes behind Senior White 2 was as high as 12,345, and they were organized neatly like an army. At some point, Senior White 2 got 12,346 Holy Apes, and in order to keep the number nice, he gave one to Song Shuheng. A newbie who lived among big shots would constantly be under pressure. This was because he was nothing and lacked everything when compared to those big shots. No matter how hard this newbie tried, what he would have would barely even be a fraction of what those big shots had. He would always feel that what he had was insignificant. Song Shuheng continued to read through the scroll. In the beast realm, the limit of 5th stage beast cultivators was 10, while the limit for those at the 6th stage was 30, and the limit of those at the 7th stage was 70. And if one wanted to reach 100, they had to at least be at the 8th stage profound sage realm. Of course, this data was just an average, and did not represent everything. However, in the beast realm, where martial arts cultivation was the main method of cultivation, it was very popular for cultivators to compare the number of their Holy Apes before fighting. This guy only has 12 Holy Apes, and I have 20. I completely crush him in terms of physique. Unless this guy has a heaven-defying martial arts cultivation, I will definitely win this battle. The number of Holy Apes above this senior's head has reached 60. I only have 32. I'm far weaker than him. This unknown man has 100 Holy Apes above his head. He's a profound sage. That was pretty much how it went over in the beast realm. Nevertheless, the number of holy apes really did not mean everything, and it was possible that an 8th stage profound sage who did not care to practice the holy ape dragon power technique, that much would only have about a dozen or so holy apes. However, in the minds of the body-tempering martial artists of the beast realm, it was very popular to compete in the number of holy apes. Song Shuheng slowly read the 6th volume of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, and reviewed it in his mind. His body was used to the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and he had received insights from the scholarly sage when he practiced the cultivation technique. By corroborating the principles of that technique with the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, he was able to understand the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique very quickly. After putting away the cultivation technique scroll, Song Shuheng took out the ape dragon pills he received, and swallowed 2 of them in a row. Afterward, he seized the time, and started practicing the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, on the spot. After all, he would not always have a genuine 8th stage expert like Fairy Blue Phoenix close by to provide him with some guidance on the cultivation technique if he needed any. If he encountered any doubts while he was practicing the technique, he could immediately ask her for advice. When he practiced the 6th volume of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, it felt as if there was no bottleneck at all. His body had long been prepared for this. He simply needed the 6th volume of the cultivation technique to continue practicing it. The scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the variant steel hands technique, simultaneously resonated with his practice. Song Shuheng's body was dyed pitch black, while scholarly righteous qi wrapped around his body, giving him a scholarly vibe. Behind him, a large holy ape followed by 41 smaller holy apes emerged. The large holy ape skillfully opened the scholarly scripture in its hand. But this time, instead of chanting, it seemed to be waiting for something. After 10 minutes. Over at one of the ends of the formation, a new small holy ape projection was born. The hands of this newly born holy ape projection were empty, it did not have a matching scholarly scripture, and it was butt naked. At this time, the body of the large holy ape shook, and it began to chant loudly. The 41 smaller holy apes immediately followed the large holy ape, and began to chant with it. Along with the sound of the chanting of scriptures, the righteous qi between heaven and earth gathered together, forming a phenomenon around Song Shuheng. There were bells, scripture writings, and the sound of running water. The scholarly righteous qi wrapped around Song Shuheng's body resonated with the chanting before transforming into a scholarly scripture, and falling into the hands of the newly born holy ape. The newly born holy ape received the scholarly scripture, and held it with a solemn expression. Afterward, righteous qi draped its body, and transformed into scholarly clothing. The newly born holy ape became enlivened, and it joined the scholarly holy ape choir. Amidst the sacred and solemn chants of the holy apes, Song Shuheng's physique grew stronger once more. A short distance away, Fairy Blue Phoenix's mouth was wide open as she watched the event take place. However, she honestly had no idea as to how she should evaluate Song Shuheng's advancement process. While she knew that he was practicing the same holy ape dragon power technique as the others, the apes condensed by profound sage tyrannical Song appeared to have more functions, and their personal characteristics were also very obvious. Song Shuheng opened his eyes and clenched his fists lightly. When his fists closed, the variant steel hands technique produced a loud grinding sound as the metallic skin on his fists, which was filled with might, rubbed against itself. At this time, Song Shuheng felt that even if he were to fall into a world of zombies, he would have no need to worry about his safety. He believed that the zombies' teeth would definitely not be able to bite through his skin, which was reinforced by the variant steel hands technique. Next, Song Shuheng jumped on the spot, and began running back and forth quickly. Every now and then he would suddenly stop, throw punches, and do other moves to test out his new power. Finally, he ended it with a set of the basic Buddhist fist technique. The last time he had traded with Fairy Almighty Seller, he had wanted to exchange for either a cool fist technique or saber technique. In the end, he received the complete version of the inverted scale saber technique, which just so happened to complement his own cultivation technique. But at the same time, that meant that he did not really get a new technique. As he currently had 3 sets of top body tempering cultivation techniques, he felt that if he did not practice a set of matching close combat techniques, the power he gained from the body tempering techniques would be wasted. Actually, when he finally got to make this trip to the scholarly faction, he hoped to have the opportunity to learn a few moves, preferably close combat ones that would allow him to display his body's might. After he finished using the fist technique, Song Shuheng jumped up and walked toward Fairy Blue Phoenix. From the 5th to the 6th volume of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, he had felt a natural sense of progression. But after the 6th volume, he had some doubts in his heart, and he wanted to ask Fairy Blue Phoenix for some advice. In fact, when he had been practicing the first 5 volumes of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, he had also accumulated some doubts. It was just that besides Senior White 2, he knew of no other senior who practiced Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, and every time he contacted Senior White 2, there happened to be more important things that he needed help with. Over time, these small doubts remained in his mind. When Fairy Blue Phoenix saw the jet-black Song Shuheng approaching her, she smiled slightly. "Do you need some help, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song?" Song Shuheng nodded. "When I was practicing the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, some questions arose in my mind. I wonder if Fairy Blue Phoenix could help me out." Fairy Blue Phoenix responded, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, please speak. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Song Shuheng laughed, and listed out the questions he had accumulated from the first volume of his practice of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. After listening to Song Shuheng's list of questions, Fairy Blue Phoenix smilingly asked him, "Did you practice the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique all on your own, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song?" "Pretty much," Song Shuheng replied with a nod. He had received the first 5 volumes of the cultivation technique from the white-haired beast cultivator. That white-haired beast cultivator had then been swallowed by the virtuous fat whale, and after being swallowed like a toy for a while, he disappeared. Looking back at it now, he felt the need to ask the virtuous Lamia whether the white-haired beast cultivator had been digested or if he had been transferred elsewhere. When thinking about the matter of the fat whale swallowing the white-haired beast cultivator, Song Shuheng remembered another thing. The virtuous Lamia used to have a hobby of swallowing Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, but ever since Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was taken away by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven and replaced with a scabbard, she stopped performing the sword-swallowing act with the black Scarlet Heaven Sword. Perhaps it was due to their attributes. It was likely that the black Scarlet Heaven Sword did not suit her appetite. After all, inner demons and lights of virtue were the opposite of each other. If the black Scarlet Heaven Sword was really swallowed by her, it might just end up being digested. The question now was, if the virtuous Lamia suddenly had a whim, and wanted to perform her sword-swallowing act one day, what would she swallow? The holy sword of the end was definitely not good. It was too long and big. It was impossible for her to swallow it. A bold thought then popped into Song Shuheng's mind. If she really suddenly wants to do it, should I suggest she swallows fairy creation? 1 Fairy Blue Phoenix replied, "These questions are frequently asked by fellow Taoists who practice the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Let me clear your doubts." Normally in the beast realm, when it came to the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, a master would clarify the doubts that their disciples would have. It was rare that one would receive only a portion of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique and cultivate it on their own. Fairy Blue Phoenix answered Song Shuheng's questions, and cleared his doubts little by little. At the same time, she did not stop transferring the infected patients from the beast realm and the cured patients back to the beast realm. The infected patients who were sent over now had much less severe levels of infection. Their minds were much clearer, and they were more cooperative with the treatment. Besides that, the quantity and quality of the evil energy of the netherworld that Song Shuheng could extract from them had dropped proportionally. He estimated that after another dozen or so batches, the patients could already rely on the medicine and plan given by Senior White 2 to relieve their condition. Meanwhile, with Fairy Blue Phoenix's explanations, Song Shuhang's doubts regarding the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique were solved one by one, and his understanding of the cultivation technique became deeper. When Fairy Blue Phoenix finished clearing all of his doubts about the 6 volumes, 5 new Holy Ape projections suddenly appeared in the formation of Holy Apes above Song Shuhang's head, making it so that he now had a total of 48 Holy Apes. As before, the new Holy Apes acquired a scholarly scripture and received scholarly clothing under the leadership of the large Holy Ape. After that, they all happily joined the scholarly Holy Ape choir, and contributed to increase Song Shuhang's aura. Thank you for the guidance, Fairy Blue Phoenix. Song Shuhang cupped his fist and thanked Fairy Blue Phoenix. Fairy Blue Phoenix shook her head gently. We're the ones who should be thanking you, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. If you had not taken action, the beast realm would be in a much direr state. One in the sky, the sun slowly moved, and descended toward the west. A busy day was coming to an end. After another batch of infected was cured, the inner world sent Song Shuhang a message. It was full. Song Shuhang said to Fairy Blue Phoenix, "Fairy, my side here is about to reach the limit." Fairy Blue Phoenix stopped transporting infected over to the main world, and said, "Thank you, tyrannical Song. It really was not much of a bother." Song Shuhang smiled. After the last batch of infected patients left the inner world, Song Shuhang immediately started calling out to Senior White 2 in his mind. Senior White, I urgently need help. 3. It's a really important matter this time. It's even related to my future. Senior White, please answer. Song Shuhang frantically called Senior White 2 in his mind. This time, he was determined to reach Senior White 2 no matter what, so he kept on calling out to him again and again. At the very least, he was determined to call Senior White 2 non-stop for this entire day. After about half an hour, Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus suddenly opened up. As soon as it opened, something was thrown out and into Song Shuhang's inner world. It then made its way to the exit of the inner world, and went straight for Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang quickly reached out to catch it. Then, when he took a look at what he just caught, he saw that he had just caught a little husky. It was a very ordinary little husky. It was not even a monster beast or demonic beast, but rather one of the ordinary and lively huskies that could be seen in the mortal world on Earth. One woof after Shuhang caught the little husky, it barked at him. Then as it did not recognize him, it began biting and tearing apart Song Shuhang's clothes. 2. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2, what are you trying to tell me? Why did you throw a husky over to me? Although the husky is very cute, it can't solve my problems. While Song Shuhang was immersed in his own thoughts, a voice was transmitted into his ears. It was the magnetic voice of the little son You're Busy T233. Reporting to tyrannical Song, my master is saying, he doesn't want to speak to you, so have a dog. 3. Song Shuhang. 1. The little son said honestly, if tyrannical Song has something to say, you can tell me. I can pass it on to my master. Song Shuhang replied, oh, okay. So here's what happened, I just cured several batches of the beast realms infected. So I wanted Senior White to check my body. Previously at the beast realm, because he had cured and purified too many of the infected, he unknowingly contracted a powerful curse from the fat ball. In the end, the fat ball was still a ruler of the netherworld, and its methods were unpredictable and difficult to guard against. When Song Shuhang received the curse, his inner world, the virtuous Lamia, and Senior Turtle had not noticed it at all. That's exactly why I must be more careful. It's better to be safe than sorry. The little son continued to speak to him in an honest manner. Is there anything else you want me to pass on to my master? Song Shuhang laughed, and said, it would be best if you could tell Senior White that I'm also planning to deal a blow to the fat ball. 1. Understood, tyrannical Song. Is there anything else you want me to pass on to my master? Little son continued to ask. Song Shuheng thought for a while, and, feeling that he had nothing more he wanted to say, he replied, "Nope, that's all." The little sun paused for a moment, and then it said slowly, "Received." Afterward, it ended its conversation with Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng scratched his head. For some reason, he kept on feeling that there was something going on with the little sun T233's words. Could I have overlooked something? Nah, I probably didn't overlook anything. After saying that, Song Shuheng casually stuffed the little husky into the inner world. Afterward, he recalled Demon Emperor Heji's life menu, the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet. The Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet was very diverse. In addition to the ordinary lightning tribulation, the five-element tribulation, and other major tribulations, there were also the pill tribulation, item tribulation, heart demon tribulation, and some curse tribulations. A curse-type attack is also a kind of tribulation. If there's a curse on my body, one that is from the ruler of the netherworld at that, I wonder if I can cook it through Demon Emperor Heji's life menu. Curses should be quite similar to inner demons, just that they are a bit more neutral in nature. Senior White too should not be disgusted with them, right? In addition, I don't know why, but I've always felt that curses are more of a good thing. After all, if I manage to extract the curse, it could be very useful. For example, I could use it to feed my ghost spirit. Just as he was thinking this, Senior White 2's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. There wasn't a curse that could attach itself to your body this time. Since you used the inner world to isolate yourself when extracting the evil energy of the netherworld, the fat ball's curses were unable to reach you. Wait, if it didn't reach me, then where did it go? While Song Shuheng let out a breath of relief, he faintly felt that he seemed to have lost out on some free resources. Senior White 2 said calmly, "The curse acted directly on your inner world. But then it disappeared after that. The fat ball's curses were ineffective on the inner world. The inner world was still a work of wielder of the wool-striped dragon, and it had some special attributes." Song Shuheng said, "That's a pity." Senior White 2 asked, "Is there anything else?" Song Shuheng. When the little sun your busy T233 had contacted him just now, it kept on asking him if there was anything more that he wanted to pass on to Senior White 2. It was as if it was reminding him that there was something he had forgotten about. Now, when Senior White 2 appeared, he was asked a similar question again. Am I actually missing something important? And could this important thing be something that Senior White 2 cares quite a bit about? Song Shuheng's brain began operating at max capacity. A strong desire to survive stimulated him. Just what is it that I overlooked? Right, could it be the matter regarding the inner demon tribulation sashimi? Senior White, I'm going to go hunt down some inner demon tribulations in a while. Are you averse to inner demon tribulations? Song Shuheng quickly asked using his remote mental communication ability. I'm not averse to them. I'm neutral to them, Senior White 2 replied. Is there anything else? Again? Was that not it? Song Shuheng could feel sweat beginning to form on his forehead. What am I missing? According to Senior White's character, the things to note were generally delicious things, fun things, innovative things, and fighting the fat ball. In this respect, the two Senior Whites were quite similar. Since it was not on food, was it on something fun or innovative? Have I come across something along those lines recently? Senior White 2 again asked him slowly, is there anything else? Song Shuheng could not think of anything at all. He bit the bullet, and asked, Senior White, can give me a hint? Hint? What hint? Senior White 2 smiled, and said, if there is nothing else, then I'll leave. After a while. Song Shuheng smiled wryly. Senior White, I really can't think of anything else. Well, that's fine. I'll go back to monitoring the fat ball then, said Senior White 2. Afterward, he ended the mental connection with Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng looked up at the sky, and went silent for a long time. 2. He was still struggling to think of what exactly it was that he had been missing. What did I overlook? He always viewed himself as a relatively cautious person, especially when he was in a calm state, as he would prepare extensively before doing things or seeking death. Heavens! Song Shuheng sighed. One by the side, Fairy Blue Phoenix did not bother Song Shuheng. She had faintly sensed that while profound sage tyrannical Song had been in a daze, there were two incomparably powerful wills that had communicated with him from far away. The first will gave people a feeling of warmth like the sun. Fairy Blue Phoenix guessed that the will should have belonged to a senior who was at the immortal realm. She reckoned that it was this senior who had written the booklet on how to deal with the netherworld evil energy infection. The second will seemed to come from an entity that was incomparably terrifying. Fairy Blue Phoenix only got a vast and boundless feeling when she tried to sense the will. She did not even dare to probe deeply so as not to arouse the dissatisfaction of the owner of the second will. Profound sage tyrannical Song truly deserves to be the first sage in 1,000 years. The depth of his background is simply unimaginable. One after seeing that the connection between Song Shuheng and the terrifying will had ended, Fairy Blue Phoenix said, "Anyhow, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we can meet again in the future. I will make sure to contact you before the holy mountain opens. At that time, fellow Taoist is very much welcome to the beast realm." "Then I'll be troubling Fairy Blue Phoenix," Song Shuheng replied with a smile. Fairy Blue Phoenix waved to Song Shuheng as she stepped into the passage back to the beast realm and disappeared. Profound sage tyrannical Song is indeed a very good fellow Taoist. One after Fairy Blue Phoenix left, Song Shuheng continued to remain occupied with his thoughts for a while. Eventually, he used his psychic energy, and began to fix up the land in the immediate area around him. He used his psychic energy to level the land where craters and holes were left from 16 and 16-2's battle. After restoring the land as well as he could, Song Shuheng nodded in satisfaction. Although he could not compare to Senior White, who could immediately fill all of the holes with a single ground leveling spell, he did try his best. Afterward, with a gesture of his hand, the divine lobster's chariot descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Song Shuheng stepped into the chariot, and took a look at the rear end of the vehicle. 16 was still sitting inside the chariot, and had her eyes closed as she meditated. A breeze blew, and 16's body exuded a sweet fragrance. Song Shuheng did not know if it was just him seeing things, but he felt that 16's skin had become a lot smoother and more delicate. He felt as if she would break if he blew on her. It was just like 16-2's skin after she had lost her armor. Song Shuheng pinched his chin, and thought, does this mean that 16 can absorb the power of 16-2 after every successful trial? Would there be a grown version of 16-2 who would eventually come after her and, after being absorbed, allow her to grow up suddenly? One Song Shuheng tried to visualize the image of 16 as a grown lady, and then shook his head gently. It would be more interesting to see 16 grow in a gradual manner. While he was in thought, elder sister White Dragon suddenly emerged from 16's back. She extended her paw to Song Shuheng before revealing a phone in her paw. Song Shuheng. Elder sister White Dragon said calmly, "No power." Song Shuheng took the phone, and immediately used the battery charging technique to charge its battery to full. "Thank you." Elder sister White Dragon took the phone, and returned to 16's body, only revealing a pair of eyes and a pair of small claws at 16's back as she continued to play games. Song Shuheng. "One see this? As long as you have the battery charging technique, you can even easily obtain a thank you from an immortal level being." 2. The divine lobster's chariot slowly soared into the air, and flew toward the sunset as it headed for Medicine Master's building. Song Shuheng suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, elder sister White Dragon, is there any way to quickly get an inner demon tribulation?" Sister White Dragon replied, "Yes. The black-skinned soft feather in your shadow or the fellow Taoist scarlet heaven sword hanging behind your waist are ready-made inner demons." Song Shuheng asked, "I can't slice them up?" Is there no more normal way to trigger an inner demon tribulation? Besides providing Senior White 2 with the inner demon tribulation meal, Song Shuheng also recalled Ruler of Shadows, whose body filled an entire world. The Ruler of Shadows once gave Song Shuheng a small black cup, and told him that he could summon him as long as he made the smoked inner demon tribulation slices. That was to say, if Song Shuheng cooked up the inner demon tribulation, he would be able to summon a powerful expert at any time. At that time, no matter whom he was fighting, Song Shuheng would have complete confidence. After a while, he might have to assist Senior Skylark to regain the Bone of Eternity and fight the Fat Ball with Senior White 2. The more trump cards he prepared, the better it would be. There was no going wrong in being more prepared. Sister White Dragon replied, "Then, you can look for a fellow Taoist who has fallen into an inner demon tribulation. Once you find someone, you can try looking for a way to extract the inner demon tribulation from their body. As for how you might do so, I have no idea." After all, the inner demon tribulation was a serious problem that plagued the vast majority of cultivators. If there had been a way to extract it, cultivators would have made use of it. Another way is to promote Soft Feather's plan and see who can condense a demon suitable for slicing, Elder Sister White Dragon continued. Song Shuheng sighed. The two suggestions that Elder Sister White Dragon had given him were equal to providing no suggestions at all. Would it be possible to extract an inner demon tribulation from an enemy? Song Shuheng remembered that he still had a few prisoners in hand. He began to consider the feasibility of this plan. The Divine Lobster's chariot returned to Medicine Master's building at a steady pace. As it arrived, the chariot remained suspended above the building. Song Shuheng controlled the chariot and transferred it directly into the inner world. Su Clan 16 was still meditating inside, so it would not be good to bother her. At the same time, he shifted his consciousness to the edge of the living spring. After sensing his consciousness, the inner world assistant emerged, and said, "Mr. Tyrannical Song, the first batch of gemstone fruits is ripe." After being irrigated with water from the living spring, fertilized with fertilizer produced from the 33 Divine Beast Department's toilet, and nourished with a portion of energy that Song Shuheng's lotus projection had extracted from the infected patients, the gemstone fruit trees quickly matured and grew gemstone fruits. The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth curled up into a smile. The timing was perfect. Before going out, Senior White had asked him to bring some fruit back when he came home. In the end, as he had been too occupied with dealing with the infected patients from the beast realm with Fairy Blue Phoenix, he had been unable to find the time to go to a fruit store. Fortunately, Fairy Blue Phoenix had provided him with gemstone fruit seeds. Song Shuheng entered the inner world, and went to the edge of the living spring. He looked at the 80 fully grown gemstone fruit trees. The fruit tree was not tall. Compared with other spirit plants that were dozens of meters high, it was much shorter at only 3 meters high. However, the size of its fruit was not small. Each gemstone fruit was the size of a volleyball, and exuded an attractive fragrance. It looked juicy and very tasty. The little clusters of light were flying around the fruit trees, circling them as they gently picked gemstone fruits from the trees and carried them to where Song Shuheng was. Song Shuheng took the fruits and smiled slightly. These gemstone fruits will definitely satisfy Senior White. At that time, maybe I can even get an inner demon tribulation or something with the help of Senior White's luck. Chapter 1908 Never Settle for Being Weak. Song Shuheng wiped the gemstone fruit with his hand and took a bite. As he bit into the skin of the fruit, a satisfying crunch sounded, and he easily sunk his teeth into the plump and juicy flesh of the fruit. When the fruit entered his mouth, he discovered that it tasted sweet and particularly refreshing. Its taste was wonderful. What made him like the gemstone fruit even more was its fruit pip. Under normal circumstances, an uncultivated gemstone fruit would be quite small, only about the size of a fingernail, and it would look like a miniature spirit stone. There were about 10 fruit pips in each gemstone fruit, and if one wanted to turn them into the spirit stone like seeds, a series of care and cultivation was required. Song Shuhang looked at the pips, and felt that they were really cute, but that was mainly because they looked like spirit stones. After picking out the pips with psychic energy and putting them aside, Song Shuhang nodded in satisfaction. Senior White would definitely love the fruit's taste and texture. Right, I wonder if Senior White too would also find this to his liking? Song Shuhang thought of Senior White too again. Afterward, he fell into a predicament once again because he really could not think of what he might have overlooked. When the time comes, I'll send a batch to Senior White too as well. With a thought, Song Shuhang waved his hand gently, and plucked away 10 gemstone fruits using his psychic energy. I'm going out, so I'll be leaving the inner world in your care, Song Shuhang said to the inner world assistant and the bee-like clusters of light. The inner world assistant said, Mr. Tyrannical Song, please wait. After saying that, the little clusters of light flew over while carrying a small jade bottle containing a sweet-looking liquid. Is this honey? Song Shuhang asked. When Fairy Blue Phoenix introduced the clusters of light to him, she said that they could spread pollen and collect honey. After seeing that Song Shuhang had guessed right, the 8 bee-like clusters of light fluttered happily around him. Ha! You have worked hard, little guys. Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand habitually, used the saber-nurturing technique on each bee-like cluster of light. The 8 small clusters of light trembled as Song Shuhang's hand touched them, and they seemed to glow slightly brighter afterward. After a while, they flew crookedly toward a gemstone fruit tree and rested. Not good, I used it by habit. Song Shuhang looked at the little guys with some worry. Are the 8 little guys all right? It looks like they're having difficulty even just flying. The inner world assistant said, Mr. Tyrannical Song, don't worry. They were simply too tired before this. But now, they can finally have a good rest. In other words, the saber-nurturing technique is also effective on these small bees? Why do I feel like there isn't anything under the heavens that the saber-nurturing technique can't foster? The senior who developed the technique is plain monstrous. 3-1 Song Shuhang used his psychic energy to carry 10 gemstone fruits, and stepped out of inner world with the bottle of honey in his hand. After spreading out his divine sense a bit, he found that Senior White's clone was in the backyard. However, he had no idea what he was doing there. One Song Shuhang jumped off the roof and landed lightly next to Senior White's clone. Senior White, I'm back. I sensed your aura a long time ago. Step back and don't step on these components. At this time, Senior White's clone was wearing a white apron, and was squatting on the ground while assembling a metal lump. What are you doing, Senior White? Song Shuhang asked curiously. At the same time, he sent over a gemstone fruit that he had been carrying with his psychic energy to Senior White. I brought you some fruit. This is a gemstone fruit from the beast realm. It tastes amazing. Senior White's clone turned his head, stretched out his greasy hands, and waved. Don't, my hands are dirty. But after turning his head, Senior White's clone's eyes lit up, and he said, psychic energy really is useful. Send it over to my mouth. One Song Shuhang followed his instructions, and sent the gemstone fruit toward the clone's mouth using psychic energy. Senior White took a bite of the fruit and nodded with satisfaction. It does taste great. Song Shuhang again asked, Senior White, what are you assembling? I had nothing to do, so I dismantled the armor of the mechanical soldiers from last time, and then I tried to assemble this big guy. You came at just the right time. I'm almost done with it. Let's take a look at its effect. After taking another bite of the gemstone fruit, Senior White's clone took a step back, and stretched out his hand to hit the metal lump. Clank, clank, clank. The originally messy metal lump suddenly shifted about, and formed a huge metal right arm. Senior White inserted his hand into the metal right arm and clenched his fist. The huge metal right arm did the same. Senior White began to flick his fingers, and the metal right arm followed responsively. Song Shuhang asked curiously, Senior White, are you planning on building a machine like those in Transformers? Senior White's clone said, no, this is just a prototype of a magical treasure, and it is still a purely mechanical version. After I'm finished, its size should be a lot smaller, and it should be able to become an auxiliary right fist that can enhance one's might. As long as one has enough spirit stones, even a first-stage cultivator should be able to use it. And I think that it would be even more convenient if it could use other forms of energy like electricity in the future. An advantage of a mechanical magical treasure like the one that Senior White's clone had just assembled was that it did not require complicated formations to activate it. As long as there were enough spirit stones, even a first-stage cultivator could use it. Another example of this was the 3 stars fire-controlling fan that Song Shuheng had. As long as it was charged, everyone could use it. Song Shuheng asked curiously, is it useful for higher-level cultivators? It's only a prototype at the moment, practically no different from a big toy. If you really want to see a lethal one, then you'll have to wait for my next rendition of it. Senior White's clone waved the huge metal right arm, and continued, it currently only has one form of attack. There is a powerful hypnotic smoke bomb placed inside. This smoke bomb was especially researched, and ordinary magical techniques can't block it. In addition, its hypnotic effect is very good. Even if it's a 7th stage venerable that inhales it, they should get distracted for a short moment. Oh, and it doesn't have a name yet. There's a seed. Spoo, one Senior White's clone spat out a small, spirit stone-like pip out from his mouth and into a trash can in the distance. Senior White, that pip can actually still be used, said Song Shuheng. According to Fairy Blue Phoenix, the pip could also be made into nuts. Try blocking this. Senior White waved a huge metal fist, and added, as long as I press it like this fist should also be able to fly out like a cannonball. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Then, Song Shuheng saw a bullet the size of a small fist shoot out from the metal fist on Senior White's clone's hand. Afterward, a puff of smoke burst out from the bullet and filled the backyard. Afterward, Song Shuheng felt his vision fade to black, and he fell to the ground. That night, Song Shuheng had a dream. He dreamed that he had broken through a golden core without regrets, 8 dragon patterns. He was delighted and clenched his fists. I, young Master Hai, will never settle for being weak. Oh. Have I entered a dreamland? 1. The ability to enter a dreamland was Song Shuheng's most powerful innate ability. Every time it triggered, the reasons behind it would be different. It was an especially willful ability. Every time he entered a dreamland, Song Shuheng would gain some experience. Even during the time that he had had to live through many years as Lady Onion, he had at least gotten to hone his will, laying the foundation for his will to become as firm as steel. In recent times, Song Shuheng had gotten in contact with a lot of big shots, items, and even the heavenly tribulation. The number of things that could allow him to enter a dreamland was not small. As such, he had already prepared himself for something like this happening. However, it was truly lucky of him to be able to enter the dreamland of young Master Hai's life. What Song Shuheng wanted to know the most at the moment was information on young Master Hai, and perhaps he could get just the information he needed through this dreamland. He really had to thank Senior White's clone for the hypnotic smoke bomb just now. Judging from what he had seen since he entered the dreamland, the time point in this dreamland should be the time when young Master Hai transcended the 5th stage heavenly tribulation, went into seclusion to consolidate his realm, and finally left his seclusion. The 8 dragon-patterned golden core signified that young Master Hai would have the potential to reach the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm in the future. Moreover, Song Shuheng remembered that Demon Emperor Heji also seemed to have stepped onto his path with an 8 dragon-patterned golden core. Despite many not having been optimistic about him, he still managed to forge his own path to immortality and become the great emperor of the demonic sections. Demon Emperor Heji had 8 dragon patterns, and young Master Hai also had 8 dragon patterns. Moreover, young Master Hai seemed to have received the inheritance of Demon Emperor Heji. There appeared to be several points of interest here. One, if young Master Hai managed to slowly and safely increase his strength, would he be able to become a second Demon Emperor Heji? One, during his time in the Dreamland, Song Shuheng experienced the excitement that young Master Hai felt when he ascended and acquired 8 dragon patterns. This kind of excitement was one that Song Shuheng understood very well. This was the same excitement he felt when his life-bound golden core was painted on by Senior White 2 and made to have 9 dragon patterns. Unfortunately, Song Shuheng thought to himself. Originally, he planned on looking for young Master Hai after reaching the 5th stage to confront him and have a serious battle with him to end the karma between them. With the premise that both parties were at the 5th stage, this battle would have been a battle of fate. But in the end, he had been careless and ascended to the 6th stage before being able to have a duel with young Master Hai. Now, even if he were to go and fight young Master Hai, there would be no sense of fatedness, and it could not even be called a duel. 2. In the Dreamland, young Master Hai waved his hand gently and put away the formations and other items he had set up for his seclusion. Young Master Hai said softly, Another profound sage has emerged? In the past 1,000 years, there had been no profound sages appearing, yet profound sages began appearing in droves in the current year, a harbinger of a prosperous but dangerous era to come. The divinity show and the profound sage speech were for the benefit of the universe. As such, young Master Hai would obviously not want to miss such a precious opportunity. Although he had been tricked by profound sage Tyrannical Song's second account, Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar, before, he did not believe that profound sage Tyrannical Song would be able to show his divinity another time. 1. Therefore, young Master Hai chose to watch the divinity show and the profound sage speech. Why isn't it a profound sage? What's an ancient sage? Young Master Hai continued. Moreover, there's more than a single senior at the 8th stage who seems to be appearing. The first to appear was ancient sage Daodu. After him came ancient sage Spirit Butterfly, and then ancient sage Inju, who was lying asleep. It's actually our ancient sage speech. Song Shuheng thought to himself. Young Master Hai watched the wonderful lectures of the 2 ancient sages one after the other. At this time, another ancient sage appeared, and it was the one who appeared for the finale. Ancient sage Tyrannical Dragon. Young Master Hai could not help but tremble violently when he saw this familiar yet unfamiliar young Song Shuheng. The pressure was immense, and his heart fell into turmoil. This guy has done it again. Does he not want to let other people live? A deep resentment formed in young Master Hai's heart. And Song Shuheng, who was in the dreamland state, naturally felt the deep resentment that was born in young Master Hai's heart. How should he describe how he felt? It was complicated and novel. Young Master Hai was his enemy, and if the enemy held resentment toward him, it should be a good thing. How could they be considered a qualified enemy otherwise? Am I someone you don't want to see, want to hack to death, and resent the most? If your answer to all of the above is yes, then congratulations. You barely qualify to be my enemy. Having said that, had young Master Hai, his mortal enemy, done a good job? Well, truthfully speaking, ever since the beginning, I've never taken the initiative to look for trouble with young Master Hai. Every time, it's he that comes to find fault with me. Why does he hold such great resentment toward me? Normally, I should be the one filled with resentment and looking to trouble him. One young Master Hai silently finished watching the ancient sage speeches. A while later. All I did was go into a seclusion for half a year and broke through to the 5th stage realm. It's obviously such a short period of time, yet why have so many changes occurred? Young Master Hai sighed deeply. I really can't afford to provoke him anymore. Should I go into hiding? He lowered his head and looked at the demonic pattern on his hand. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has started moving. It seems that it would be best for me to give up on my current identity as young Master Hai. It appears I'll have to get rid of this physical body, young Master Hai's identity, as well as a portion of my soul impurities, he said softly. When the time comes, this clone will just have to tide me over with the tribulation that is tyrannical Song. One Song Shuheng responded, huh? Did I just get myself some valuable information? At this time, young Master Hai slowly took out his life-bound flying sword. There was a blood-red strand that was akin to a flood dragon hidden within its blade. This life-bound flying sword incorporated the life-bound blood god saber that he obtained after sacrificing all the members of the Moon Saber sect. Let's transform together, young Master Hai said slowly. I want to cast you into my life-bound demonic god pillar and turn you into a sword-shaped demonic god pillar. Nobody had ever said that a demonic god pillar could not take on the shape of a sword. A sword and a demon pillar fused into one, this was young Master Hai's idea. In the end, young Master Hai rode on the sword and headed back to the limitless demon sect. Casting his life-bound flying sword into a demonic god pillar? Then, could I also use a demonic god pillar to make a treasured saber or sword? Song Shuheng was greatly inspired by young Master Hai's idea. He felt that inspiration was constantly pouring into his mind. For a period of time after that, young Master Hai quietly stayed inside the limitless demon sect. He wholeheartedly focused on forging his life-bound flying sword into a life-bound demonic god pillar. Song Shuheng, who was experiencing the process in the dreamland, silently took notes. The knowledge of how to build a demonic god pillar was exactly what he lacked. Taking advantage of the dreamland, he just so happened to be able to acquire this knowledge. When the time came, the demonic god pillars in his illusory reality might just be able to advance further. Perhaps he could even turn the demonic god pillars into sabers or swords. While he was dwelling on his thoughts, young Master Hai's life suddenly began to speed up. While he was making the life-bound flying sword into a life-bound demonic god pillar, it was as if a fast-forward button had been pushed, and the experiences sped up in Song Shuheng's eyes. In the end, the scene settled on one at the bottom of the sea. Young Master Hai stood quietly on a sunken ship, looking up at the sky. It's so cold, young Master Hai murmured. Next, I'll have to look for a way to have tyrannical Song look for me. From the looks of things, this appeared to be the clone that young Master Hai had chosen to face Song Shuheng. Young Master Hai's clone seemed to be actively trying to find Song Shuheng in the hope of breaking the karma between them using a clone. If Song Shuheng had not entered a dreamland of young Master Hai's life, he might have really been fooled. Song Shuheng had long since been convinced of young Master Hai's ability in scheming and planning. If it were not for his bad luck, perhaps young Master Hai would have long succeeded and caused his death. Song Shuheng said happily, but since young Master Hai himself is going to deliver a clone to my doorstep, I have no reason not to pick it up. The clone was definitely quite valuable, and with it coming his way, it really was no different from a big gift package. While he was in thought, Song Shuheng withdrew from the dreamland state. With that, the dreamland ended. He slowly opened his eyes, and found himself lying on a big bed inside a room with his shoes still on. Song Shuheng raised his head and took a look outside the window. As he looked past the window, he saw that the sky was already getting brighter, and a new day had begun. He took out his phone, and looked at the date. 7 a.m. Tuesday. November 19, 2019. It feels like I slept for quite a while this time. Senior White's hypnotic smoke bomb effect is really no joke. Song Shuheng climbed out of the bed, and reached out to open his inner world. 16 stepped out of his inner world. After her seclusion, her skin had become as snowy as a boiled egg with its shell peeled off. Good morning, Shuheng. 16 stretched her body, and said, why didn't you respond yesterday? When she was done with her seclusion last night, she wanted to leave the inner world but found that Song Shuheng was not responding to her. Senior Turtle and Lady Onion were attracted by the noise, so they accompanied her all this time. Song Shuheng stretched out his finger, and poked her face lightly. Su Clan 16. Hee hee. Song Shuheng chuckled. Su Clan's 16th skin felt great, and poking her had brought him a great sense of satisfaction. Ahem, anyway, I accidentally got hit by Senior White's new invention last night, and I ended up sleeping until now. 216 said, no wonder. Behind him, Senior Turtle and Lady Onion also emerged from the inner world. 16 asked, are we heading to the scholarly faction today? I'll make an appointment with Senior Eternal Fire in a bit. Song Shuheng nodded and said, by the way, have you seen the gemstone fruits in the inner world? You should try some, they taste great. When you eat them, just remember to put the fruit pips aside. They can still be used. The inner world assistant brought us a batch, and we all got to taste a few. Lady Onion giggled. After eating, I feel that my strength has improved a little. It's great that you enjoyed it. 16, you can bring a few back with you and let Senior 7 have a taste as well, Song Shuheng said. At the same time, his consciousness swept across the floor as he prepared to contact Senior Eternal Fire. Song Shuheng said curiously, Senior White's clone and Senior Eternal Fire aren't here? Where did the two seniors go? Lady Onion suggested, maybe they went out for breakfast. I'll call them and ask. 16 took out her phone and called True Monarch Eternal Fire. She was not sure if Senior White's clone had his phone on him, so she decided to contact True Monarch Eternal Fire instead. The call quickly connected. Su Clan 16 said, good morning, Senior Eternal Fire, where are you and Senior White? Fellow Daoist White made a mistake, and sent us both to Mars, True Monarch Eternal Fire replied in a helpless tone. 3. There is still a signal on Mars? Is this a new version of the magic modified phone? Song Shuheng asked while leaning over to 16's phone. True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, no, we're currently in fellow Daoist White's secret base on Mars. There's only a signal in the specified part of the base. We should be returning to Earth at noon. Fellow Daoist White is just carrying out some experiments. 16 replied, okay, Senior. See you at noon, then. Just what kind of mistake did Senior White make that caused him and True Monarch Eternal Fire to be sent to Mars? Song Shuheng did not know whether to laugh or cry at the peculiar event. 216 put away her phone. What should we do until then? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. Let's go and find young Master Hai while we still have time. Senior Turtle asked, young Master Hai? Who's that? Lady Onion explained, he's Song Shuheng's mortal enemy, and he should be at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Senior Turtle rolled its eyes. Song Shuheng said, it's the demonic cultivator who received Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance. His strategic ability is amazing, but his luck is not very good. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, you're really going to go and bully that demonic cultivator, eh? One Song Shuheng responded, I have a hunch that he'll be giving me a surprise. Song Shuheng might just be able to get the inner demon tribulation he'd been looking for through young Master Hai's body. Su Clan 16 asked, Shuheng, do you know where young Master Hai is? Song Shuheng said, I got to dream of his life yesterday when I was sleeping, so I got some information. 16 nodded, and said, then let's go and find him. It's 7 o'clock now, we have to hurry up. Senior White and Senior Eternal Fire will probably be back by 11 or 12 o'clock. I'll pack some things before we leave. Song Shuheng opened the storage box in the room, and then placed 1 gemstone fruit, a portion of stone milk from the Black Dragon world, and 10 saber intent condensing lotus seeds inside. Why are you leaving these things inside the storage box? Why don't you just let me eat them instead? Lady Onion asked. These are reserved for little Kai. Song Shuheng flicked Lady Onion's onion tip. 2. He then sent a text to little Kai, telling her that he had left her a treasure in Medicine Master's building, and that she should come over. Little Kai had been secretly protecting his parents, keeping watch on them and seeing if there were any malicious fellow Taoists who tried to approach them. So far, no abnormalities had occurred. When everything was prepared, Song Shuheng picked up the shrunken senior turtle, stuffed Lady Onion into his pocket, and left Medicine Master's building with 16. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Song Shuheng saw a couple who looked like students not far from Medicine Master's building. They seemed to be arguing. The man said seriously, "Little Z, you have to believe me. That other woman and I were just acting out a scene. The only person I love is you." Tui, it was actually a love affair. Also, which TV show was that line from? Song Shuheng almost thought the virtuous Lamia had come out to snatch someone's lines. 16 suddenly said, I beat this guy up before. He changed his hairstyle, and I almost didn't recognize him. Song Shuheng smiled lightly, recalling his first meeting with 16. At this moment, the man happened to see 16 beside Song Shuheng, and his expression changed slightly. He then immediately said to his girlfriend in a serious tone, "I only have you in my heart. Believe me. I will never let you down. If there are other women in my heart, may the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning." 3. That guy is lying, said the master of psychology, Senior Turtle. Song Shuheng asked, "Then, should we cooperate with him?" He rubbed his fingers lightly, and used the lightning drawing technique of the lightning chapter of the Heavenly Master's righteous techniques, and summoned a single lightning bolt. Boom! Lightning suddenly struck down from the skies. Song Shuheng took this opportunity to hold 16's little hand, and walked away, not bothering to steal the limelight. 3. Chapter 1911. This script skipped to the finale. Su Clan 16 pursed her lips and chuckled. Then, she also pinched her fingers to cast a lightning technique. Boom! 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 In the sky, 4 more deafening lightning strikes descended, fulfilling the 5-bolt request that the guy had asked for. When one decided to help another person, they should always try to do their best. Since the guy asked for 5 lightning bolts, then, of course, they had to give him the right number. 1 after 16's adding 4 bolts to the 1 bolt that Song Shuheng had cast, 16 and Song Shuheng turned a corner and disappeared. This only left the man standing on the spot with an absolutely dumbfounded face. What just happened? The heavens striking down with lightning can't be real, right? A coincidence. That has to be a coincidence. The man tried to explain desperately. The girl did not say anything. Instead, she just wiped her tears before standing on tiptoes to slap her boyfriend in the face and then running away. Meanwhile, young Master Hai's clone slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. He coordinated it such that the attire and magical treasures of this clone matched those of his main body. In addition, to make everything seem even more authentic, this clone also carried a certain amount of spirit stones and medicinal pills. If the plan went well, all of these spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical treasures would become Tyrannical Song's loot. Either that, or they could be consumed in battle or just wiped out. The price that he was paying this time was not small. However, as long as this Tyrannical Song tribulation could be dealt with, all of this would be well worth it. Young Master Hai took this tribulation very seriously, treating it at the same level of importance as a heavenly tribulation. Actually, in his opinion, this Tyrannical Song tribulation was even more troublesome than a heavenly tribulation. 3. Young Master Hai said softly, "Now, time to figure out a way to draw Tyrannical Song's attention." He knew Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's current location to be somewhere in the vicinity of Heavenly Field Island. If his only objective was to attract Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's attention, then what he had to do was very simple. He needed to rush in front of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, provoke him, and he could draw his ire in a few moments. But with someone doing this, anyone who had a modicum of intelligence would feel that there was something off. If young Master Hai made it too obvious, then he would not be able to transcend this tribulation. He needed to make everything seem like a coincidence. He had to try and construct a scene where he had something to do in the vicinity, or show up and accidentally attract profound sage tyrannical Song's attention. At that time, it would be best if he let profound sage tyrannical Song take the initiative to come to him. The entire event had to seem as natural as possible. Young Master Hai's mind entered planning mode. After a while, the outline of a plan took shape in his mind. Young Master Hai murmured, "This is my first time constructing such a grand plan where I'm sending myself to die. On a cultivator's path, there would always be setbacks. The path of cultivation was very long, and temporary gains and losses were nothing. Whoever could step out onto their path and become an immortal first was the one who would have the last laugh." At present, profound sage tyrannical Song was several realms ahead of him, but who could say that it would still be so in the future? 2. After I succeed in feigning my death, I will be as free as a bird in the wide sky. When that time comes, it will be when I can enter a state of rapid growth. Young Master Hai gently stroked the robes on his body, and returned to his confident and elegant self. The corners of his mouth curled up into a charming smile. Anyway, I should head to Heavenly Field Island now. He patted his body and circulated his spiritual energy. His wet body quickly became dry. Afterward, he brought out the limitless demon sect standard flying sword, and turned it into a sword light. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was his personal phone, the one that only Demon Monarch Anji and Jingning could contact. Young Master Hai stopped flying and took out his phone. The caller ID was Demon Monarch Anji's number. He knew that Demon Monarch Anji's phone was currently in the hands of profound sage tyrannical Song. At first, he thought that the person who captured Demon Monarch Anji was an old enemy of theirs, but later, after probing the other party several times, he determined that Demon Monarch Anji had been captured by profound sage tyrannical Song. Young Master Hai secretly thought to himself, if it's tyrannical Song, then it's just as I intended. This was the reason he had kept the phone all this time. And so, he reached out and answered the call. "Hello, fellow Taoist Young Master Hai." On the phone, it was surprisingly not profound sage tyrannical Song's voice that sounded, but rather a woman's cold voice. He quickly recognized this voice to be the voice of Su Clan 16, the junior of his close friend, Su Clan 7. Young Master Hai said slowly, He, little 16, I haven't seen you for a few months. Listening to your voice, you seem to be in pretty good shape." He began to adjust his state, trying to take control of the conversation. Though abrupt, 16's call perfectly fitted his script. With this, the script had already started unfolding, and what he needed to do now was to take control of the flow and make sure everything went as planned. How could I not be? After all, fellow Taoist Young Master Hai, you're still alive and well, Su Clan 16 said slowly. "So anyway, shall we meet?" Ha, I'd rather not. I really don't want to see 7 or you right now." The corners of Young Master Hai's mouth curled up into a smile. It was perfect. Everything was going according to his plans. Su Clan 16 suddenly said, "I'm afraid it's not something you can decide." Young Master Hai frowned slightly. What does she mean? He got a bad feeling that the plot was going to go off script. Su Clan 16 said softly, "It's already dawn. Why don't you take a look up at the sky?" In the next moment, Young Master Hai felt an ear-splitting sound come from above his head. He immediately activated his sword light, and rode on his flying sword in a rush to escape. Boom! 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 In the sky, several golden rays of light slammed down into the sea, causing large waves to form. The golden rays of light were all powerful magical treasures, crashing down from the air to attack. Vaguely, Young Master Hai could see that there were a saber, a sword, a spear, a crossbow, spikes, a fist, and even a horn among the rays of light. Each of these magical treasures was at the 8th stage level, and exuded a terrifying pressure. Young Master Hai looked up to the sky. In the air, a golden chariot slowly emerged. His tyrannical song Tribulation had his arms crossed as he stood on the chariot. Beside him was Su Clan 16 and a big turtle whose strength he could not see through. Long time no see, young Master Hai, profound sage tyrannical song said slowly. As expected of my mortal enemy, you were able to evade my attack. Young Master Hai. He was really flattered. He did not expect to have such a high status in profound sage tyrannical song's mind. A sage actually considered young Master Hai his mortal enemy. 2. The progress of the script was much faster than he originally planned, and it had directly skipped to the finale. Fortunately, the result had not changed. Although he had no idea how profound sage tyrannical song had found his location, as long as the plan did not derail, it would be fine. In the air, Song Shuhang gave a mental order. All of the magical treasures shone brightly as they returned to Shuhang's side. They were mostly parts of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, and the primordial treasure 9 virtues phoenix saber was also in the mix to make up the numbers. Unfortunately, Shuhang could not use the divine weapon appraisal that had been developed by slow-witted Song. Otherwise, he could have retrieved his magical treasures using spatial means rather than having them return in such a low-class way like flying back. 3. Song Shuhang just imagined being able to retrieve the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure and other weapons he shot out through slow-witted Song's divine weapon appraisal, then sending them out again, and creating an endless cycle. It was simply a beautiful thought. It was a pity that he did not have the spatial means to do so. And while the virtuous Lamia could leave a mark on treasures, she could not recover them. Song Shuhang really felt that it was a great pity. Meanwhile, below them, young Master Hai stood above the sea. He raised his head to look at Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16, even if the script had suddenly skipped most of the plot and directly went to the finale, he would go through with it. At the very least, he could not let profound sage tyrannical Song see any flaws. Therefore, he could not regard himself as a clone now. Instead, he had to treat this clone as his real body, and put an end to young Master Hai's life. If it were his real body in this situation, what would he do if he encountered profound sage tyrannical Song? The first thing he would do, would definitely be trying to escape. If he fought profound sage tyrannical Song head-on, it was almost certain that the battle would end in his defeat in a mere 10 seconds. Regardless of whether he was fine with it or not, the other party could easily kill him if he really wanted to. However, young Master Hai had a variety of bizarre means of escape. No matter if they would prove useful against profound sage tyrannical Song or not, he should at least use them first. Otherwise, if he let himself be hacked to death by profound sage tyrannical Song without doing anything, it would arouse suspicion from the other party. While young Master Hai was in thought, profound sage tyrannical Song said, "Although I really want to have a duel with you in an upright manner in order to break the karma between us, such a thing really isn't suitable for the two of us now. As such, I'll give you a choice." Young Master Hai asked, "What choice?" While speaking, he was secretly casting an escape technique. In the shadows under the soles of his feet, his clone began to escape quietly, leaving only an empty shell in its place. "For the karma that exists between you, me, and Su Clan 16 will represent me and her in severing that karma today," Song Shuhang said. "As long as you can keep your life after fighting against 16, I promise that I won't trouble you for at least 1 year." Young Master Hai. "Su Clan 16 is going to have a duel with me to sever the karma between us?" "But Su Clan 16 is only at the 4th stage realm. What is profound sage tyrannical Song thinking? What is he planning?" "In 20 seconds, the duel will begin," Song Shuhang said. "It's already late. 16 and I still have to go home for dinner at around 11 o'clock. So, don't run away. Fight like a man." After saying that, Song Shuhang's left eye suddenly lit up. He suddenly launched the impregnating gaze. Pa! This ray of light, also known as the expert's appraisal technique, passed directly through the shell that young Master Hai left on the surface of the sea, and landed on his clone that was right below it. A familiar light, familiar feeling, familiar pain. The pain of pregnancy was simply something especially unbearable for men who never even had the function of becoming pregnant. Young Master Hai's clone gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and emerged from the bottom of the sea. In the sky. Song Shuhang looked at Su Clan 16, and asked in a hushed voice, "Do you want me to weaken him more?" Su Clan 16 said gently, "No, this is enough." The impregnating gaze had already weakened young Master Hai's combat power by at least 30%. Moreover, the longer it lasted, the stronger the weakening effect would be. She gently took off her hat, and placed it on Song Shuhang's head. Afterward, she raised her treasured saber and rode on it, prepared to descend. Song Shuhang knew that 16 was protected by Sister White Dragon, but he still reached out and patted 16 lightly. A saber intent fell on 16's body, and it remained on her body. This saber intent actively cooperated with 16's saber chi, and transformed into a set of exquisite armor on her body. Saber intent armor, besides being a mismatch in terms of style, could be said to be perfect in all other aspects. It would actively morph into the most suitable armor shape according to whoever or whatever it attached itself to. One Su Clan 16 pursed her lips and chuckled. She slid her feet and began her descent. At the same time, there was the projection of a white dragon that condensed behind her. The white dragon's little claws were holding a pair of chopsticks, and then the white dragon fed 16 a block of food that appeared to be filled with traces of lightning. Below, when the pregnant young Master Hai saw this small block of food, a strange feeling flooded his heart. He sensed the aura of the heavenly tribulation from the small cube. He had just transcended the 5th stage heavenly tribulation, so his impression of the heavenly tribulation was still particularly clear. The braised heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang also saw this scene, and wondered when Sister White Dragon had hidden a batch of braised heavenly tribulation. After Su Clan 16 bit down on the small block of braised heavenly tribulation, electric arcs crackled on her body. The little dragon horns above her head began to draw the energy between the heaven and earth. Boom! Above 16's head, dense clouds appeared and claps of thunder sounded as violent lightning brewed. At the same time, a large wave suddenly broke out on the originally calm sea. One summoning wind and calling rain, as well as overturning the rivers and seas, was a talent that had originally come from dragons. And the sea was the home of dragons. Fighting in such a location, Su Clan 16's combat power received a great boost. Boom! 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 After a series of muffled thunder, a thick lightning bolt fell on Su Clan 16, and merged into her saber and body, wrapping around her. At the same time, a faint strand of lightning with the aura of the heavenly tribulation escaped from her body, and merged with the lightning attached to her body. At this moment, she was like a goddess of war who could manipulate thunder and lightning. One heavenly saber burying the starry river. When 16 made her move, it was the low-end version of 7's move. A starry river of saber intent condensed, merged with lightning dragon saber chi, descended from the sky, and slashed young Master Hai. The formidable power of this saber move was no longer at the 4th stage realm. Even many ordinary 5th stage cultivators would not be able to send out such an overbearing and powerful attack. Young Master Hai's clone sighed. When he looked at the petite figure in the sky, he seemed to see the figure of Su Clan 7. The members of the Spirit River Su Clan who had numbered Daoist names were all masters of battle, and their combat prowess was outstanding. Every one of them more or less had a record of battles where they defeated those above them in cultivation. From his observations, Su Clan 16 could definitely fight head-on against those spiritual emperors with 2 or 3 dragon patterns, and perhaps even defeat them. However, I am different. I am not like those ordinary 2 or 3 dragon-patterned spiritual emperors. Even if he was a pregnant clone, he would not be defeated by a saber attack of this level. Young Master Hai endured the severe pain in his abdomen, and made a hand seal. Boom! 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 5 demonic god pillars emerged from behind him. These demonic god pillars were all projections that were directly condensed by spiritual energy. Boom! 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 The front of the demonic god pillars went on to block the heavenly saber burying the starry river. The corners of young Master Hai's mouth rose. I'm not going to lose that easily. At this moment, a dragon claw suddenly ignored the defense made of demonic god pillars, directly moving past them to grab young Master Hai. Afterward, the dragon claw exerted a large amount of force, and threw him into the sky. A female voice shouted, "Seismic toss." 5. Young Master Hai. What's going on with this dragon claw? What's with this power? When he was caught by the dragon claw, he could not resist at all. He felt like an ant that had been pinched by a human hand. Perhaps he was even worse than an ant. It was such a plain toss, but he could not resist at all as he was thrown up into the air. Is this dragon claw the reason why profound sage tyrannical Song dared to let Su Clan 16 duel me on her own? What is this dragon claw? Is it a materialization of virtue? The soul of a divine beast? Or a dragon possession? Step. Young Master Hai, who was thrown into the sky, made a hand seal with one of his hands, and quickly cast a magical technique to free himself. Under his feet, a bridge made of demonic energy appeared. Young Master Hai stepped on this bridge, and forcibly stabilized his body. But just when he managed to stabilize his figure, Su Clan 16 suddenly appeared right in front of him. So fast. Her speed was so fast that his clone could not even react. Immediately afterward, Su Clan 16's feet stepped on a layer of light, and she swung her petite fist right at him. She did not even use her saber. On both of her fists, electric arcs crackled, accompanied by a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Every one of her punches carried the trajectory of fate, rendering those it targeted clueless on how to even go about avoiding it. This was an extremely esoteric fist technique. In terms of the fist technique's level, it was probably even above Su Clan 7's heavenly saber burying the starry sea. Didn't Su Clan 16 follow in the footsteps of Su Clan 7 in learning the saber? When did she master such a powerful fist technique? Why do I feel like the entire world has changed over the span of the short few months that I spent in seclusion? Thud. 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 A series of drum-like sounds spread from their clash as Su Clan 16 sent fist after fist at young Master Hai. In the blink of an eye, Su Clan 16 and young Master Hai clashed countless times. In the next moment, the defensive magical techniques and magical treasures that were protecting young Master Hai exploded. In addition, 4 fist prints were charred on the clothes on his abdomen. 16 had sent out 16 punches over that short span of time. 12 punches had been enough to smash apart young Master Hai's defenses, and the last 4 punches hit him without reservation, striking his abdomen. Young Master Hai's face was pale, and his mouth was wide open in shock. A painful cry got stuck in his throat, but because he was in so much pain, he could not squeeze the cry out of his throat. The pain he was experiencing now was even more intense than pregnancy and childbirth. After all, he had been hit right in his stomach while suffering the pain of pregnancy and childbirth. Meanwhile, the saber intent armor on Su Clan's 16 body had also slightly dimmed. When she had been quickly attacking young Master Hai had managed to get in 2 counterattacks. However, these 2 blows were completely blocked by Song Shuhang's saber intent armor. While the saber intent armor seemed to have dimmed, it was actually just silently accumulating power for a counterattack. 16 touched the saber intent armor lightly, turned around, then opened her small mouth, and roared at young Master Hai, who was currently experiencing so much pain that he could not even utter a sound. During a battle, one had to seize every moment. One could not give their enemy time to catch their breath. Boom! A cannon of light, which was filled with a mix of draconic energy and lightning that had traces of the heavenly tribulation's aura, shot out a dazzling attack. One young Master Hai, who was already in so much pain that he could not even stand upright and whose defenses were broken, could only use his body to endure the blow. As the attack hit him, he was sent flying and somersaulting in the air. On the divine lobster's chariot, the black-skinned scarlet heaven sword said, "Beautifully done." 16 fought wonderfully. What fist technique did 16 use? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Senior Turtle replied, "Don't even think about it. That's the fist technique of the ancestral golden dragon. Without the blood of the dragon clan, no matter how well you copy the moves, you won't be able to display the same defense-breaking effect and the dragon's roar." Song Shuhang remarked, "That wasn't what I was hinting at, I just thought that it was really cool." This is definitely a common problem of the Chinese people. They instantly feel that any move that has a relationship with dragons becomes handsome, while any move that has a relationship with turtles becomes comparatively lowly, Senior Turtle said. This is a huge flaw in your psychology. 4. Song Shuhang. 1. At this time, the black-skinned scarlet heaven sword slowly said, "You focused on the wrong thing." In the short confrontation just now, the most important thing to note was the 4 punches that 16 sent at young Master Hai's abdomen. This made it such that the impregnating gaze's effect was maximized. Shuhang, this should be part of your considerations when you develop your combat style in the future. After casting the impregnating gaze on your enemy in the future, it would be an excellent choice to rush up and strike them where it hurts most. 3. That's simply too inhuman, Senior Turtle commented. Such a battle is too brutal, and will completely ruin any accord. Song Shuhang said, "It's the expert's appraisal technique. Just thinking about attacking someone's abdomen after hitting them with the impregnating gaze felt terrifying. On the other hand, to hit an enemy's abdomen after hitting them with the expert's appraisal technique sounded a lot more normal. At that point, the other party's abdomen would be the weakest part of their body, and it would indeed be good to take advantage of that." Meanwhile, Su Clan 16 stepped on a layer of light, and continued bullying young Master Hai. The saber light of the white dragon projection flickered repeatedly, while punches accompanied by a dragon's roar were repeatedly thrown. Su Clan 16's fingers appeared as sharp as a dragon's teeth. The little dragon horns on her head constantly drew the energy between the heaven and earth. Whenever young Master Hai tried to break free, a white dragon claw would appear and grab him before bringing him back into the fight. Sometimes, when young Master Hai seized an opportunity to fight back, a dragon's tail would suddenly appear and knock him down. Young Master Hai had a look of utter desperation on his face. Although this clone was intended to die according to the script he had in mind, being defeated and beaten in such a way by Su Clan 16 without having any chance to resist still caused young Master Hai to feel very aggrieved. While the conclusion of the script was fine, the process felt very uncomfortable. This clone of his even substituted the data of his main body into himself, and after simulating the event in his mind, he discovered that even if it were his main body that was here at this moment, the outcome would probably not be much different. The white dragon behind Su Clan 16 was simply an incomprehensible existence. At least for young Master Hai, who was at the 5th stage realm, there was absolutely no way to deal with this white dragon. That was unless he could draw the power of Demon Emperor Heji, and use it to fight against this white dragon. In that case, it would be king against king, general against general, and he would be able to fight a proper one-on-one duel against Su Clan 16 and have a chance of winning. Just as this idea just surfaced in young Master Hai's clone's mind, demonic chi suddenly churned in his body. This clone was made by young Master Hai through a method he learned in Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance. He made use of the shell of his old body and a portion of his soul impurities, along with a demonic god pillar refinement technique, to create this clone. Is it the power of Demon Emperor Heji? Young Master Hai's clone frowned, and fell into thought. Sure enough, there were always some backdoors within the methods in the Demon Emperor's inheritance. The power of the Demon Emperor came just in time. Young Master Hai smiled lightly. He took the initiative to let go of the clone's imprisonment, allowing the demonic chi to do whatever it wanted. He even relaxed the consciousness of his own clone in order to allow the power of the Demon Emperor to dominate his body even faster. He allowed the final scenes of young Master Hai's death to be left in the hands of the Demon Emperor's power. 1. With the active cooperation of young Master Hai's clone, the violent demonic energy that surged in his body soon began to take over his body. As the demonic energy surged, violent emotions emerged in young Master Hai's clone. At the same time, young Master Hai took the initiative to withdraw his consciousness to the depths of his soul to act just like an audience, enjoying the end of this young Master Hai's death drama. Young Master Hai let out a bestial cry. The demonic energy in his body spiked, and began emerging from every pore on his body, forming demonic black mist around him. This demonic mist made young Master Hai's clone feel a warm feeling, just like a fish returning to the sea and being enveloped in warm seawater. Su Clan 16/3 slashes in a row, but when her attacks reached the demonic mist, they disappeared. Su Clan 16 asked, "Rampage?" Sister White Dragon responded, "He should be using a berserk skill. This is the main field of expertise of the demonic forces. If a demonic cultivator did not have several berserk skills, then they would probably be too ashamed to talk to other people." After saying her piece, Sister White Dragon swung her claw young Master Hai again. Bam! The demonic mist covering young Master Hai's body was smashed away immediately, revealing young Master Hai's body, which was covered with bulging blue veins. Immediately afterward, young Master Hai's body was sent into the sea. As young Master Hai fell into the sea, huge waves surged once more as a result. Senior Turtle commented, "The splash was too big when entering the water, -1.2 under the sea's surface." While young Master Hai's body struggled, a large swath of demonic mist reappeared around his body. At the same time, violent emotions surged within him again. Strange, is this really it? Young Master Hai's consciousness deep in his mind wondered. If this really was the back door left by the Demon Emperor in his cultivation technique, then shouldn't the Demon Emperor's power have gone a step further at this time, and directly projected a strand of his consciousness into this body? Could it be that this was not a back door of the Demon Emperor, but rather a berserk seed opportunity especially left by the Demon Emperor for his inheritor? Or could the Demon Emperor's main body have met with an accident, and so was unable to use this back door? Just as young Master Hai was puzzled, the demonic mist around him condensed a projection of a demonic god pillar. "My inheritor, do you want power?" This projection of the demonic god pillar conveyed a thought to young Master Hai. Young Master Hai's consciousness replied, "Yes, lend me your power, great Emperor." "Then, are you prepared to pay the price?" The projection of the demonic god pillar once again conveyed his thoughts. Young Master Hai thought for a while, and then replied, "Yes." This clone had been originally meant to face this tribulation for him anyway, so there was nothing that could not be given up when it came to this clone. "Accept my power and experience the might of the Demon Emperor." After conveying this thought, the demonic god pillar projection directly integrated with young Master Hai's clone. In the sky, Su Clan 16 stood on the tips of her toes on a layer of light as she looked at the calm sea below her. "He still hasn't come out. Don't worry, he can't escape." Sister White Dragon had locked on to young Master Hai, preventing him from escaping. "It looks like his berserk seed is about to completely develop. After it does, the real battle begins." "That's exactly what I want," said Su Clan 16. What she currently needed was a suitable opponent to stimulate her and allow her to raise her realm. Boom! A huge explosion appeared on the sea, and an inflated version of young Master Hai emerged. His figure had swelled in size, and blue veins covered his entire body. His style had completely changed from a handsome man to a muscular man. Moreover, his originally already swollen abdomen now even seemed to be leaking. This inflated version of young Master Hai let out a strange laugh, and said, "Let's see. Who's my opponent?" His eyes swept over to Su Clan 16, and then over to Song Shuheng, who was standing on the divine lobster's chariot. As soon as the inflated version of young Master Hai set his eyes on Song Shuheng, he froze, his body stiffened for a moment, and even the demonic mist that was flowing around him stopped. Young Master Hai's consciousness. Tyrannical. Song. The inflated version of young Master Hai let out a hoarse cry. There was endless resentment in his voice. If every bit of resentment in his voice was transformed into a brick, then the resentment he held was enough to create a second Great Wall of China. Song Shuheng looked at young Master Hai, and for some reason suddenly remembered when Senior White 2 had blurted out, "Egg thing?" The inflated version of young Master Hai took a deep breath, and his body slightly bent over. "One day, I will unscrew your head with my own hands." "Oh," Song Shuheng replied calmly. The inflated version of young Master Hai said savagely, "I'm going to hang your head on my demonic god pillar and insert it in the most conspicuous place in my demon empire." This tone. "You're not young Master Hai, are you?" Then, Song Shuheng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Demon Emperor Hazy?" He stretched out his hand, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword leaped into his hands. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia emerged and wrapped herself around his body, while Fairy Creation also emerged, and began to play the pipa. The 49 holy apes also emerged one after the other behind Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng exclaimed, "There's no need to wait for one day, how about I take you and hang you in my inner world?" Senior Turtle remarked, "Pay attention to what you say. You should be gentler. Don't yell at others like some villain. You're already here, so there's no need to move about. How about you just let someone behead you? That will be a lot more convenient." Song Shuheng corrected himself when he realized his mistake. Senior Turtle. The inflated version of young Master Hai used all his strength, and shouted, "The next time I see you will be the time you die." After roaring out loud, young Master Hai's body shrank like a leak. The demonic energy in his body dissipated, the violent thoughts dissipated, and even the small strand of Demon Emperor Haji's will dissipated. Young Master Hai stood blankly in the air, dumbfounded. The demonic mist was still around him. But at this time, the patch of demonic mist no longer brought him the same warm feeling as it did a while ago. This patch of demonic mist that used to be warm was now as cold as ice. It was only November, but young Master Hai felt as if the harsh winter had come early. In his mind, he recalled a scene. That day, in the Demon Emperor's inheritance space. The young-looking profound sage tyrannical Song stood suspended in the air of the inheritance space, and said calmly, "Demon Emperor Haji is very powerful and terrifying. It was only with the combination of the right timing, the right setting, and the right people that we were able to tear him apart." Tear him apart. Apart. Demon Emperor Haji had been torn apart. At that time, he thought that it was only an illusion, a trial of the inheritance secret realm, a test of his inner tenacity. But now it seemed that it was not a trial at all, but rather a nightmare called tyrannical Song Tribulation. One Demon Emperor Haji had really been torn apart and defeated by him. Otherwise, when the Demon Emperor's consciousness possessed his clone's body, it would not have carried such heavy resentment and retreated right after cursing at the other party. Within young Master Hai's heart, an unprecedentedly large shadow cast down upon him. His goal in life was to become the second Demon Emperor Haji. Even if he did not have the aptitude to defy the heavens like some of those people with 9 dragon patterns, he still wanted to rely on his own efforts to step out onto a path of immortality and become the Demon Emperor. However, just as he was beginning to make progress on the path he had decided upon, his dreams were shattered. 1. Chapter 1915. I'll tell you a little secret. No, I should stop thinking in such a way. Young Master Hai quickly stopped his thoughts. If he were to continue with that line of thinking, he was afraid that inner demons really would appear in his heart. After this incident was over, he had to take a break for a while and stabilize his mental state. Young Master Hai silently thought to himself, even though Demon Emperor Haji is my goal, he is also someone I want to surpass. The future I want is not limited to what has been achieved by a demon emperor. My aspirations are much greater. Moreover, profound sage tyrannical Song had not relied on his own strength to defeat Demon Emperor He. He had done so by relying on various factors. From the fact that Demon Emperor He was clamoring to take revenge, it could be seen that Demon Emperor He was not afraid of profound sage tyrannical Song. It was very likely that he had been taken advantage of, or profound sage tyrannical Song borrowed the power of other big shots. Young Master Hai was quickly able to calm himself down. A person like him would not easily be beaten or knocked down. Even in a desperate situation, he would survive tenaciously as long as he was still breathing, and make a comeback one day. Alas, Demon Emperor He ran away, said Song Shuheng. Afterward, he returned to the Divine Lobster's chariot. But it's fine that he ran away. To be honest, if I really were to fight a young Master Hai possessed by Demon Emperor He, I'm not certain what the outcome would be. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had left, and Song Shuheng was currently only left with the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. And the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword had no way of cooperating with Song Shuheng to slash out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Compared with back when he was in the Black Dragon world, Song Shuheng was lacking a lot of his trump cards. He looked at the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword that was in his hands, and then suddenly gestured. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What?" Song Shuheng said, "I was just thinking, should I learn the sword-swallowing skill? I always felt that when Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's main body was still with me back then, while it would express its resistance to the action with its words, it never really resisted the virtuous Lamia sword-swallowing performance. Senior, do you actually enjoy the process of being swallowed?" The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and blinked. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword warned, "If you dare to perform sword-swallowing with me, I will fight you. I will definitely pierce your guts." One senior turtle remarked, "It is an inner demon, after all. Some of its hobbies are probably the opposite of its main body." "That makes sense," said Song Shuheng. After saying that, he moved his hand and used the saber-nurturing technique on the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. How refreshing. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword felt extremely comfortable. Song Shuheng remarked, "But there also seems to be some things that are still the same." Senior Turtle. Sister White Dragon said, "It looks like young Master Hai doesn't have much strength left." The berserk effect that he had gone through just now had consumed much of young Master Hai's power. And Demon Emperor He's will had even retreated when it had been in the middle of possessing his body. At this time, young Master Hai's power was nearly depleted. Su Clan 16 said, "This will be the last move." She looked at young Master Hai's clone, and said, "If you manage to survive after this move, then you can live. If you are unable to endure it, then you die." Young Master Hai raised his head and looked at Su Clan 16. 16 stood on one foot on a layer of light, having already assumed a graceful punching posture. Her words showed that her strongest move at the moment was not a saber technique, but rather a fist technique. Phew, 16 slowly exhaled. Around her neck, several dragon scales made of spiritual energy emerged. The dragon scales looked like they were made of crystals, which made them look very valuable. Behind 16, a series of visual phenomena emerged. Violent lightning enveloped her body, a true dragon wrapped around her arm, and a formation composed of ancient runes appeared on the soles of her feet. A starry river, composed of countless stars, appeared behind her elbow. This projection of a starry river stretched out for nearly a kilometer. In the starry river, there were hundreds of true dragons swimming amongst the stars. The river surged forward. The force that came with the flow of the water and the hundreds of dragons all acted upon 16's elbow, pushing her arm forward. Gulp. Song Shuheng swallowed. The special effects of this punch looked absolutely brutal. It really made one feel that regardless of who would be hit by this punch, they were bound to die. I didn't expect 16 to have been able to learn this punch as well, Senior Turtle said. The ancestral golden dragon used this move to knock slow-witted Song from the eastern end of the ancient heavenly city to its western end in one hit. It caused him to shed a tear the size of a bean. It was truly spectacular. 2. Song Shuheng. Another dark part of slow-witted Song's history when he got beaten and cried. Boom! 16 threw the punch with everything she had. When she swung her fist, the environment changed, heavy rain poured down from the sky, and the waves roared and crashed, setting off even larger waves. Young Master Hai did not avoid the attack. It's time to end this, he thought. There was no need to move about anymore. There really was not much power left in his body. In this way, even if he died, he would be able to put a proper close to the play. And so, the fist hit him. As soon as it touched him, young Master Hai felt like his bones were being crushed. His body was sent flying, but then the terrifying punch passed through his body, blasting out a huge vortex in the sea. Young Master Hai's body was like a skipping stone, bouncing on the sea surface up and down repeatedly. In the end, his body stopped skipping on the water, and he lay floating on the sea, motionless. I actually didn't die. What a tragedy. He would rather die immediately to end the play where his clone was meant to die anyway. Young Master Hai recalled 16's punch just now. At the last moment, her punch passed through his body and slammed into the sea. This was obviously not an operational error, but an intentional one. Damn, does tyrannical Song want to capture me alive? Not good. Young Master Hai frowned. If he was captured alive by profound sage tyrannical Song, then the other party might be able to discover that he was a clone. While he was in thought, he saw two figures descend right by him. It was 16, as well as profound sage tyrannical Song, whom he least wanted to see. Song Shuheng reached out, took off the hat on his head, and put it back on 16's head. You've worked hard, 16. 16 said regretfully, it's a pity that this battle was not that enjoyable. There will be a chance for you to enjoy yourself in the future. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, and squatted beside young Master Hai. Don't you think so? My mortal enemy, fellow Taoist young Master Hai. Young Master Hai closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, trying to figure out a solution in his mind. Song Shuheng said, next time, you should let 16 have a proper battle with your main body. Young Master Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Song Shuheng continued, this clone of yours is very realistic. If I had not known your plan from the very beginning, perhaps I would have been deceived by you. Young Master Hai asked, you knew my plan? How is that possible? I'm the only one who knows of my plan. I did not tell anyone. Indeed. I knew it from the very beginning, Song Shuheng said. I'll tell you a little secret. I know of everything that you've done, experienced, and felt in the past month. Young Master Hai only felt an unspeakable feeling in his heart as madness surged within him. It was an inner demon. An inner demon had been born within his heart. 4. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I can smell an inner demon. Both of them were inner demons, so when an inner demon was born in young Master Hai's clone, it had immediately been able to sense it. When he heard this, Song Shuheng suddenly put on a serious face, clasped his palms together, and began to silently recite words from his mouth. Senior Turtle asked curiously, what are you reciting? I'm praying to Senior White, said Song Shuheng. During this trip, not only did he manage to find young Master Hai's clone, but he also got himself an inner demon out of it. Senior Turtle. Song Shuheng asked, speaking of which, how do I extract the inner demon from his clone? There isn't a method on how to extract inner demons inside the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, as a saber. As a sword, I don't have much knowledge of things that are not related to fighting. Elder Sister White Dragon added, so far, the only method I know that can forcibly extract an inner demon from a person is Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique. Ever since the ancient era, inner demons had always been one of the most troublesome things for cultivators. How to extract inner demons from a cultivator was a difficult problem to tackle. You should capture him for now, and ask a big shot later, Senior Turtle said. I'll contact the Great Northern Emperor, and see if he has any input on this. Lady Onion reminded Shu Heng, you can also ask Pavilion Master Chu. She has done quite a bit of research on inner demons. I almost forgot about Pavilion Master Chu. Song Shu Heng gently patted Lady Onion's green onion sprouts. When Pavilion Master Chu was at the 6th stage, she had gotten herself entangled with an unkillable inner demon. That inner demon stuck with her throughout her whole life, all the way to the 9th stage realm. Moreover, this inner demon later stepped out onto its own path of immortality, and became Pavilion Master Chu too. One Song Shu Heng looked at the weakened clothes of young Master Hai, and said, I'll send him to Pavilion Master Chu and see if she knows of any way to deal with the inner demon. One young Master Hai's clone slowly closed his eyes, not daring to look at Song Shu Heng. In the entire universe, except for real peerless powerhouses, nobody truly dared to look directly into tyrannical Song's eyes. Song Shu Heng looked down at young Master Hai, and said after some pondering, Young Master Hai, you've suddenly become so weak. This really makes me feel quite unsettled. 2. Young Master Hai. As he faced the young Master Hai, Song Shu Heng clearly felt how quickly his strength and realm had been progressing. He usually hung around the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, who were his seniors. As such, Song Shu Heng had always considered himself their junior, and this had not changed even as his strength increased. But as he looked at young Master Hai now, the difference in strength between them was truly big. He could still remember how powerless he had been when he had been resisting the joint forces of young Master Hai and Demon Monarch Anji not too long ago, but now he felt as if young Master Hai was too weak. 3. He had always regarded young Master Hai as someone akin to the final boss of a dungeon. This was how deep of an impression young Master Hai left on him half a year ago. Senior Tyrannical Song, are you having fun? Young Master Hai's clone said in a hoarse voice. You're a dignified 8th stage profound sage, yet you're saying that I've suddenly become weak. Surely, you must be joking. Song Shu Heng paused, and then smiled slightly. Not at all. It feels quite boring. 1. He did not bother explaining to young Master Hai that he was a fake profound sage, or that he was at the 6th stage realm, and was only a small cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm half a year ago. There was no need to explain, as there was no point to it. Young Master Hai. Song Shu Heng said, my obsession with you has come to an end. One Senior Turtle asked, are you not going to kill him and sever the karma between you two? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword also asked, aren't you going to end this and put everything behind you? If I do end up running into his main body, it won't be too late to kill him at that point. This is a problem between him and 16 and me. Song Shu Heng reached out and sent young Master's clone into his inner world. The only difference from before was that the obsession he had toward young Master Hai was gone. 16 nodded. Song Shu Heng took out his phone and checked the time. It's almost time. We should head back now. Senior Turtle, we'll have to trouble you again. Although Senior Turtle's strength had been sealed, it could still perform short-distance spatial teleportation. Previously, it was the one who had brought Song Shu Heng and his whole party from the Jiangnan area to this stretch of sea. Senior Turtle said suddenly, by the way, you hit me twice in the face before and did me dirty once. My heart is in pain. Song Shu Heng. When did I do such a thing? I'm not happy. The Senior Turtle stood up, and began to dance out of nowhere. Lady Onion quivered on its turtle shell. Song Shu Heng blurted out, sorry. He had always been a man who recognized his mistakes and corrected them, unless it was something outside of his control. Senior Turtle said, that's so insincere. And if apologies were useful, what would be the point of having the police? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword interjected, fellow Taoist turtle, that line is too old-fashioned. It isn't even popular anymore. Senior Turtle said, Scarlet Heaven Sword, please don't rend my heart any further. My heart is very fragile today, maybe my period has come. Song Shuheng was surprised. Senior Turtle, are you a female turtle? Can't a male turtle also have a period? Senior Turtle rolled his eyes. Your expert's appraisal can even make men pregnant. One elder sister White Dragon interjected, if it's a male turtle, maybe it's not a period, but rather bleeding hemorrhoids. Senior Turtle sighed. How stifling. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, all right, there's no need to talk in such a roundabout manner. Senior Turtle, is there something you want? Senior Turtle said, I want to set up an amusement park in your inner world. Some time ago, when I was watching TV, I saw a roller coaster where people would go upside down and scream. It looked really exciting. 1. Song Shuheng. We can set up the upside-down roller coaster a bit higher so that it doesn't interfere with other things. You buy the materials, and I'll build the amusement park and ensure that it's exciting. In addition, we can also make various other fun rides, Senior Turtle continued. 1. The inner world was ultimately Song Shuheng's domain, and Senior Turtle was merely a guest. If it wanted to make something, it needed to get Song Shuheng's consent first. Senior Turtle then added, in addition, if this amusement park is well made, in the future, we could charge fees to those who go on the rides and earn spirit stones. Sounds good, Song Shuheng quickly agreed. Since Senior Turtle is interested in making an amusement park, I'll talk to the inner world assistant and let her allot a suitable plot of land for you. 3. Then it's settled. Senior Turtle happily opened a spatial gate. Let's get moving. By the way, what are we having for lunch today? Boiled turtle soup, Song Shuheng said. But since we haven't bought any soft-shelled turtles yet, we can just use sea turtles instead. 1. Kid, you're courting death. Senior Turtle growled. 1. Actually, the sea turtle soup does not taste that good. Let's make soup using other seafood, said Lady Onion. She and Senior Turtle were good friends, so she spoke up for it. 2. Using other seafood? Hearing this, the gazes of all those present shifted to Elder Sister White Dragon. Ha! Elder Sister White Dragon smiled gently. White Dragon soup is actually not bad. Elder Sister White Dragon did not look angry. It seemed like she was in a good mood. If Shuheng had not heard that the ancestral golden dragon had once punched slow-witted Song from the eastern end of the ancient heavenly city to its western end, he might have really taken the opportunity to make a remark. But now, his strong desire to survive told him that doing so might just really bring about his death. Not everyone could simply shed tears as large as beans. Song Shuheng shook his head desperately as he thought to himself, I don't dare poke that beehive. Moreover, with how powerful Elder Sister White Dragon was, who could even make her into soup? Perhaps he could get a pot of Elder Sister White Dragon's bathwater, but that was the limit. For after going through the spatial gate that Senior Turtle opened, Song Shuheng and the others returned to Medicine Master's building in Jiangnan University Town. All of them safely descended to the ground. Song Shuheng said, speaking of spirit stones, I suddenly remembered something. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, what? Do you need spirit stones? No. I remembered that after treating the batches of patients that Fairy Blue Phoenix sent over, I didn't charge them any of it. Song Shuheng pressed his right hand to his chest, grief-stricken. Yesterday, he had gone to Fairy Blue Phoenix to receive some guidance on the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. At the end, when his inner world was full, the two of them bid goodbye to one another. At that time, he had forgotten to collect his fee in spirit stones. 16 laughed, and said, well, you didn't say that you were going to be collecting spirit stones for a fee in the first place. Song Shuheng replied, yeah, that's why I feel that I've lost big time. Now, he did not have even a half of a spirit stone on hand. This was especially problematic with the constant improvement of his strength and realm, as he now had numerous places where he needed to use spirit stones. Firstly and most fundamentally, when a normal cultivator practiced, they usually could not do without spirit stones. When normal cultivators bought items in the world of cultivation, they also needed spirit stones. The time city in his inner world was in an inactive state. In order to reactivate it, he needed to provide it with an astronomical amount of spirit stones. The only exception was if he could acquire a high-power core for it like he did for the puppet maiden. There was also the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. If he were to lift its seals all the way to the 8th stage, it would begin consuming astronomical amounts of spirit stones. Besides those, he also had the god-slaying mother-child cannon. If he had enough spirit stones, the shots of the cannon could even reach the level of an 8th stage attack. In addition, he was also planning to build a set of training equipment in the inner world, such as a gravity chamber, a pain tolerance trial, a death trial, a 12-step trial, and so on. All of this equipment that would help with his and his disciples' cultivation required money, which, in the world of cultivation, was spirit stones. And, once again, this was exactly what he was lacking at the moment. Song Shuheng sighed and said, "If I once again receive a request from the beast realm to cure the patient stricken with the netherworld's evil energy infection, make sure to remind me to charge them." Su Clan 16 replied, "Okay." None of the others responded to Song Shuheng. 16 is still the best, said Song Shuheng. Lady Onion blinked and changed the subject. Senior White and Senior Eternal Fire haven't returned yet. Song Shuheng said, "How about I go to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients first? After that, I can show all of you my new skills." He now possessed Demon Emperor Heji's demonic chef heart, which gave him experiences and records on cooking and making demonic dishes. Logically speaking, he should be able to make pretty good home-cooked dishes now. Ding, dong. While he was speaking, the doorbell of Medicine Master's building began ringing. The aura of 3 strange cultivators appeared at the door, and they remained standing outside quietly. One Song Shuheng looked out the window. At the door were 2 women and 1 man. They were all young and dressed in modern clothes. It was impossible to tell which cultivation system or force they belonged to. Song Shuheng asked, "I don't know them." 16, "Do you know them?" 16 shook her head. "Are they here to cause trouble?" Song Shuheng asked. He had been attacked a lot by big shots recently, so he felt a little nervous. Lady Onion guessed, they probably came to see Senior Medicine Master. Song Shuheng said, "I'll go down and have a look." He then opened the window and jumped out. As he was halfway through his jump, he stopped abruptly and jumped back up again. Senior Turtle asked, "Why did you jump back up?" "Jumping out of the window is a disease that needs to be cured," said Song Shuheng. After saying that, he opened the door and went down the stairs. Senior Turtle. "Isn't jumping out and then jumping back up while mid-air even a worse disease?" Su Clan 16 leaned against the window, and took a look at the area below. Elder Sister White Dragon, Senior Turtle, and Lady Onion all huddled against the windows and looked down as well. Song Shuheng ran to the door and opened it. S Senior Tyrannical Song. S Senior Tyrannical Scholar. S Senior Tyrannical Dragon. There were 3 different voices that sounded, and 3 different names that were called out. The only thing that was the same was that the 3 young fellow Taoists all trembled like little quails. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Song Shuheng directly. Song Shuheng. Am I really that scary? When I first started cultivating, the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group said that I had a kind-looking face. Fellow Taoists, you don't need to be so nervous. Why have you come here? Song Shuheng tried his best to keep his voice as gentle as he could make it. This junior is from the Drifting Starlight sect, she. Fairy Nike. Ding Gone. We greet Senior Tyrannical Song. The 3 young fellow Taoists bowed respectfully to Song Shuheng again. Their emotions were a mix of fear and joy. They were afraid because the person before them was Senior Tyrannical Song, but the reason for their joy was the exact same. This was Senior Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years. Song Shuheng asked curiously, "You guys came for me?" Yes, Senior Tyrannical Song. The young man who looked the youngest out of the three stared at Song Shuheng with a look of reverence. Fairy Nike said, "We were ordered by our master to escort our junior brother to the Jiangnan area for his tribulation transcension. Therefore, we came to greet Senior Tyrannical Song." Nike and the girl named Shi were both in the fourth stage realm. As for the young man named Ding Gon, he was at the peak of the second stage realm, about to reach the third stage realm. "I see." Song Shuheng smiled slightly. After his name as Profound Sage Tyrannical Song became known across the universe, some well-informed cultivators and forces already knew that he often appeared in the area around Jiangnan University Town. The news that the Jiangnan area was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's domain had already spread among a small circle of cultivators. Therefore, if a disciple of any force wanted to transcend their tribulation in the Jiangnan area, they first had to go and pay a visit to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, "Have you already found a good place to transcend the tribulation?" She replied softly, "Yes, we have already prepared a location." "Alright, I wish little fellow Taoist a successful tribulation." Song Shuheng patted the young man as he spoke. What a coincidence, a third stage heavenly tribulation. Should I go with them and collect the third stage tribulation lightning and use it to make a dish? Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song. Ding Gon was very happy to receive Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's well wishes. Finally, he brought out a small box, and said, "This is a small gift that my master asked me to bring to Senior Tyrannical Song. I ask Senior Tyrannical Song to accept it." Song Shuheng wanted to refuse, but as Ding Gon handed over the small box to him, he could smell the fragrance of spirit stones inside the box. This young man has an inner demon. From behind his waist, the black scarlet heaven sword sent him a voice transmission. 1. Chapter 1918 Senior Chu, I haven't cultivated for that long, but don't lie to me. It seems that this little fellow Taoist and I have some fate. When he heard the reminder from the black scarlet heaven sword, Song Shuheng immediately had such a thought in his mind. The third stage tribulation lightning and the inner demon tribulation were both great things. It was just that they were rather troublesome to acquire. For the tribulation lightning, he needed Senior White to come and seal it for him. Currently, Song Shuheng could only need the lightning, and he did not have the ability to seal it. He was still in the middle of learning how to seal it from Senior White. As for the inner demon tribulation, so far, there was no method in the universe, or at least one that he knew of, to forcefully extract an inner demon from another person. When is little fellow Taoist Ding Gon going to transcend the tribulation? Song Shuheng asked with a smile. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song actually cared about the date of his tribulation. Ding Gon felt slightly flattered, and replied, reporting to Senior Tyrannical Song, Junior is going to transcend his tribulation on November 22nd. Song Shuheng said, a good day. Ding Gon said happily, this Junior thinks so as well. After saying that, he put the gift in both hands and looked at Song Shuheng, hoping that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would accept their gift. Song Shuheng smiled slightly. He reached out and tapped on the gift box lightly, sending it into the inner world. Spatial means? Or was it a spatial magical treasure? This was the first time that Ding Gon had seen spatial abilities. He had only heard of such abilities from the words and stories of his senior brothers and sisters in the sect. Senior Tyrannical Song, we three juniors will be taking our leave now. Fairy Nike bid goodbye to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng said, three little friends, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the three little cultivators stopped and looked at Senior Tyrannical Song in confusion. Song Shuheng said, just wait a moment, I've got to ask my senior about something. He decided to bring the three little fellow Taoists into the yard and let them wait there for a while. Afterward, his consciousness sneaked into the inner world and went to the living spring. There, young Master Hai's clone lay weakly by the pool, with a seal on each of his limbs, completely immobilized. In fact, even if there were no seals on his limbs, young Master Hai's clone would not dare to move. The fairy in the spring was simply too terrifying. While staying next to this fairy, he felt that it was difficult for him to even breathe. He sensed that the fairy in the spring was a terrifying existence in a realm similar to Demon Emperor Haji. One Pavilion Master Chu's head bobbed up and down in the spring, and a strand of hair would stretch out from time to time and poke at young Master Hai's clone. With every poke, a miserable cry would shoot out from young Master Hai's mouth. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior Chu, is there a way to extract the inner demon from young Master Hai's body?" Pavilion Master Chu shook her head. She had grown her shoulders and collarbone now, and could finally shake her head properly. "At this time, I can only create a projection of his inner demon through a magical technique. It's like looking at the inner demon through a mirror. However, it's very difficult to extract an inner demon from someone's body. This process is like pulling someone's reflection straight out of a mirror, and it's very difficult. I'm taking notes from Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique. However, I have yet to figure out anything substantial." "Senior Chu, you got this," said Song Shuheng. He was thinking that if Senior Chu did have a way to extract inner demons, then he could help fellow Taoist Ding Gon by extracting his inner demon. This could be considered repayment for the gift they brought when visiting him. What a pity. "But, I do have an idea," Pavilion Master Chu said. "Under the heavenly tribulation, the form of an inner demon would change. When an ordinary inner demon transforms into an inner demon tribulation, there is an instant in which the inner demon takes a physical form. If we were to combine my means with Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique, perhaps we could extract the inner demon tribulation. However, this needs some experimentation. The next time you transcend a tribulation, we can try it out if an inner demon is born." Tu Song Shuheng said, "Oh, there's actually a little fellow Taoist who is about to reach the third stage and is currently with me. He has the seed of an inner demon inside him, but his inner demon is lurking deep within him. He probably hasn't discovered it yet." Pavilion Master Chu asked, "Is he about to transcend his tribulation?" Song Shuheng nodded, and said, "He plans on transcending the tribulation on the 22nd. I was wondering if there was any way to help him get rid of his inner demon." Pavilion Master Chu said, "Let me take a look. Give me a hand." "Sure, Pavilion Master Chu. If we can, let's help this little friend. These three little fellow Taoists are very polite," Song Shuheng added. Everybody liked polite kids. Tu Song Shuheng's consciousness returned to his body. The space above his head fluctuated, and long black hair drilled out of the inner world and grew directly out of Song Shuheng's head. This hair was so long that if it were allowed to fall, it could probably fill an entire room. However, the long black hair did not fall, and after it was extended, it began to flutter about. From the perspective of the three little fellow Taoists, Senior Tyrannical Song's hair grew wildly until reaching a length of around 7 or 8 meters. The long hair then fluttered upward, ignoring gravity. The state that profound sage Tyrannical Song was in was akin to a demon king descending upon the world. The three little fellow Taoists trembled silently. They weren't frightened by profound sage Tyrannical Song's appearance, but rather the terrifying pressure that emanated from the long hair. The pressure made them breathless, and they could not help but want to immediately curl up on the ground. This was the pressure brought about by a huge gap in power, and this was with Pavilion Master Chu restraining the aura she was releasing as much as she could. If Pavilion Master Chu directly released her immortal light wheel, these little guys' eyes would not be able to handle the sight of the laws, and would directly go blind. Pavilion Master Chu's sweet voice sounded. "Are these the three little fellows?" Song Shuheng said with a smile, "Yes, they are. They're very polite kids. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair sensed the state of the three little fellow Taoists, and then she said to Song Shuhang, "Very polite kids? Well, you're a rude and rough kid who has no courtesy." 3. Song Shuhang. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed. Ha ha ha. Pavilion Master Chu's voice transmission was not blocked from its ears. Who is the little fellow Taoist who has an inner demon? Pavilion Master Chu asked again through voice transmission. This is little fellow Taoist Ding Gon. Song Shuhang then pointed at Ding Gon. Ding Gon lowered his head and slowly approached Song Shuhang. Pavilion Master Chu stretched out one strand of her long hair and gently touched Ding Gon. Ah! A scream sounded from Ding Gon's body. Ding Gon. I didn't scream. Who screamed? Pavilion Master Chu went straight to the point. Little fellow Taoist, you have an inner demon. An inner demon? Ding Gon looked confused. Pavilion Master Chu said, Shuhang, bring me some water. Song Shuhang's psychic energy moved, and he opened the faucet in the small courtyard. Afterward, a stream of clear water was brought over using psychic energy, falling in front of Pavilion Master Chu's long hair. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair lightly touched the clear water, and the clear water turned into a mirror that reflected Ding Gon. In the mirror, a bunch of squid-like tentacles appeared. Pavilion Master Chu said, Look, this is your inner demon. Song Shuhang asked curiously, what type of inner demon is it? Pavilion Master Chu said slowly, this is love. Senior Chu, I haven't cultivated for that long, but don't lie to me. How can love be this mess of warping tentacles? 8. Senior Chu transmitted her voice, and said, why would I even lie to you? This group of twisting tentacles is undoubtedly love, it's the inner demon of love. It was precisely because this type of love was taboo and twisted that it had to be avoided. This type of love was not the same as normal love, and it was this type that could produce an inner demon. If it had been a normal type of love, it would have been very difficult for the cultivator to have gotten an inner demon, because they generally had immunity to such things. Love was a very important emotion in the life of a young cultivator, and it could give birth to strong emotional fluctuations. Love was a double-edged sword. It could make a person burst out with outstanding potential, but it could also dampen their Tao heart. Therefore, when it came to the aspect of love, every major force had special courses on it. The psychology of love had been an important subject in the cultivation world since ancient times. Improving one's character, developing one's Tao heart, and cultivating the heart before cultivating immortality. At present, in some proper cultivation forces, there would usually be seniors who would deliver lectures for younger cultivators. Occasionally, there would be lessons in these lectures on how to correctly view the concept of love, how to view one's Tao companion, how to resolve a lovelorn state as quickly as possible, how to deal with heartbreak, and many other topics concerning love. There were also some forces who would teach their disciples to look down on love. They would frame it such that as long as you were strong enough and lived long enough, you could fall in love and have a 20-year-old Tao companion even when you were 1,000 years old. A portion of the old-fashioned forces would even publicize the statement that only the strong are worthy of love. Ding Gon frowned at the sight of the tentacles in the water mirror. An inner demon? Love? Fortunately, I came to see profound sage tyrannical Song this time. Otherwise, would not have even known that I had an inner demon. If I wasn't careful, I might have gone astray and died. He looked closely at the tentacles in the mirror, and began to think about the reason for the birth of this inner demon. Taboo love? Song Shuhang, Pavilion Master Chu, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword entered a small-scale group voice transmission state. Pavilion Master Chu also involved Su Clan 16, Senior Turtle and the others who were watching from upstairs in the scope of the group voice transmission. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, love is such a troublesome thing, it will bring people hope and strength during times of despair, but it can be the one to bring despair and make people lose their desire to live. This is why it's better to be a sentient weapon like me. However, it seems that little fellow Taoist Ding Gon doesn't even know about his inner demon. Does he not know about such a taboo or twisted love in his heart? Song Shuheng asked curiously. If it is related to love, what kind of love was it for it to have turned into an inner demon? Does it have something to do with a person he loved? Or does it have more to do with himself? The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded Shuheng, don't go around calling everyone little fellow Taoist, call him Big Brother. One Su Clan 16, who was watching from upstairs, could not help but laugh. Song Shuheng habitually used the saber-nurturing technique. A good, the black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword mumbled, its voice cute and crisp. The three little fellow Taoists facing them were dumbfounded. Pavilion Master Chu transmitted her voice, and said, that's because his heavenly tribulation is imminent. When one's heavenly tribulation is imminent, some minor emotions in the cultivator's heart will emerge. As long as there are loopholes in their heart or mind, sometimes even small loopholes that they do not notice would be magnified during such periods and transform into an inner demon tribulation. This is why the inner demon tribulation is the most hated tribulation of cultivators. In other words, little fellow Taoist Ding Gon's loophole was one he did not even know of. Su Clan 16 asked, but there normally isn't an inner demon tribulation in a third-stage heavenly tribulation, right? Some time ago, Su Kongjun had transcended his third-stage heavenly tribulation. Normally, the inner demon tribulation only began appearing in the fourth-stage heavenly tribulation. Senior Turtle replied, regardless of which heavenly tribulation it is, if the cultivator has an inner demon before their heavenly tribulation, there is a chance of it transforming into an inner demon tribulation. Pavilion Master Chu remarked, even if you are lucky, and your inner demon does not transform into an inner demon tribulation during the heavenly tribulation, your inner demon will undoubtedly grow larger. If you aren't careful, you can still end up experiencing cultivation deviation. Senior Tyrannical Song, Ding Gon said, is there a way to resolve my inner demon? At present, if you want to deal with your inner demon, you can only rely on your own Tao heart to resist it, Pavilion Master Chu answered in Song Shuheng's place. Now that you already know that you have an inner demon, and that it is related to love, you can be prepared for it when it comes. As long as one had precautions in their heart, and their Tao heart was firm enough when the time came, then they would not have a problem resisting such a weak inner demon. His inner demon was nothing serious. In fact, it was even so weak that he, himself, did not notice it. Scarlet Heaven Sword added, if you can know what your inner demon is related to, then simply strengthen your mental defense in that regard. Song Shuheng and the others all looked at Ding Gon with some curiosity. What was the love that caused the young man to form an inner demon? Such gossip could always arouse people's curiosity. Actually, even I have no idea in that regard. Ding Gon smiled wryly after sensing everyone's curiosity. Senior Turtle jumped down from upstairs, and asked curiously, you are at that phase when the feeling of love would be overflowing within you. Have you never fallen in love with someone else? Song Shuheng said, Senior Turtle, you need to deal with that disease of jumping down from windows. Next time, you should take the stairs. Senior Turtle waved its forelimbs, and said, it's fine. I'm a turtle, not a human. Isn't it normal for animals to jump out of windows? Cats, and all those other animals, they all go out through windows, don't they? 3. Song Shuheng. Ding Gon said embarrassedly, actually, I already have a Tao companion, and our relationship is very stable. Our relationship should not have had the conditions to foster an inner demon. One senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if it's not your fault, it's Shuheng's fault. 1. Song Shuheng. What does this have to do with me? What did I do? I have no fault in this. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia swooped out from behind Song Shuheng, and said, what is love? 2 Fairy Creation followed right after, and said, what is filial piety? The 2 fairies floated beside Song Shuheng on his left and right, flaring out their arms like white cranes as they stood on one leg like a golden rooster. Their eyes then stared straight at Song Shuhang's shadow. After a while, the black-skinned soft feather shyly emerged from his shadow, and assumed the same pose before saying, "Do you know the greatness of maternal love?" One on the opposite side, Ding Gon's face suddenly turned pale. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said slowly, "Exactly. Song Shuhang. No, it can't be this. I'm sure of this, and I don't have any psychological problems when it comes to maternal love." Ding Gon waved his hands again and again. Pavilion Master Chu pondered for a moment, and then she suddenly plucked a hair from the top of Song Shuhang's head. Then, she placed the hair in Ding Gon's hands. "Take this strand of hair, it might bring you a little luck." "Thank you, Senior." Ding Gon happily accepted the strand of hair. "This is profound sage tyrannical Song's hair, it should definitely work as a protective amulet, right?" Pavilion Master Chu put away the water mirror. The three polite young cultivators bid their goodbyes to Song Shuhang and took their leave. "Senior Chu, does my hair have a lucky effect? Can it really defend against inner demons?" Song Shuhang asked curiously. If there was such a function, he could grow it. He had the hair-growing technique, and he could get rich just by selling his hair. Pavilion Master Chu shook his head, and said, "No one, Song Shuhang." Pavilion Master Chu said slowly, "However, after all, it is the hair of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical Song. Moreover, it was a cultivator of my level who endorsed it. As long as I say that it brings good fortune, ordinary little cultivators will definitely believe it. One, in the case of this peerless expert's endorsement certification, what was fake could be made real." Pavilion Master Chu continued, "As long as he believes, there will be a sort of hint in his heart. Even if he encounters an inner demon, with the strand of hair in hand, he will subconsciously think that it can help him resist the inner demon and boost his confidence. It's a small trick, but sometimes it's practical. So that's the case." Song Shuhang raised his posture, and wrote this action down in his notebook. In the future, when his disciples Chu Chu and Little Kai transcended their tribulation, he could invite a peerless expert to appear to consecrate them with blessings as a protective amulet, boosting their confidence in transcending their tribulation. The seniors truly are worthy of being seniors. There is still a lot for me to learn from them. Pavilion Master Chu continued, "In addition, I placed a divine weapon appraisal mark on the strand of hair. When this young man transcends his calamity, we can watch him from a distance. Perhaps we can crack the mysteries of his inner demon and extract it." Whenever they made a move, reliable seniors truly were impeccable. Song Shuhang still had a long way to go before becoming a reliable senior such as that. Song Shuhang said, "Then let's wait for the 22nd. He could not provide little fellow Taoist Ding Gon with help. The little fellow Taoist had to overcome his tribulation on his own." Seeing that it was still early, Song Shuhang prepared to go to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients to try out and show off his cooking skills. 16 got ready to go with him. The other seniors stayed at home. Song Shuhang opened the door, and stepped out of the building. Suddenly, the sound of loud rumbling filled his ears. In the next moment, a normal immortal shuttle suddenly emerged from the void. It was an imitation of the universe-piercing flying shuttle. Before becoming enlightened, the sixth wielder of the will possessed the fastest flying shuttle in the world. Now, this flying shuttle was in the hands of Senior White 2. Later on, the current Senior White and Senior White 2 exchanged some technology, and he acquired an imitation. However, it was not much worse than the real one. The shuttle appeared in an instant, stopping right as it reached Song Shuhang's stomach. Song Shuhang screamed 4 times, and was knocked back and fell into the yard. "Shuhang, are you all right?" Su Clan 16 ran beside him. Song Shuhang got up from the ground, and touched his stomach. "Ugh. I'm fine." When the flying shuttle appeared, it had immediately stopped by the entrance. While the force from the impact might have seemed like it was a lot, in fact, it did not even harm a single strand of hair on his body. True Monarch Eternal Fire hurriedly jumped out of the immortal shuttle, and said, "Little friend Shu Heng, are you okay?" When we left, I set the immortal shuttle's navigation destination to the entrance. I wasn't able to stop in time. It was simply too fast. Song Shu Heng asked curiously, "Senior Eternal Fire was the one driving? Where is Senior White?" True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled bitterly, and said, "Fellow Daoist White was indeed the one driving it initially, but as we were flying back, the immortal shuttle stopped on a meteoroid, and he began to go into a daze. Therefore, I had no choice but to take over in driving the immortal shuttle back. By the way, it's already about time. Let's go to the scholarly faction. Who wants to drive the car? This immortal shuttle is a bit too fast for me. I feel uncomfortable driving it." 16 shook her head, and said, "I've never driven an immortal shuttle." Senior Turtle said, "I'm much more accustomed to just using spatial passages to travel. In addition, my turtle form isn't suitable for driving a flying shuttle." Song Shu Heng asked curiously, "By the way, Senior Turtle, what is your human form like?" One after a monster cultivator reached the 5th stage, it could take on a human form. Since Senior Turtle was a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm existence, it should have long acquired a human form. Senior Turtle chuckled. "You want to see my human form?" Song Shu Heng said, "Well, I am a little curious." Senior Turtle said regretfully, "Unfortunately, you are not beautiful enough." Song Shu Heng responded, "Huh? I only show my human form to those who I think are beautiful enough." Senior Turtle covered its face shyly with its forelimbs, and said, "I will only show the best side of myself to the person I like." 3. Song Shu Heng. Su Clan 16 smiled and patted Shu Heng lightly, comforting him, "Shu Heng, you're actually quite attractive." 2. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "While you are worth a second look, you look quite plain at first glance." Song Shu Heng looked up at the sky. This time he did not use the saber-nurturing technique on the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. 2. This was because he realized that the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword seemed to have been looking for opportunities to pierce his heart recently, piercing it in all kinds of manners. Afterward, it would trick him to use the saber-nurturing technique. 1. At this time, Sister White Dragon said calmly, "Don't listen to fellow Daoist Turtle's nonsense. Its cultivation technique is very special. It makes it difficult to show its human form. When it reveals its human form, it bursts out with its strongest power." "That sounds cool," Lady Onion said. Song Shu Heng could not help but say, "Senior Turtle, isn't your cultivation technique set in reverse? For normal monster cultivators, don't they show their true combat power only after they show their true forms?" "Who said that?" Lady Onion immediately said in disagreement. "My human form's pure combat power is higher than that of my true form." 1. Song Shu Heng. True Monarch Eternal Fire carried the shuttle into the yard and sighed. "Little friend Shu Heng, the topic jumps so quickly even when you guys chat offline. Anyway, let's get back to the main topic. Who's going to drive the immortal shuttle?" 1. Song Shu Heng stood up, and he quietly reached out to touch his waist was perfectly fine. He then opened his mouth, and said, "I've only driven an immortal boat once. It was a version modified by Senior White, so driving it didn't feel much different from driving a normal car. In other words, I'm quite sure I can't drive an ordinary immortal shuttle." For after saying that, Song Shu Heng turned his head and looked at Fairy Creation, the Virtuous Lamia, and the black-skinned Soft Feather. Did any of these 3 fairies know how to drive? The little heads of the 3 fairies tilted to the right in unison, and they all looked at Song Shu Heng cutely. It looked like they were acting out a play. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I know how to drive it, but my second form has no feet, and can't drive it. There's nothing we can do." "I guess we can only call a chauffeur," said Senior Eternal Fire. He then took out his phone, and began swiping on its screen. At the side, Song Shu Heng's face was calm. Ever since Song Shuhang had experienced the limited flying swords and the whizzing flying sword app in the scholarly faction, he was no longer surprised when hearing about immortal shuttle chauffeurs existing in the world of cultivation. It now sounded very natural to him. Song Shuhang suggested, "Senior, why don't I just store the flying shuttle inside my inner world, and then we fly to the scholarly faction on our swords and sabers?" "Don't, let's just call a chauffeur. Anyway, it's not that expensive to get one," True Monarch Eternal Fire insisted. "To be honest, fellow Daoist White's flying shuttle is very exciting to ride. I feel that if you aren't the one driving it, riding in it should be very enjoyable. While I don't want to drive it, I still want to ride in it for a while. An opportunity like this is hard to come by, let's not miss it." Song Shuhang always felt that True Monarch Eternal Fire was pulling everyone into a trap. He had already fallen into the trap himself, so he now wanted to pull a few more people to fall into it with him. Come on, a fellow Daoist has already accepted the request," True Monarch Eternal Fire said. "The fellow Daoist who took the request isn't that far from us. They should arrive in 10 minutes at most. Let's take a break and adjust our states." Su Clan 16 asked, "By the way, what about Senior White?" True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, "He's still in a daze inside the shuttle." About 10 minutes later, in the sky, a figure rushed over, and finally landed in front of Medicine Master's building. The person who had rushed over did not fly over using any magical treasure or weapon. He had run over solely using his 2 legs instead. The man shouted, "Fellow Daoists, are you the ones who needed an immortal shuttle chauffeur?" His voice was thick and magnetic. When Song Shuhang listened to this voice, he suddenly remembered the voice of one of his teachers for some reason. It was the type of voice used when reading articles out loud. "Yes, the door is open, please come in," said True Monarch Eternal Fire. After True Monarch Eternal Fire said that, the door opened. A man with disheveled hair and cyan-colored modern clothes entered the yard. He was clearly dressed neatly. But for some reason, he gave off the illusion that he was rather rough. In addition, Song Shuhang also noticed that the shoes on the man's feet were the other way around, with his left shoe on his right foot, and his right shoe on his left foot. After the man entered, he stretched out his hand and stroked his messy hair behind his head, revealing a very temperamental middle-aged man's face. He had a face that would make others inexplicably trust him. When Song Shuhang saw the man's face, he suddenly felt that it was very familiar. There was a name in his heart that he wanted to call out, but when he opened his mouth, he discovered that he did not know the man's name, and he did not even know who the man was at all. This feeling reminded him of the senior from the 9 Provinces number 1 group whom he would only remember whenever he checked his phone's contact list. He silently thought, "Is my everything I see feels familiar disease acting up again? Fellow Daoist, this is our immortal shuttle. Our destination is the scholarly faction," said True Monarch Eternal Fire. When he saw this man, he also felt a strong sense of familiarity about him. Therefore, he did not even ask for the other party's Daoist name, and simply chose to trust him. "No problem, the scholarly faction it is then. I'm very familiar with the place." The man smiled gently. The door of the flying shuttle opened, and the man swiftly entered the vehicle. "This immortal shuttle is awesome. Come on, everyone. The operation interface is not much different from that of a normal immortal shuttle. I'll be able to drive it perfectly well." Su Clan 16, Senior Turtle, Sister White Dragon, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword all entered the immortal shuttle. Behind Song Shuhang, both the virtuous Lamia and the black-skinned soft feather returned into his body. As for Fairy Creation, she did not completely return into his body, and decided to leave her head silently poking out from behind Song Shuhang's neck. Because of this, it looked as if Song Shuhang had 2 heads. She was quietly looking at the man who was going to drive the immortal shuttle. As if sensing her gaze, the man turned his head, looked at Fairy Creation, and smiled gently. In response to this, Fairy Creation was like a naughty student who had been discovered by the teacher in the middle of class, and she hurriedly returned into Song Shuhang's body with a swoosh. "Senior, do we know each other from somewhere?" Song Shuhang could not help but ask after stepping inside the flying shuttle. The man laughed, and said, "I know you. You're the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical Song. But you probably don't know me. In fact, I have a very common face. When you look at my face, do you feel that I look familiar? But then after thinking about it carefully, do you feel that among the friends and people you know, there are many whose faces are similar to mine? Well, that's because my face is very common. That's why whenever people see me, they feel that I'm familiar." Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang and Senior Eternal Fire nodded silently. "Sit down, everyone," the uncle who was driving said loudly. He then grabbed the control stick of the shuttle, and started up the shuttle with one foot. Boom! Senior White's immortal shuttle rose into the sky instantly. It soared up vertically at a speed that seemed like something had exploded behind them. The strong sense of weightlessness made Song Shuhang's body stiff. This immortal shuttle really has Senior White's style. It pursues extreme speed and excitement. In an instant, the shuttle had risen up high into the sky. After slightly adjusting the angle, it rushed towards the position of the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy. This flying shuttle was an imitation of the universe-piercing flying shuttle. The universe-piercing flying shuttle was a work made by the sixth wielder of the will, and it was known to have the title of reaching the fastest speeds excluding spatial techniques. When it came to short-distance journeys, it was even faster than spatial techniques. Spatial teleportation still needed one to open a spatial passage and enter before reaching the other side. Although the imitation that Senior White had was not as good as the real one, it was a product of the joint efforts of Senior White and Senior White II, so its speed was only slightly worse than the real one's. In its full-speed burst state, it was among the fastest across the entire universe. Moreover, this uncle, who was driving the immortal shuttle, was clearly an expert at driving flying shuttles. As soon as they rose into the sky, he immediately pushed the shuttle to its fastest speed. Ah! Lady Onion was the first to cry out. A pair of small hands stretched out from her onion sprouts, and tightly held onto Senior Turtle's shell. Su Clan 16 reached out and grabbed Song Shuhang's arm. But when she did so, she found that Song Shuhang's muscles were as stiff as iron blocks. Shuhang's fear of extreme speeds and fear of heights is acting up again. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword took the opportunity to send out a wave of heartrending. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and slapped his face. "I'm fine, I can still manage. Besides, thinking about it carefully, this speed is actually very exciting." Su Clan 16 smiled slightly and squeezed Song Shuhang's tight muscles. No matter how tough Shuhang's words were, his body would still react very honestly. At this moment, True Monarch Eternal Fire exclaimed, "There's a plane ahead." When driving immortal shuttles at high speeds in Earth's atmosphere, the driving experience was generally quite awful. There were a lot of planes flying all over, and if one flew too fast, there was a good chance of crashing into a plane if they weren't careful. "Don't worry, just leave this to me." The uncle who was driving smiled gently, and his magnetic voice was particularly reassuring. Afterward, the uncle suddenly steered the shuttle sharply, drawing a large beautiful arc and avoiding the plane perfectly, not affecting the flight of the plane in the slightest. This was definitely a maneuver at the professional level. Inside the immortal shuttle, Lady Onion screamed again and again. Song Shuhang reached out and tightly held onto 16's arms. With the terrifying speed of Senior White's immortal shuttle, the group soon arrived at the periphery of the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy from the Jiangnan area and landed steadily. The door of the immortal shuttle flew open. Senior Turtle calmly climbed out of the immortal shuttle, followed by the slightly wobbly-legged True Monarch Eternal Fire. Su Clan 16 was in pretty good shape, and with a slight exertion of her legs, she jumped out of the immortal shuttle. Then came Song Shuhang, who also jumped out of the immortal shuttle. However, when he was halfway through his jump, he suddenly lost his balance. Seeing that he was about to fall into the ground face first, Fairy Creation stretched out both of her hands, and caught Song Shuhang with her arms. True Monarch Eternal Fire turned to look at the driver's seat, and said, "Fellow Taoist, we've arrived at the scholarly faction. How many spirit stones do you charge for your driving?" But when he looked over, he discovered that the driver's seat was empty. The uncle who had been driving had disappeared. 1. True Monarch Eternal Fire held a spirit stone in his hand. Does he not want to be paid? Song Shuhang looked at the spirit stone in Senior Eternal Fire's hand, and discovered another way to make money. "Senior Eternal Fire, could you send me that app you used to call for a driver? I want to register an account on it. Afterward, I'll take some time to practice driving immortal boats and immortal shuttles. Once I'm good enough, I could probably take on a few orders." One Fairy Creation stretched out her hands and planted Song Shuhang's body into the ground. With a little force, Song Shuhang's feet were inserted into the ground. "Stop dreaming, Shuhang." Senior Turtle stood up and patted Song Shuhang lightly with its forelegs. "You're afraid of both heights and speed. What kind of shuttle are you planning on driving? More importantly, you don't have the time to take orders. Trust me, it would do you better to just develop your inner world into an amusement park with me. In this world, women and children are the ones who are the best at spending money. An amusement park would be perfect for raking in money. For, when my clone comes back, I can have it drive for me," Song Shuhang said while pinching his chin. The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, "Seriously, stop dreaming. You really don't have the time. If you did, you might as well go and work for a big shot, you'll probably even earn more." 1. Song Shuhang. Now that he thought about it carefully, he actually had a lot of ways to make money. What he lacked were not projects that he could attend to, but the time to attend to them. 1. You're all paying attention to the wrong thing here. Sister White Dragon behind Su Clan's 16 sighed, and said, "There seems to be quite a problem with the cultivator who has driven us here. When we reached the scholarly faction, he disappeared just like that. Are you not afraid that he has broken in and committed crimes in the scholarly faction?" Even she had not noticed when the other party had disappeared. This caused Sister White Dragon to become guarded. True Monarch Eternal Fire suddenly said softly, "The one who was driving just now was also a disciple of the scholarly faction. Although he deliberately hid it, I could sense the aura of the scholarly faction on his body." The true monarch put away the spirit stone in his hand, and said, "Let's go. Let me show you around the scholarly faction first. Allow me to properly welcome you to the scholarly faction once more." Lady Onion said, "Senior White still hasn't recovered. Senior White in a daze looks so beautiful. Leave that to me." Song Shuhang stepped forward and lifted the shuttle directly. "I'll carry it in. Speaking of which." When he had come to the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy previously, Senior White also seemed to be in a sleeping state. Senior White had lain in a cocoon and refused to wake up. In the end, Song Shuhang had to carry the cocoon into White Cloud Academy. History really did always seem to repeat itself. True Monarch Eternal Fire took Song Shuhang and his party into White Cloud Academy, and arrived at White Cloud City. Fortunately, there was no invasion crisis due to demons of the netherworld this time, and the air above White Cloud City was not filled with puppets defending it, so there was no flying sword limit today. One coupled with the fact that most of the scholarly faction's disciples had now moved to the world of the Golden Lotus, the flow of people in White Cloud Academy had decreased significantly, and it was clearly much more desolate compared to before. Along the way, the scholarly faction disciples that they met would bow and greet True Monarch Eternal Fire. True Monarch Eternal Fire was currently the one in charge of the world of the Golden Lotus, and was very popular in the scholarly faction. When their group arrived at the square, Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the statues of the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders. These 13 statues all had different temperaments. There was one that was gentle and elegant and another that was as noble as bamboo. There was one that was high-spirited, one that was unfettered, one that was bubbly and handsome, and one that was a delicate beauty. The materials used to make each statue were also different. One was carved from jade, while another was made using ordinary bluestone. There was a statue that was red all over, and one that had its body pure white without the slightest blemish. Just like last time, Song Shuhang's gaze fell on the statue that had an exquisite and lustrous body that was also transparent. It was this lustrous scholar who borrowed his ghost spirit and never returned it. Song Shuhang's eyes looked through the 13 tribulation transcenders, and could not find fairy creation among them. Is the fairy not among the 13 tribulation transcenders? In the end, his eyes fell on the statue of the tribulation transcender in the very lead. He frowned slightly. The face of this tribulation transcender statue had actually been erased. However, he remembered that when he had visited the scholarly faction previously, this tribulation transcender seemed to have had a face. Although he could not remember exactly what their face looked like, he was certain that the first time he saw the statue, this tribulation transcender had a face. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Eternal Fire, who is this tribulation transcender that seems to be the leader of them all?" True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled bitterly, and said slowly, "We can't remember." Song Shuhang responded, This is your scholarly faction's tribulation transcender." True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, "All of the records about this first tribulation transcender have been erased. We can't remember his name, and we have no impression of him." "The small black room of the heavens will," Song Shuhang said subconsciously. This effect was definitely the doing of the heavens will's small black room. True Monarch Eternal Fire said softly, "We had been speculating about and guessing many probable causes for a long time, and we did indeed settle on that being the most probable. But he hoped otherwise." Sister White Dragon looked at the statue, and her eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the cultivator who had driven for them. Fairy Creation also stared blankly at the statue of this tribulation transcender, and it seemed as if she remembered something. After half an hour, Fairy Creation took out her pipa, embraced it, and then began gently playing it with her slender fingers. The drawn-out sound of a pipa filled the air. Fairy Creation opened her mouth and began to sing softly in the language of the ancient era. On the 13 tribulation transcender statues, a brilliance condensed. The power of righteous chi that belonged to the scholarly faction gathered and condensed on the 13 statues. Indistinctly, a figure appeared on each of the statues of the 13 tribulation transcenders. They showed gentle smiles and lowered their heads to look at Fairy Creation dotingly. After several breaths of time, Fairy Creation's singing and playing came to an end. At the same time, the phantoms of the figures of the 13 tribulation transcender that had come to being from the gathered righteous chi also dissipated. Fairy Creation held her pipa tightly. Her small figure stood beneath the 13 giant statues of the tribulation transcenders. She raised her head to look at the cold statues, standing there without saying a word. Under her usual playful appearance hid a deep sorrow from the death of the scholarly sage, the death of over half of the 13 tribulation transcenders, and the collapse of the scholarly faction. The battle for the position of wielder of heaven's will was simply too cruel. Song Shuhang looked at the fairy from a distance. At this time, it was not suitable for anyone to comfort Fairy Creation. It was best to simply leave her alone. While in thought, Fairy Creation suddenly moved. She jumped up high while holding the pipa, jumping on top of the head of the leader among the tribulation transcenders. Then, she raised her hands up high, turned around, and stood on the tips of her toes on the edge of the tribulation transcender's head before finally performing a diving motion. Song Shuhang had a bad feeling when he saw this. Fairy Creation tossed her pipa up high with her right hand, and then she began spinning and rolling around. Her figure, form, and movements were absolutely stunning. Amidst all the attention, her body perfectly entered Song Shuhang's body. 1. Song Shuhang. Ho, a very pleasant entry into the water. Senior Turtle clapped with its forelegs. 1. The scholarly faction disciples who had been watching by the side also began clapping. 2. In the sky, the pipa fell, and Fairy Creation's arm stretched out from Song Shuhang's head to catch the pipa. She then waved it vigorously as if it were a trophy rather than a pipa that she was waving around. Acting had to be carried out well. The cheers suddenly became more enthusiastic. Song Shuhang had no choice but to carry Senior White's shuttle and use it to block the scorching gazes of the scholarly faction's disciples. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled and led Song Shuhang into the area where White Cloud Academy entertained guests. Originally, he wanted to directly entertain Song Shuhang in his private courtyard, but the courtyard had not been organized in some time, and it was currently quite a mess. All sorts of books and all kinds of things were scattered messily all over his courtyard. As such, he planned on quietly tidying it up first and only entertaining Song Shuhang and the others in his private courtyard after dinner. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Senior Eternal Fire, did Senior Skylark come to the scholarly faction?" When she had been at Heavenly Field Island, Skylark mentioned in the call with Thrice Reckless that she was going to borrow something from the scholarly faction before going to Netherworld Realm. "I just asked the disciples who are in charge of the management of the academy through voice transmission about that, but they said that fellow Daoist Skylark has not visited White Cloud Academy," True Monarch Eternal Fire said, and added, "I've already asked the disciples of other academies of the scholarly faction to check if fellow Daoist Skylark has visited any of them. We'll just have to wait and see if any of them have been visited by her." "I just hope that Senior Skylark had not been impulsive," Song Shuhang thought to himself. He got a bad feeling inside him as he thought about this matter. "Hey, Shuhang. That cultivator is a part of Yellow Mountain's household, right? What was his name again?" "Farewell Hook?" Lady Onion suddenly said. She was standing on top of Senior Turtle's shell, and Senior Turtle was currently lying right by a window. Song Shuhang looked in the direction that Lady Onion had pointed, and saw a young man and woman talking and laughing in the corridor opposite them. "That's Zhou, Song Shuhang said with a smile. "His Daoist name is Heaven Shrouding Hook, not Farewell Hook." "Then that fairy with Zhou should be Teacher Jade Zither, Ouyang Yuan, right? She's quite the typical scholarly faction fairy. Her entire body is filled with a profound aura." After so many twists and turns, the pair had finally gotten together. The main reason for this was that Daodu had been unable to take Zhou Li's time as much recently as it had been under Senior Yellow Mountain's watch. Seemingly having sensed Song Shuhang's gaze, Zhou Li turned his head and met Song Shuhang's eyes. Then, he saw the gleaming eye in Song Shuhang's left eye socket, the scholarly sage's eye. Zhou Li's face turned pale when he saw this. He suddenly avoided Song Shuhang's gaze, and carefully reached out to touch his lower abdomen. "Song Shuhang. Brother Zhou Li, we've known each other for so long. Your reaction really makes me feel quite sad. He, but the more you try and avoid me, the more I get the urge to go over to you." Song Shuhang got up and got ready to mess with the other party. But just as he got up, he sighed, and said, "No, I'm not Daodu." Then, under everyone's doubtful gazes, he sat back down. "Daodu can do whatever he wants because he is Daodu. But I'm not Daodu. I honestly thought that you wouldn't be able to hold yourself back." The voice of Senior White's clone suddenly sounded from behind Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang turned his head and found that Senior White's clone had come back to his senses at some point. He was holding a disposable flying sword in his hand and pressed it against his waist. Song Shuhang's body suddenly became covered in cold sweat after discovering this. Senior White's clone said earnestly, "I've promised to protect fellow Daoist Zhou Li and Teacher Jade Zither as their matchmaker. It isn't easy for them to be able to develop their affection for one another like this. I will send to Mars anyone who tries pulling them apart like Daodu." Song, another life saved, Shuhang. "By the way, is there a fortune teller around here?" Senior White said. "I suddenly have the urge to have someone divine their relationship." 1. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, didn't you say that you weren't that good at fortune-telling? Not being good at it doesn't mean that I can't do it, Senior White's clone said calmly. And I have a unique divination technique. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, I have a set of divination sticks. Let me go and get it. The set of divination sticks that True Monarch Eternal Fire was talking about was a set that Fairy Skylark had left at his place when she visited the scholarly faction a very long time ago. True Monarch Eternal Fire, Skylark, White, Yellow Mountain, and several other members of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group had been a circle of friends even before the establishment of the group chat. True Monarch Eternal Fire quickly ran back to his private courtyard, found the set of silver divination sticks in his treasury, and returned. He was afraid that if he took too long to get the divination sticks, fellow Taoist White and the other fellow Taoists would grow tired of waiting, and directly head over to his private courtyard to help him look for the divination sticks. If that were to happen and they saw the messy state that his private courtyard was in, his image would take a huge hit. One after returning quickly, he handed the set of silver divination sticks to White's clone. Divination sticks were an instrument often used by fortune-tellers, but generally, the sticks that were used by fortune-tellers were made from bamboo or wood rather than silver. Although silver was quite valuable, that was in terms of the mortal world's money rather than spirit stones. Song Shuheng and the rest gathered around, wanting to see what was so special about Senior White's unique divination technique. Senior White's clone calmly grabbed the divination sticks, and began chanting something. If you listened carefully, you would be able to hear him repeating, divine the marriage between Zhou Li and Ouyang Yuan. One after repeating this a few times, Senior White grabbed all of the divination sticks. And then he held them forward. Song Shuheng asked, do you want me to pick one out? Senior White's clone said, no, wait for the divination stick to automatically jump out. Song Shuheng looked curious. Wait for the divination stick to automatically jump out? It can jump? It feels like it would be quite difficult to force a stick to jump on its own. This is the same as Gao Momo wanting to lie down and just start automatically typing. It's very unscientific. While Song Shuheng was lost in his thoughts, suddenly, the whole room vibrated violently. Lady Onion grabbed onto Senior Turtle's shell. Was that an earthquake? True Monarch Eternal Fire quickly explained, don't worry. It should just be from the disciples of the scholarly faction transporting a large immortal cave. The relocation of the scholarly faction was already coming to an end, and most of the important things had already been transferred to the world of the Golden Lotus. Now, the only things that still had to be transferred were the larger or more difficult things to move. For example, some immortal caves needed to be transferred to the world of the Golden Lotus. During the process of transportation, it could knock and bump with other things and cause loud rumbling just like the one a few moments ago. Song Shuheng said, so that's how it is. At the same time, with a tink sound, a divination stick jumped from Senior White's hand and fell to the ground. Was it because of the vibration just now? Song Shuheng was thoughtful. Perhaps when Gao Momo becomes lazy again in the future, I could send Gao Momo microvibrations, during which Gao Momo's computer keyboard would move about and have its keys pressed by him, and with that, allow him to type out a string of text. For Gao Momo would definitely be very happy if such a thing were to happen. Senior White's clone bent down calmly, and picked up the divination stick. On the divination stick, a string of complex divination words were written, and some patterns could be seen as well. However, Senior White did not look at the words or the patterns. He looked at the stick, and said, the 9th stick, Jiaran. Great fortune. Yes, they are a good pair. True Monarch Eternal Fire stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Then I will contact fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain after a while and tell him to set an earlier date for their union. This divination stick from fellow Taoist White could be said to be a blessing in and of itself. With this stick, Zhou Li and Ouyang Yuan's major life events would likely not face any difficulties. At the same time, True Monarch Eternal Fire quietly sent Ouyang Yuan a voice transmission to tell her the good news. Alright, that's a wrap. Senior White's clone kept away the divination sticks. Senior White, could you do a divination for me as well? Song Shuheng pointed to himself. Senior White's clone first glanced at Song Shuheng's eyebrows. Okay. The space between your eyebrows isn't dark this time. 1. Song Shuheng. I'll do a divination for you. What do you want divined? Asked Senior White's clone. Song Shuheng said, just one on my fortune. The scholarly faction was a good place, but it was also the place where he had died the most. Since Senior White was in the mood to divine things, then he felt that he should take advantage of this opportunity to see whether he had good or bad fortune for today. Okay. Senior White grabbed all the divination sticks again, shook them around, opened them like a fan, and then handed them to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng asked curiously, Huh? Are we not going to wait for the divination stick to jump out on its own? Senior White's clone. I'm just aiming it toward you. Don't move. Song Shuheng suddenly said, the divination sticks aren't going to all shoot out at the same time and pierce through my chest, are they? One Senior White's clone calmly said, if that's what you want, I can satisfy your wishes. No, 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 no. Song Shuheng waved his hands again and again. Whoosh! At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew. The wind blew in through the window, and sent all the books, papers, and small items flying everywhere. Lady Onion clutched onto Senior Turtle's shell. Is this another thing caused by the scholarly faction moving house? True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled, and said, no, this time, guests have come. At the window, a white crane flapped its wings and settled on the window sill. It was True Monarch White Crane. The strong wind just now was the result of the flapping of its wings when it landed. Tink, one of the divination sticks that Senior White had been holding, had fallen onto the ground after having been blown by the wind. This is it. Song Shuheng hurriedly reached out and picked up the divination stick before handing it to Senior White and waiting for the result. Senior White's clone took the divination stick, glanced at it, and replied, the 41st stick, Wushan. Decent fortune. Not bad, your luck today is not too bad, and you might even have a bit of luck on your side. Song Shuheng felt relieved when he heard this. This at least meant that he would not experience something like dying repeatedly like he did previously, and it even stated that he might have some luck today. One in that case. I should take advantage of decent luck today and do something with it. I should hurry and finish something. Perhaps with this fortune, I might even be able to smoothly complete a troublesome matter, and perhaps even gain an unexpected windfall in doing so. Senior Eternal Fire. Song Shuheng was filled with energy. Let's go to the world of the Golden Lotus now and see if there is a way to solve the problem of the Heavenly City fragments being impossible to transfer into the world of the Golden Lotus. I feel as if I'm filled to the brim with strength and energy right now. I might be able to solve the troubles of the scholarly faction in one go by taking advantage of my decent luck. When True Monarch Eternal Fire saw Song Shuheng filled with energy, he smiled, and said, all right, then I will go and make the arrangements right now. Little friend Shuheng, just give me a moment. I will take everyone to the world of the Golden Lotus in a short while. After saying that, True Monarch Eternal Fire waved towards the window. Fellow Taoist White Crane, why have you come to visit the scholarly faction today? Fellow Taoist Eternal Fire, don't mind me. You can treat me as if I'm air. I won't bother you. True Monarch White Crane waved its wings. True Monarch Eternal Fire did not mind this. He waved his hand with a smile, and his body turned into a layer of light that shot toward the world of the Golden Lotus. Meanwhile, in the void outside the world, a figure with slender legs stepped out of a spatial gate. A small sun was rolling as it followed behind her, sending a warm light all around it. The Heavenly Emperor stretched her waist, and said, it's almost time. In the current scholarly faction, there were also members of the Heavenly City, to be precise, there were some disciples of the scholarly faction who had once been a part of the heavenly city. After the last battle for the position of wielder of the heaven's will, the scholarly faction met with a dire situation and fell apart. The disciples of the scholarly faction were attacked by the demons of the netherworld, and they nearly collapsed from this. After a long period of time, the heavenly emperor established the heavenly city to suppress the universe. The original heavenly city was all-encompassing. Whether it was Buddhism, Taoism, the scholarly faction, monsters, or demons, as long as they met the conditions, they would all be accepted into the city. Among them, some disciples of the scholarly faction had joined the ancient heavenly city. After the collapse of the heavenly city, among the descendants of those who were from the scholarly faction, there were those who returned to become disciples of the scholarly faction. There was nothing wrong with this group of disciples, they were no different from normal scholarly faction disciples. However, the former heavenly city was the path of the heavenly emperor. As long as she joined the heavenly city, the heavenly emperor could collect some information from these scholarly faction disciples through her path. Once she gathered enough of these bits of information, the heavenly emperor could easily acquire the information she wanted. Information involving things such as the heavenly city fragments that were hidden inside the scholarly faction, or the world of the golden lotus that the scholarly faction possessed. The heavenly emperor thought to herself, I'll focus on getting information on the heavenly city fragments first. She had no intention of going head-to-head against the scholarly faction, she merely wanted to take back what was hers. She still had several things in her possession that the scholarly faction would absolutely not be able to refuse. For example, she had the corpses of some of the fallen tribulation transcenders who were among the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders. She could use them to exchange for her heavenly city fragments. The heavenly emperor adjusted her state, and prepared to open a spatial gate. But just as she stretched out her hand, she suddenly discovered that the space had been locked. It seems that my luck today isn't bad. A man's voice sounded. From within a shadow, a figure stepped out. He was wearing a sheet and looked particularly forlorn. The heavenly emperor said sweetly, "Senior Almighty Merchant, we meet again. Don't address me like that. I really can't take you addressing me as senior." The Almighty Merchant waved his hand, and said, "I didn't expect the dignified heavenly emperor to be like this." The heavenly emperor giggled, and said, "Cute?" 2. The Almighty Merchant. The fragments of the ancient heavenly city were originally mine. The heavenly emperor stretched out her fingers, and said seriously, "I merely want to retrieve my things." The Almighty Merchant said, "Those things, I bought them through regular channels. I bought the fragments from the successors of your ancient heavenly city, so those fragments are already mine." How heart-stifling. The heavenly emperor stretched out her hand and placed her hand over her chest. "Those prodigal things. I'm going to kill them. Now, hand over the fragments," the Almighty Merchant said slowly. "If I were faced with the version of you from the ancient era, I would only be able to consider myself unlucky. But now, my fists are harder. Fists are the hard truth. It seems what you previously told me about business having to be carried out reasonably is nothing but nonsense. In the end, you still depend on your strength." The heavenly emperor raised her arms, and said, "Okay, I admit defeat. Then, I will be giving the 3 Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments to fellow Taoist." 2. After saying that, the heavenly emperor threw 3 pieces of compressed heavenly city fragments over to the Almighty Merchant. The Almighty Merchant had an expression of disbelief when he saw this. "She's actually returning them?" He pulled out a long golden staff and used it to tap on the heavenly city fragments to check on them. "These are actual Eastern Spring Pavilion fragments. They're the real deal." But the heavenly emperor was too cooperative. She had surely hidden something inside them. If he were to take them just like that, then he should pluck off his head and give it to Almighty Seller to kick around. "What tricks are you playing here?" the Almighty Merchant said solemnly. He then stretched out his hand and used the sheet on his body to cover the 3 ancient heavenly city fragments before putting them away. Why are all of you business people like this? You're always full of distrust toward others. When I wasn't cooperating with you, you said that you had a harder fist than me, and now that I have softened up and decided to cooperate and return your goods to you, you're stirring up more trouble. What do I have to do to make you satisfied? You're honestly making things really difficult here. The Heavenly Emperor laughed, and said, however, I do like seeing you vexed like this. 1. The Almighty Merchant. The Heavenly Emperor said slowly, I can assure you that the goods I return to you are the fragments of Eastern Spring Pavilion. Moreover, I did not secretly exchange them for others, these are the 3 fragments that you took away from me back then. The little sun behind her exuded a dazzling light, setting off her stunning appearance. What did you do? The Almighty Merchant's heart felt stifled. For the first time, he found himself extremely uncomfortable when the other party suddenly decided to cooperate with him. He discovered that he would much rather prefer them to fight, and that he would have much more peace of mind if he had just snatched the Heavenly City fragments back from the Heavenly Emperor instead. I've already made my move. This is a battle of ability between us. If you can crack what I've hidden in the 3 fragments, then you win. Otherwise, you lose. The Heavenly Emperor stretched out her hands, revealing a confident look on her face. 1. You're that confident? The Almighty Merchant clutched his sheet and shrank back into a ball. That's because I am the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor raised her head slightly. The Almighty Merchant laughed and disappeared into the shadows. No matter what the Heavenly Emperor had done to the 3 Heavenly City fragments, as long as they were in his hands, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to find out what she had left. The Almighty Merchant disappeared, and the spatial blockade was lifted. Study it well, fellow Taoist Almighty Merchant. A slight smile emerged on the Heavenly Emperor's face. She then opened a spatial gate, stepped into it, and directly traveled into the vicinity of the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy. Even if fellow Taoist Almighty Merchant studies those fragments until next year, he won't be able to find anything. After all, I didn't leave anything on those fragments. 2. She could already picture the scene of the Almighty Merchant scratching his head while studying the fragments diligently. She liked leaving other people in great confusion. As for why she simply returned the 3 Heavenly City fragments to Almighty Merchant? This was because the thing she needed from the 3 Heavenly City fragments, particularly the parts of them that were related to her path, had already been retrieved by her. As such, she would be able to make up for the lack of the 3 fragments. In the ancient era, the Heavenly City was often demolished or partially damaged due to various accidents, and the Heavenly Emperor naturally had certain means to repair such damage. These 3 fragments were not large in size, so it would not be too troublesome to recreate them. Last but not least, she knew that the seller of the Eastern Spring Pavilion was little friend Song Shuhang. This gave her a lot more room to play with. She found little friend Song Shuhang a lot more fun to play with. She would much rather spend her time playing with Song Shuhang rather than waste her time with the Almighty Merchant. 2. Time is precious. The Heavenly Emperor's figure disappeared into the spatial passage. She was still busy retrieving the Heavenly City fragments of the scholarly faction. At the scholarly faction Senior White's clone, Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Senior Turtle, Lady Onion, and True Monarch White Crane were brought by True Monarch Eternal Fire to the entrance of the World of the Golden Lotus. The entrance to the World of the Golden Lotus had not yet been opened. As Song Shuhang approached, he sensed a faint resonance between his inner world and the World of the Golden Lotus. However, during the last accident in the World of the Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang and True Monarch Eternal Fire had worked together to seal up the passage connecting the World of the Golden Lotus and the World of the Black Lotus. Therefore, Song Shuhang's inner world was unable to connect with the World of the Golden Lotus. After the 2 small worlds faintly resonated with one another, they quieted down. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White's clone, who was beside him. He was neither suddenly dozing off nor entering seclusion. Senior White's clone was in a normal state. Coupled with his decent luck and that there was no darkness in the space between his brows, Song Shuheng felt especially calm. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior Eternal Fire, what are we going to do next?" True Monarch Eternal Fire responded, "I'll show little friend Shuheng and fellow Taoist White something first." When I heard little friend Shuheng mention that he transferred an ancient heavenly city fragment into his small world, I returned to the scholarly faction to prepare and try doing the same. But in the end, it did not go smoothly. After saying that, True Monarch Eternal Fire clapped his hands. In the distance, a scholarly faction disciple controlled several pages of scriptures and carried a huge fragment of a public square. Those texts on the scripture pages were written by the scholarly faction disciple by memory. After activation, 20 scripture pages were able to support the weight of a huge public square. "The entrance to our world of the Golden Lotus is relatively large," explained True Monarch Eternal Fire. "Anything the size of this huge public square can be stuffed through and into the world of the Golden Lotus." Song Shuheng was envious. With the thousands upon thousands of years that the scholarly faction had been operating, the sect was easily able to make use of the world of the Golden Lotus. Once the world of the Golden Lotus was born, it was very huge, and it was a complete small world. They had been able to make great use of it and develop it in a short period. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng was working on his inner world nearly all on his own. In addition, the size of his small world was completely incomparable to that of the world of the Golden Lotus. One True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "Normally, other objects of the same volume can easily be sent into the world of the Golden Lotus. However, when transferring the heavenly city fragments, we are faced with a form of rejection." That group of scholarly disciples controlled the heavenly city public square fragment, and stuffed it into the world of the Golden Lotus. With that, the fragment was slowly sent into the world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuheng said curiously, "Isn't it going quite well?" As soon as he said that, Song Shuheng's inner world sensed the world of the Golden Lotus producing a throbbing like it was experiencing nausea. In the next moment, the huge fragment of a public square was spat out. Whoosh! Perhaps due to the influence of the inner world, the heavenly city public square fragment that had been spat out by the world of the Golden Lotus shot straight toward Song Shuheng. Why was it reflected over there?" True Monarch Eternal Fire said softly. Nevertheless, the scholarly faction had already long prepared for this reaction, so there was no need to worry. "Be careful." Song Shuheng took 16's little hand, and brought her behind Senior Turtle to squat down and hide. Senior Turtle was currently in its 3-meter-tall giant turtle form. In this form, it was relatively wide. Its turtle shell was just enough for Song Shuheng and 16 to hide behind. "Ah, what do I do?" cried Lady Onion. Since she was too lazy to walk, she was stuck on the Enlightenment Stone on Senior Turtle's shell. If the heavenly city fragment crashed down on Senior Turtle's shell, wouldn't she be squashed into onion paste? Senior Eternal Fire smiled, and said, "Don't worry, we have long been prepared for this. This isn't a problem at all." Boom! The ancient heavenly city fragment that was spat out hit an invisible barrier before finally falling in front of Senior Turtle slowly. Senior White's clone said, "Don't worry, you have decent luck today. There definitely won't be a case of you getting squashed by a heavenly city fragment." With Senior White having said that, Song Shuheng felt at ease all of a sudden. The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "As it is now, it would at most crash in front of you, but it definitely would not hurt you." Song Shuheng suddenly got the urge to move his right hand and use the saber-nurturing technique. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "This is what happens to most heavenly city fragments. Even if they can fit and are then sent into the world of the Golden Lotus, they will be rejected and repelled by the world of the Golden Lotus after a short while." Senior White's clone squatted beside the heavenly city fragment. "Are all heavenly city fragments rejected?" True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "Almost all of them are. So far, the scholarly faction has only been able to transfer 2 very small fragments into the world of the Golden Lotus. This is why I asked Shuheng to come and have a look." Song Shuheng walked forward to the side of the heavenly city fragment, and stretched out his hand to feel out the fragment. He did not feel any difference between this ancient heavenly city fragment and any of the other fragments that he had been in contact with. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior White, what do you think?" Senior White replied, "I don't know yet. Let me check it out first. We can enter the world of the Golden Lotus and take a look at the two heavenly city fragments that were able to be moved in and see what's different with them. What do you think?" Song Shuheng nodded, and said, "Just now, when the heavenly city fragment was sent into the world of the Golden Lotus, my inner world sensed that the world of the Golden Lotus felt nauseated." Nauseated? True Monarch Eternal Fire looked bewildered. Lady Onion snapped her fingers. "So you're saying that the heavenly city fragment was not in line with the tastes of the world of the Golden Lotus, and it found it disgusting and spat it out? If that's the case, do we have to make the heavenly city fragment taste better?" One Song Shuheng chuckled, and said, "For example, sprinkle some fragrant onion oil on it." Lady Onion shivered. "I'm just kidding. You work for me now, and I promise not to take your onion sprouts out of nowhere," Song Shuheng said seriously. "That is, unless you give me your permission." Lady Onion shook her head desperately. At this moment, Su Clan 16 asked, "Shuheng, since the world of the Golden Lotus rejects this heavenly city fragment, does your small world also reject it?" Song Shuheng thought for a moment, and said, "Senior Eternal Fire, should we try transferring this heavenly city fragment into my small world and see if my inner world rejects it?" They just had to be careful when carrying the experiment out lest the inner world directly incorporated the heavenly city fragment into itself. "No problem, we actually had the same thought," True Monarch Eternal Fire said. Song Shuheng was invited by True Monarch Eternal Fire with the idea of letting him transfer the heavenly city fragment into his personal small space. They wanted to know whether the problem stemmed from the ancient heavenly city fragments or their world of the Golden Lotus. "Then let me give it a try." Song Shuheng rubbed his hands together, and pressed them on the heavenly city fragment. Afterward, he called out, "Senior White, do you have a way to shrink down this heavenly city fragment?" Senior White's clone replied, "Just cut it. Cut it up into several pieces and put it back together inside." "Is there any different way?" Song Shuheng said, "After all, this thing was owned by the scholarly faction, so it wouldn't be good if they broke it." Senior White's clone glanced at the size of the heavenly city fragment, and after thinking for a short while, he nodded. "Well, I do have a magical technique that might come in handy. Give me a moment." After saying that, Senior White's clone suddenly disappeared. Seeing Senior White suddenly disappear, Song Shuheng's heart leaped up. Could Senior White be leaving to avoid bad fortune again? The last time that this had happened in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, he had died countless times. As such, Song Shuheng was particularly sensitive to such things. "Shuheng, are you alright?" When 16 saw Song Shuheng's nervous look, she reached out and patted his back lightly. Song Shuheng said, "It's okay. I have decent fortune today, I'll surely be fine." He repeatedly reminded himself that he had a decent fortune today. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "If you're nervous, sing a song to ease the tension." Pa! Song Shuheng's hand used the saber-nurturing technique on the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. It had given him a sincere suggestion this time. This really is the best feeling," the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said in extreme comfort. Song Shuheng nodded silently. He was suddenly no longer nervous. Whoosh! At this time, Senior White's clone reappeared. He was holding a booklet in his hand. Song Shuheng vaguely saw the words Universe Hiding Sleeve written on the booklet. First this, then this. And then this hand seal, and then I do this. Senior White's clone waved his right hand around while looking at the booklet and making hand seals. Senior White, are you learning the technique right here right now? Looking and doing, there is nothing that I can't do, by White. One true monarch White Crane took out his phone, and switched to his petite female human form. It then held the phone while lying on the ground and squirming around constantly as it recorded Senior White's movements on video. Squirming and writhing about, it eventually arrived right beside Song Shuhang's feet. Senior White Crane said softly, "Shuhang, hurry up and get out of the way." Song Shuhang. He and 16 stepped aside. Then, he said softly, "Senior White Crane." True monarch White Crane said, "I'm busy. Don't bother me. This is the most important moment of my life, no interruptions are allowed." Song Shuhang silently closed his mouth, and stretched out his hand to do a zipping motion over his mouth. He wanted to tell Senior White Crane that its phone was not recording at the moment, but since Senior White Crane had told him to shut up, he had to shut up. As a junior, he respected his seniors very much. Almost got it," said Senior White's clone. After saying that, he threw the booklet over to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang caught the booklet with a puzzled look on his face. Senior White's clone said, "I learned it already, it's useless to me now." "So because of that, you threw it over to me?" "Thank you, Senior White." Song Shuhang happily opened the booklet. 8th Stage Magical Technique, Universe Hiding Sleeve. 1. This magical technique could be cultivated by those who were at the 8th stage Profound Sage realm. The process of practicing this magical technique was very complicated. One needed to start learning right at the first realm, touching the laws of the Profound Sage realm. I am the Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years. Afterward, Song Shuhang silently put away the booklet. He was still self-aware. While he was the first sage in 1,000 years, he was a fake. If he really wanted to learn this magical technique, he would have to first wait and cultivate his way up to the 8th stage before doing so. Most importantly, he could not understand the contents. Although the text in the booklet was written in Chinese, and Song Shuhang could read each character separately, when they were put together in the way that they appeared in the booklet, he could not understand anything it was saying. He would need to spend some time thinking about it carefully and take advantage of the presence of Senior White, Senior Turtle, Pavilion Master Chu, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and get their help in order to understand the contents of the booklet. Then, he could directly start practicing it when he reached the 8th stage. 3. Next to him, True Monarch White Crane was lying on the ground, staring at Song Shuhang with resentful eyes. At the same time, it was also staring intently at the booklet that Senior White had touched with his own hands. Senior White's clone asked, "Fellow Taoist Eternal Fire, do you have clothes with wider sleeves?" The clothes on his clone's body were not like the myriad changes magical clothing that his main body wore. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist White, please wait." After a while, a scholarly faction disciple came over with a brand new set of scholarly robes, and handed it to Senior White. True Monarch White Crane jumped up from the ground, and shouted, "Senior White, you want to change? Do you need any help?" No, Senior White directly put the scholarly robe over his body. Song Shuhang took out his phone, directed it at Senior White, and started recording a video. Senior White's clone was about to cast Universe Hiding Sleeve, so he definitely had to record this for later reviewing. Yes, it was absolutely for learning. One Senior White's clone made a hand seal with his left hand, and gently rolled his right sleeve against the Heavenly City fragment. A stream of light flashed, and the Heavenly City fragment disappeared. It's heavy. It also feels like the sleeve is going to get torn at any moment. Senior White's clone flicked the sleeve gently, and said, when you cast this Universe Hiding Sleeve in the future, make sure to get a better robe or look for another magical technique to use in conjunction with Universe Hiding Sleeve. Shuhang, open a gate. Here you go." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and opened an entrance to the inner world. Senior White trod on air, and entered the inner world. Song Shuhang stopped recording on his phone, and nodded with satisfaction. The scene where Senior White cast Universe Hiding Sleeve was recorded perfectly. Then, He turned his head to look at True Monarch White Crane lying on the ground and smiled. True Monarch White Crane asked, "What are you looking at?" Song Shuheng put away his phone. "I just wanted to tell Senior White Crane that your phone hasn't been recording this entire time. All this time, you've just been dangling your camera at Senior White." 1. True Monarch White Crane. 1. It quickly opened its phone and took a look. After a moment, it froze. The feathers on the wings on its back stood up one by one. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" True Monarch White Crane lay on the ground, feeling completely drained. Su Clan 16 covered her mouth and chuckled. "That's because Senior White Crane told Shuheng not to bother you with anything." True Monarch White Crane burst into tears. Ding! At this time, its phone received a message. "Tyrannical Song sent you a video." 2. True Monarch White Crane. It's a video of Senior White casting universe hiding sleeve. Song Shuheng smiled slightly. True Monarch White Crane asked, "Only a snippet? No full version?" "Of course I have a full version." Song Shuheng smiled honestly. At this time, he looked especially like the almighty merchant. 1. True Monarch White Crane gritted her teeth, and said, "Bah, even if I have to throw spirit stones into the toilet, I wouldn't buy a video from you." "TSK, how much is it? You can state your price." "I'm just kidding." Song Shuheng took Su Clan 16's little hand, stepped into the inner world, and smiled as he said, "I sent you the full version I have." 5. He did not have a video creation tool on his phone, and he did not know how to cut a video. So, the version he sent to True Monarch White Crane was naturally everything he had. True Monarch White Crane jumped from the ground, patted the dust off its body, and rushed into the inner world. Inside the inner world. The entrance to the inner world opened by Song Shuheng this time led to the edge of the world. They were in a large open space. This was new land that had been added to the inner world after Song Shuheng purified the evil energy of the netherworld from the patients from the beast realm a few days ago. After the inner world became full, it began slowly digesting everything it had consumed. Even now, the space was still expanding. Senior White said, "I'm going to release the Heavenly City fragments." Song Shuheng nodded, and said, "No problem, just place it here." At the same time, the inner world assistant appeared beside Song Shuheng to assist him in handling the fragment. They had to avoid the Heavenly City fragment directly merging with the inner world after falling to the ground. Senior White's clone flung his sleeve. Then, a light flashed once again. Boom! The huge Heavenly City fragment appeared out of thin air and fell with a boom. At the moment when the Heavenly City fragment, the inner world began operating instinctively. The soil in the open space turned into mud, wrapping around the base of the Heavenly City fragment, and the inner world began trying to integrate it with itself. "Stop, stop." The inner world assistant waved its little hand again and again, cooperating with Song Shuheng to stop the merging process. After receiving Song Shuheng's order, the inner world finally stopped integrating the fragment. The mud that wrapped around the base of the Heavenly City fragment stopped, and did not take any further action. However, the mud was still wriggling slightly. It was like it was licking the Heavenly City fragment. "You can't eat it, so you decide to just lick it instead?" Nevertheless, Song Shuheng let out a breath of relief. As long as it didn't consume it, just licking to relieve its craving was fine. It seems that little friend Shuheng's small world does not repel the Heavenly City fragments. True Monarch Eternal Fire sighed. This meant that it was their scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus that was the one that had too particular an appetite. It's especially non-repulsive of the fragment. "It even looks as if little friend Shuheng's inner world is starving," Sister White Dragon said with a smile. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, "Senior White, can you take this Heavenly City fragment first? Otherwise, I'm afraid that the inner world might swallow it in one bite." Senior White reached out toward the Heavenly City fragment and flung his sleeve again. The light flashed, and the fragment once again disappeared into his sleeve. The mud on the ground of the inner world reluctantly receded. Sister White Dragon's small claws scratched her face. She got the feeling that when the Heavenly City fragment was taken back, it was missing something. 2. Did the mud that was licking the base of the Heavenly City fragment lick a layer away? Or did it lick away something else? 3. Am I just hallucinating? Sister White Dragon silently thought to herself. Compared with the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang's inner world was not very picky with its food. It was fine eating anything or integrating anything into itself. Sister White Dragon saw all kinds of strange things in the inner world. For example, inside the inner world, there was a forest, which seemed to be a secret realm filled with murderous intent that had been cultivated by a powerful cultivator. But in the end, it had been moved into Song Shuhang's inner world and become a part of the inner world. There were also many different Heavenly City fragments, which were sorted out by inner world assistant little by little and arranged harmoniously together, inside the inner world. It felt like as long as you could stuff it into the inner world, it would be accepted by it. One Song Shuhang asked curiously, by the way, Senior White, how big is your universe hiding sleeve? It seems to be related to one's strength and realm. The stronger you are, the more things that the universe hiding sleeve can hold. If you have some understanding of spatial energy, it would be even easier for you to use, Senior White's clone said, and then added, in my case, I've only just learned the magical technique, so not taking into account other factors, if I were to push myself, I should be able to handle a small hill? Then, when Senior White becomes familiar with this technique, would you be able to contain a mountain? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. This universe-hiding sleeve was both beautiful and ruthless. Song Shuhang could already imagine containing a mountain inside one's sleeve, and then suddenly throwing it at anyone who caused him dissatisfaction. Senior Turtle easily read what Song Shuhang was thinking through the expressions on his face, and it laughed, and said, it would be better to just refine something like a wild mountain seal, magical treasure rather than use the universe-hiding sleeve to keep a mountain to smash people with. As soon as you bring a magical treasure like that out, you can immediately make them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. One Song Shuhang said, mountains are magnificent. If you don't like the quality of the mountain, you can choose to keep a meteorite instead, and use that to press down on others. Is it cool to hit someone with a meteorite? Senior Turtle blinked. It suddenly realized that there really was a generation gap between itself and Song Shuhang. It would much rather bring out its turtle shell and refine its shell into a seal, and then throw that. Shuhang, open the gate. Senior White's clone said. My sleeve won't be able to hold on much longer. I've only just learned the universe-hiding sleeve, and I'm not comfortable using it yet. I still have to simplify it into a style I'm more accustomed to using. Song Shuhang quickly opened an exit. Senior White then immediately jumped out of inner world. The other fellow Taoists and Song Shuhang followed after him. Behind him, the inner world assistant kept smiling as it waved goodbye. Boom! Senior White flung his sleeve and released that Heavenly City fragment. If only there was a magical technique to make a sleeve stronger. Senior White's clone raised his right hand and shook his sleeve lightly. Song Shuhang blurted out, steel sleeve technique? That sounds really weak, Senior White said. It would be much more logical for the universe-hiding sleeve itself to have the effect of strengthening the sleeve. I'll think about it when I have some time. Song Shuhang suggested, why don't you just attach some formations to your sleeve to strengthen it? I'll do some research on it when I have the time. Then, Senior White said to True Monarch Eternal Fire, fellow Taoist Eternal Fire, let's go to the world of the Golden Lotus next. I want to see if there are any differences between the Heavenly City fragments that the world of the Golden Lotus accepted and those that it rejected. Okay, fellow Taoists, please follow me. True Monarch Eternal Fire nodded, and opened an entrance to the world of the Golden Lotus. Senior White's clone and the group of fellow Taoists all entered the world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuhang and 16 went last. Just as he and 16 were about to go in, a broad palm suddenly patted his shoulder. "Yo, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we meet again." Whoosh! Song Shuhang's protective light of virtue, saber intent armor, the armor of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, turtle shell. Over 10 kinds of defenses rose up around him in an instant. When the owner of the large palm approached, Song Shuhang had not sensed them in the slightest, and the same went for the virtuous Lamia and senior Scarlet Heaven sword. If the owner of the palm had not patted him on the back, and had stabbed him with a saber instead, then he would have absolutely not been prepared for it. A direct stab to the back was the most deadly. The owner of the palm chuckled, and said, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, your defenses are quite special." Song Shuhang turned his head and saw the uncle with a common face standing behind him with a smile on his face. While the other party could be said to have a common face, this middle-aged man was actually quite attractive. The more you looked at him, the better he would look. Though it would be a lot better if he wore his shoes correctly. Song Shuhang frowned slightly. This middle-aged uncle looked familiar, and he felt as if he had seen him somewhere, and recently as well. However, his memory seemed to have been affected, and he just could not remember who they were. This was very strange. With his current memory as a 6th-stage cultivator, under normal conditions, he should be able to clearly remember almost everything that he had seen. The middle-aged man pointed at his face cheerfully, and said, "I was the driver. Sister White Dragon." This guy really went into the scholarly faction. Song Shuhang asked cautiously, "So it's fellow Taoist. Why did you enter the White Cloud Academy?" "Because I was originally a disciple of the scholarly faction." The driver uncle smiled. "Actually, I had originally already been intending to head to White Cloud Academy, that was also why I took up your request for a driver." Sister White Dragon asked, "May I know fellow Taoist's Taoist name?" The driver uncle replied, "HM, you can call me whatever you want. Anyway, after I tell you, you'd forget about it in mere moments." Song Shuhang thought for a moment. Is it due to the Heaven's Will's small black room? Or is it the inheritance of a mysterious senior swordsman? What inheritance of a mysterious swordsman? The driver uncle looked confused. He is a reliable senior. Song Shuhang patted his chest, and said, "He's very kind, handsome, and powerful. He is a senior I respect very much." 2. Su Clan 16. The driver uncle said, "The state that I am in is similar to when one is inside the Heaven's Will's small black room. I'm temporarily able to move around and appear here by relying on a secret technique. I didn't expect for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song to know about the Heaven's Will's small black room. You're indeed very knowledgeable." Song Shuhang said, "That's because I was locked inside it in the past." The driver uncle looked at Song Shuhang in shock. "You managed to get out?" Song Shuhang replied, "Well, I was locked inside for a short period of time, and then I was eventually released." The driver uncle sighed. Profound sage tyrannical Song's life experience is incredibly rich. Sister White Dragon stared at the driver uncle thoughtfully. "Is there something fellow Taoist needs from me?" Song Shuhang asked. At the same time, he thought of the statue of the Tribulation Transcender that led the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction and had its face rubbed off. After all, this was too coincidental. It felt like the two were undoubtedly connected. I just suddenly had a thought. I came looking for fellow Taoist tyrannical Song to verify it." The driver uncle went to the heavenly city fragment and gently rubbed it. "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, can you take this heavenly city fragment into your inner world, and then bring it out and move it into the world of the Golden Lotus? Is there a difference?" Song Shuhang said curiously. The world of the Golden Lotus repelled the heavenly city fragment. Even if it were forced into it, it would still be spat out, right? Unless the cause of the nausea that the world of the Golden Lotus felt was discovered, it would be hard for them to find a solution for it. "Well, it's just a small test." The driver uncle smiled, and said, "Of course, I won't ask for fellow Taoists to do it for free. I have a volume of this Buddha's giant palm of punishment, which is a lost secret technique passed down in the Jingang Temple. How about it?" 2. Although this giant palm was only a secret technique of the third stage, it was a secret technique that the outside world had lost, and was incredibly precious. It was impossible to find this technique anywhere in the world. If one wanted to learn the true supreme skills of the Jingang Temple, this giant palm was an important stepping stone to do so. A lost technique of the Jingang Temple? Song Shuhang immediately thought of his own basic Buddhist fist technique and second stage demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. But why was this lost secret technique of the Jingang Temple in the hands of someone from the scholarly faction? It's because I happened to meet a great expert from the Jingang Temple recently. His style was something I myself yearned for. It seemed as if the muscles of the whole world had grown into him, and they were especially powerful. He and I exchanged some notes with one another, and I learned quite a bit from him. Eventually, I received this volume of the Buddha's giant palm of punishment from him. The driver uncle possessed the face-reading technique, and was easily able to read Song Shuhang's thoughts from his expressions. 1. When this Buddha's giant palm of punishment is displayed, it can trigger a divine punishment like thunder and lightning type of power. And at the same time, it can condense a giant Buddhist palm. It is especially well suited to fellow Taoist tyrannical Song who is inclined to the lightning and fire attributes. The driver uncle glanced at Song Shuhang. He could see that Song Shuhang practiced 3 top-tier body tempering techniques. Among them was the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha from his scholarly faction, and another should be the holy ape dragon power technique. As for the last one, he could not pinpoint what it was. Moreover, he had long known that Song Shuhang practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique and the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, and that these 2 fist techniques from the Jingang Temple were the foundation of his cultivation. So, will fellow Taoist tyrannical Song cooperate with me and carry out this small experiment? The driver uncle smiled slightly. Song Shuhang turned his head, and asked, "Sister White Dragon, what do you think?" "Well, the cultivation technique is being delivered right to your door, and you don't have to use much effort to get it, so why not?" Sister White Dragon replied while glancing at the driver uncle. Could this guy be looking for a successor in the place of his friend from the Jingang Temple? But Song Shuhang's cultivation is very complicated. If he plans on teaching him in order to have him become the successor of Jingang Temple, I'm afraid he would end up disappointed. "Alright then, senior, I'll cooperate with you." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand. The driver uncle stretched out his left hand and shook Song Shuhang's right hand. To a happy cooperation. Song Shuhang. After letting go, Song Shuhang said, "I'm going to call Senior White out." If he wanted to put this heavenly city fragment into the inner world, he would need the help of Senior White's universe-hiding sleeve. There's no need to bother others. "I'll help you," the driver uncle said. "It just so happens that I have a magical technique that I wanted to try out." After that, he stretched out and aimed it at the heavenly city fragment. Buddhist land in palm. Another unique skill from the Buddhist system? Song Shuhang stared at the Buddhist power that was coming from the hands of the driver uncle. Could it be that this uncle from the scholarly faction is a spy from the Buddhist faction? 2. Don't look at me like that. The driver uncle put away the heavenly city fragment and said softly, "If I were to use the scholarly faction's secret technique, it would cause giant visions to appear in the air. At that time, the entire White Cloud Academy would begin shaking, and it would attract the attention of a lot of people. That isn't in line with my low-key style." Song Shuhang suddenly discovered that his facial expression library was not rich enough for this occasion. He had no idea what facial expression he should display in front of the driver uncle after hearing what he just said. "Come on, open the gate. I'll send this heavenly city fragment to your world," the uncle driver said while his hand glowed with the power of the Buddhist land in palm. In the miniature Buddhist land, there were bursts of Buddhist sounds, making it appear like a miniature version of the Western paradise of the Buddha Amitabha. Actually, fellow Taoist, when you use these Buddhist abilities, the visual effects are still quite large, Song Shuhang said as he opened an entrance to the inner world. Nah, this level is still very small. The driver uncle jumped lightly and entered the inner world. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 followed right after him. They landed at the same open space where Senior White's clone had placed the Heavenly City fragment earlier. Song Shuhang asked, fellow Taoist, are you going to be placing down the Heavenly City fragment? The driver uncle waved his hand gently and released the Heavenly City fragment. Song Shuhang looked at the ground. The soil of the inner world turned into mud again, wrapping around the base of the Heavenly City fragment. As it wrapped around the base of the fragment, it began to lick it. But this time, after a few licks, the mud shrank back. Huh! Song Shuhang found himself rather curious when he saw this. The inner world was clearly enthusiastically licking it just a few moments ago. Why did it suddenly lose interest? This reminded Song Shuhang of some memories from his childhood when he ate homemade popsicles. Whenever he had those flavored popsicles, he would place as much of them as he could inside his mouth and begin sucking out all the sweet flavoring from them. Afterward, what would be left was nothing more than ice that was bland and tasteless. Could it be that this Heavenly City fragment had also become tasteless, so the inner world no longer felt like licking it? At this time, the driver uncle suddenly said, speaking of which, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, your vigilance is very lacking. Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Huh? This small world should be your trump card, right? Said the driver uncle. Normally, small worlds like the inner world were the life-saving trump card of a cultivator. Song Shuhang nodded. Theoretically speaking, it was indeed a trump card of his. However, he did not really get to use it as such most of the time. Since it's a life-saving trump card, how can you let me, a person you've barely met, enter it so easily? The driver uncle said seriously. If I had malicious intentions, I could have destroyed this small world of yours, causing you to lose a trump card. Don't underestimate the destructive ability of cultivators, especially cultivators who have grasped the laws of space. It isn't difficult for such people to break a small world like this one. In the future, make sure to not just let people into your world so casually. This small world of yours is very precious. Song Shuhang nodded. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. At the same time, he quietly glanced at 16. Elder sister White Dragon was still inside her body. Actually, Song Shuhang had initially been very cautious and strict with letting others enter his inner world. Other than a couple of seniors who he considered reliable, he did not disclose information about his small world to anyone. He completely regarded the inner world as his life-saving trump card. Then one day, the inner world and Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus became linked, becoming friends of sorts. A while after that, Song Shuhang's thoughts about the inner world changed. Now, if there was an enemy that was too strong for Song Shuhang to defeat, he would willingly welcome them into his inner world. 3 After all, as long as they entered the inner world, it would be equivalent to jumping right where Senior White 2 was. Moreover, it was Senior White 2's real body that resided there, not just the projection that he used to walk around the main world. Song Shuhang was extremely confident in the strength that the ruler of the Netherworld's real body possessed. Of course, the driver uncle was in no way wrong with what he said, as there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, there would still be a delay between the enemy jumping in and Senior White 2 making a move. In the past, the inner world was a mess, and there were no precious things stored inside it, so even if a part of it got destroyed, Song Shuhang would not have felt that bad. But now, the inner world was full of all kinds of treasures, and he was cultivating and nurturing all kinds of spirit plants and spirit beasts inside it. All of these things were very valuable. It was necessary to take some protective measures in the inner world. The defense did not need to last all that long. As long as it could last until Senior White 2 made a move and prevented the inner world from being destroyed, it would be enough. Several ideas quickly emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. He looked up at the sky of the inner world. The virtuous Lamia was still weaving the inner world's virtuous dragon network. When this large network eventually became as complete as the dragon network, the inner world assistant could begin operating the inner world's power like the dragon network assistant, and use that to defend the inner world. The inner world assistant was originally a replica of the dragon network assistant, so the defensive measures that the dragon network assistant possessed had also been replicated into the inner world assistant system. In addition, there were several ancient heavenly city fragments in the inner world. Those that were still relatively complete had their own defensive measures, such as the Palace of Winter, the Virtuous Palace, the 33 Divine Beast Department's toilet, the ancient heavenly city's canteen number 111, and a couple of other ones. In the era of the ancient heavenly city, there had to be a complete defense system that connected the various palaces together. If they were able to refer to that and have the fragments cooperate with the inner world assistant, then they would be able to imitate the defense system from the heavenly city's era. Finally, there was also Pavilion Master Chu, who was bored out of her mind and blowing bubbles in the living spring. If not, he could ask her for some advice on how to set up defenses and protect the inner world. If Pavilion Master Chu was interested and willing to join the defense system of the inner world, it would be even better. Having an immortal be part of the defense system would be especially reassuring. They could also move a couple of dangerous areas inside the inner world, such as the Death Forest that Senior White had transferred in. At that time, if he were just facing some weaker enemies, Song Shuheng would not even need to waste his time. He could simply grab them all and throw them into these areas. Inspiration kept on overflowing in Song Shuheng's mind. He suddenly discovered that his inner world was full of potential. As long as he could think of ways to use the things inside it, the potential of the inner world was humongous. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. Song Shuheng thanked the driver uncle again. The driver uncle went silent for a few moments before saying, I'm getting the feeling that fellow Taoist tyrannical Song is thinking of something extremely dangerous. 3 Song Shuheng said, I am a peaceful person, the future successor of the motherland. The driver uncle? There really was a generation gap between him and profound sage tyrannical Song. Even though they were chatting face to face, they did not seem to be on the same page. Shuheng, 16, where did you two go? Why haven't you come in yet? At this moment, the voice of Senior White sounded in the ears of Song Shuheng and 16. Senior White just called, Song Shuheng said. We should head over to the world of the Golden Lotus. The driver uncle nodded and said, let's go. At the entrance of the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuheng and 16 headed toward the entrance, but the driver uncle did not follow. 16 turned her head curiously and found the uncle waving at her and Shuheng. Song Shuheng asked, fellow Taoist, are you not coming in? The driver uncle said, I have to keep a low profile. You guys go on. When you're in there, ask Sage White how to take out the Heavenly City fragment. I'll be waiting for the results of fellow Taoist's experiment from here. Fellow Taoist, you won't suddenly disappear on us again, right? Song Shuheng said, he still hadn't gotten the promised Buddha's giant palm of punishment. The driver uncle, who was proficient in reading facial expressions, was immediately able to decipher what was in Song Shuheng's mind. He stretched out his hand and took out a thick book and threw it at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng opened it and saw that it was indeed in the style of the Jingang Temple, and there were pictures of a muscular monk in the book. Every few pages, there would also be cultivation chants attached. The driver uncle said, this Buddha's giant palm of punishment is similar to a flip book. When you hold this book and flip through it quickly, you will find that the content of this book seems to come alive and start moving. Song Shuheng replied, I see. He held the Buddha's giant palm of punishment firmly in his hand and began flipping through the book. Indeed, the pictures in the book looked as if they had come alive. When the time comes, fellow Taoist, you can first write down the cultivation chants and then just start flipping through them quickly. After you chant them a few more times, you can start to learn the Buddha's giant palm of punishment. It's very simple and practical. Back then, the Jingang Temple promoted having their disciples learn on their own, allowing them to go at their own pace. Unfortunately, the Jingang Temple's inheritance, the driver uncle said regretfully. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Song Shuheng put away the Buddha's giant palm of punishment. After he mastered this move, he would be able to stretch out his hand and create a giant palm mixed with the power of divine lightning. It sounded especially cool and powerful. Moreover, when he thought of the combination of Buddha's palm and divine punishment's lightning, Song Shuheng immediately thought of the city-scale lightning palm in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. He felt that the two had quite a few similarities. Song Shuheng and 16 turned around and entered the world of the Golden Lotus. The driver uncle nervously stood guard outside the inner world, waiting for Song Shuheng to come out. He said softly, "I hope the experiment is successful." If the experiment was successful, all of the heavenly city fragments in the scholarly faction's possession could be transferred into the world of the Golden Lotus in one go. In this way, it would be possible to delay the Heavenly Emperor in rebuilding the Heavenly City. Consequently, that would cause the current wielder of the will to continue to remain in an incomplete state. In addition, if the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus were to acquire many ancient Heavenly City fragments and expand through them, that would be very beneficial for its future development. Chapter 1927 Inadvertently Outstanding. Inside the world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuheng and 16 locked onto Senior White's aura and quickly rejoined with the rest of the seniors. "Yo, Shuheng, where did you go with little 16 just now?" True Monarch White Crane leisurely looked at Song Shuheng with a teacup in hand. It was not able to help with the Heavenly City fragments, so it was standing by the side idly. Song Shuheng said, "We met a fellow Taoist at the entrance and we chatted for a bit. However, because of that effect similar to that of the wielder's small black room, after he and 16 entered the world of the Golden Lotus, they had already forgotten what the driver uncle looked like. It was only the existence of the Buddha's giant palm of punishment in his magical bracelet that proved to Song Shuheng that his previous experience was real. At this time, Senior White was walking in the air, observing a 9-layered pagoda. This pagoda and the giant stone platform below were both fragments of the ancient heavenly city. These two were the only fragments that they were able to smoothly transfer into the world of the Golden Lotus. "Come here, Shuheng. Do you notice anything different between the heavenly city fragments here and outside?" Senior White spoke to Song Shuheng while seemingly having already found something. Song Shuheng leaned over and reached out to touch the pagoda. He said doubtfully while touching the pagoda, "Why do I feel like there's something about this pagoda that's missing compared to the other ancient heavenly city fragments?" One Senior White nodded and said, "Yeah, I felt the same." The eyes of True Monarch Eternal Fire lit up. "Have Senior White and little friend Shuheng figured out something?" Sister White Dragon also came out and said, "There is indeed something amiss with this pagoda." In short, this pagoda was giving her the same feeling as that fragment that had been transferred into Song Shuheng's inner world and got licked repeatedly. "Let me try something and see what exactly might be different with it." Song Shuheng willed it, and the fingertips of the glove of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure on his hand partially receded, allowing his bare fingertips to touch the pagoda. At the same time, his body scattered as he entered his pseudo-eternity smoke form. The price required to appraise an ancient heavenly city fragment would definitely be high as it was something from a long time ago. As such, Song Shuheng had already mentally prepared himself. Sister White Dragon said, "Wait, Shuheng. Before you use your strange appraisal technique, let me tell you some information about this pagoda so that the price you have to pay can be decreased a bit." She knew that Song Shuheng had an appraisal technique that would cause him to start spewing blood and bring him mental pain 10 times as intense as what he would feel physically. However, the more he knew about the object that he was appraising, the less the appraisal's cost would be. Sister White Dragon used to be the ancestral golden dragon of the heavenly city, so she knew about most of the structures in the heavenly city. She was especially familiar with this pagoda, which could be seen all over the heavenly city. But she was too late. When Sister White Dragon spoke, Song Shuheng had already cast the secret appraisal technique and began paying the price. Large clouds of smoke began scattering out of his body and flowing upwards. A small, black mushroom-shaped cloud soon formed above his head. Song Shuheng said with a trembling voice, Sister White Dragon, next time, if possible, please remind me earlier. As expected, the pain that came with appraising an ancient heavenly city fragment was extremely high. His body was trembling from the pain, and the only thing he could do at this moment was enduring as best as he could. Sister White Dragon, who would think that despite you knowing how painful using that technique is, you wouldn't even have second thoughts when using it? It honestly even seems like you enjoy using this magical technique. 3. In the meantime, information on the pagoda had already been fed back into Song Shuheng's mind. A dilapidated 1,000-mile pagoda. This pagoda was used by the ancient heavenly city to monitor foreign foes remotely. It was an integral part of the heavenly city's defense system. A total of 80,000 1,000-mile pagodas were distributed all over the ancient heavenly city to provide absolute security for the city. The prototype of the 1,000-mile pagoda was the 10,000-mile sensing pagoda designed by the ancestral Golden Dragon. This version was mass-produced with some of its functions taken off. Due to its connection with the ancient heavenly city having been cut off, as the years passed, it lost the nourishment of the heavenly city and turned into an ordinary heavenly city fragment. Song Shuheng, he turned his head to look at Sister White Dragon. As he looked at her at this time, he found her to be full of historical charm. The big shots around him were all extremely old, and they would quite often inadvertently display the brilliance of their past. The secret technique that Senior Turtle had copied down, the heavenly city fragment from the Almighty Merchant, which turned out to be the old home of the virtuous Lamia, and also that ancient tomb he ventured into, which had been created by Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and was part of the inheritance of the Cultivators of True Virtue. Now, the very designer of the ancient heavenly city fragment that he had just appraised turned out to be right beside him. He could only offer his respect to Sister White Dragon. Song Shuheng asked, Sister White Dragon, is it expensive to manufacture 1,000-mile pagodas like this one? He was preparing to create a watertight defense in his inner world. This 1,000-mile pagoda had been an integral part of the ancient heavenly city's defense system, and the original designer was right by his side. It would be a crime to waste such a good opportunity to make use of what he had available to him. No, manufacturing these doesn't cost that much, Sister White Dragon said. Each pagoda only needs 10 ninth-stage spirit stones at most in order to be manufactured. Song Shuheng's whole body suddenly began trembling. 10 ninth-stage spirit stones? He began converting the value in his mind. 10 ninth-stage spirit stones were equal to 100 8th-stage spirit stones, 1,000 7th-stage spirit stones, 10,000 6th-stage spirit stones, or 100,000 5th-stage spirit stones. 1 spirit stones of the 5th stage were the most used ones in the world of cultivation. 100,000 5th-stage spirit stones, this was an enormous amount of spirit stones that Song Shuheng could not even imagine having. Other than the time when he borrowed a spatial magical treasure filled with spirit stones from Senior White, Song Shuheng had never had such a large amount of spirit stones. Song Shuheng asked, are there any discounts? Sister White Dragon said calmly, that's just the price of the raw materials. Song Shuheng said, I will try my best to make money. You can do it. Sister White Dragon encouraged. It was a good thing for a man to want to make money. As long as he did not intend to do anything illegal or immoral, it was worth encouraging them. One true monarch White Crane approached and said, this pagoda is called 1,000-mile pagoda? Song Shuheng nodded and began recounting the information he got from the appraisal. After listening, True Monarch Eternal Fire thought for a moment and said, that is to say, the difference between this 1,000-mile pagoda and the fragments outside is that it has lost its connection with the original heavenly city and something has disappeared from it with the passage of time. Is that why the world of the Golden Lotus doesn't reject it and allows it to merge with itself? But then what is that thing that has disappeared from it with the passage of time? I have a suggestion, Sister White Dragon said. How about we bring out that heavenly city fragment into the world of the Golden Lotus and see if it accepts it? Senior White nodded. I agree. Apparently, both he and Sister White Dragon were aware of certain details and had made the same speculation. I almost forgot about that, said Song Shuhang hurriedly. That heavenly city fragment is in my inner world. When 16 and I were pulled aside by that big shot fellow Taoist, the other party told me to bring a heavenly city fragment into my inner world before testing out if it would be accepted by the world of the Golden Lotus. True Monarch Eternal Fire asked with a frown, who's this big shot you're talking about? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. I can't remember. My memory has been affected. It was the man who drove us here, Sister White Dragon said slowly. My memory has also been affected. It seems that that man is under an effect similar to that of the wielder's small black room. True Monarch Eternal Fire's heart thumped. When he heard this, he immediately thought of the leader of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, let's work together and move the heavenly city fragment out first. Senior White's clone said, all right. Shuhang, open sesame. The virtuous Lamia jumped out all of a sudden, posing like a white crane with its wings spread out behind Song Shuhang. She shouted, Shuhang, using the voice of Senior White, and the words, open sesame, using what she heard from a TV segment. The virtuous Lamia was becoming better and better at spouting random lines. Immediately afterward, Fairy Creation appeared. As she was one step late and had been bested, she stomped her feet in anger. Song stupid stupid. Song Shuhang, they've even begun snatching Senior White's lines? Senior White reached out and pinched his chin, feeling amused. That's right, open sesame. Song Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, he opened the inner world. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, Fairy, at this time, you should try and imitate the rumbling sound of the opening of a stone gate. The virtuous Lamia was taken aback for a moment. She had only ever snatched other people's lines, but she had never recorded the sound effects of a door opening. Rumble rumble, Fairy Creation immediately began manually dubbing the sound. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it was better than nothing. Song Shuhang stretched out his hands and grabbed the two fairies, stuffing them back in his body. Senior White jumped into the inner world, and then jumped out again a moment later. With a flick of his sleeve, the heavenly city fragment was transferred out and landed in an open space in the world of the Golden Lotus. The heavenly city fragment lay where it was quietly. This time, the world of the Golden Lotus did not reject it. Song Shuhang checked the world of the Golden Lotus through the inner world and sensed that it no longer felt nauseous. True Monarch Eternal Fire asked, Huh? Why did it work this time? Just what exactly was the problem? This heavenly city fragment had only stayed in Song Shuhang's inner world for a while, but after being transferred out, it suddenly became able to stay in the world of the Golden Lotus. Could it be that little friend Shuhang's inner world has an authentication function that validates a heavenly city fragment, allowing it to be taken in by the world of the Golden Lotus? Senior White said, It's exactly as I thought. Sister White Dragon nodded and added, when the heavenly city fragment was in Shuhang's inner world, it seemed to have lost something. And that something was what caused the world of the Golden Lotus to reject it. After that something was lost, the world of the Golden Lotus no longer rejected the heavenly city fragment in question. True Monarch Eternal Fire looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. Senior, don't look at me. Song Shuhang gestured with his hand. I don't know anything. Little friend Shuhang, how about we work together, said True Monarch Eternal Fire. If it was the leader of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders who had requested Song Shuhang's help in carrying out the experiment, then the scholarly faction should cooperate with him. Anyhow, the scholarly faction needed to expand the world of the Golden Lotus with new heavenly city fragments. Even if certain properties were lost during the transfer, the ability of the heavenly city fragments to expand the world of the Golden Lotus did not disappear, and that was enough for them. "Sure, I have no problem with that," Song Shuheng said sincerely. "However, according to Sister White Dragon, when the ancient heavenly city fragments are transferred into my inner world, something is licked away from them. We don't know if that thing might be precious. Seniors, you know, I really can't afford to lose money." True Monarch Eternal Fire laughed. He knew that Song Shuheng was short of spirit stones recently, so he quickly understood what he was worried about. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "We're fine with losing whatever it is that is licked away." Similar to Song Shuheng's inner world, if the world of the Golden Lotus wanted to grow, it would need to absorb pure energy. Song Shuheng's inner world had a good appetite. Whether it was spirit stones or evil energy of the netherworld, as long as it was pure energy, it was generally open to consuming it and digesting it. As for the world of the Golden Lotus, it had a much worse appetite, and it would only absorb evil demons of the netherworld. As such, the scholarly faction had to hunt demons and use their corpses to nurture the world of the Golden Lotus. But this process was very slow. Moreover, evil demons were not wild beasts, and they could even counterattack and hunt down scholarly disciples. It could be said that the expansion of every inch of the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus was paid with the blood and lives of the disciples of the scholarly faction. Because of this, True Monarch Eternal Fire was ecstatic when he learned about the ancient heavenly city fragments from Song Shuheng. The ancient heavenly city fragments were very special. When they were forcibly stuffed into the inner world or the world of the Golden Lotus, they could be placed at the edge of the small world to expand it. What the scholarly faction needed at this moment was the ability of the heavenly city fragments to expand the area of the world of the Golden Lotus. Moreover, other than that, something that was licked away, none of the other properties of the heavenly city fragments would go away. Senior White's clone reminded, "Fellow Taoist Eternal Fire, how about you first converse with the members of the other academies of the scholarly faction? It would help avoid conflicts arising in the future." True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled slightly. He then stretched out his hand and showed a scholarly rune. This scholarly rune was a rune left by the scholarly sage, and it was similar to the imperial rune of the Heavenly Emperor. After several calamities, there were no longer that many scholarly runes that had been personally written by the scholarly sage and the scholarly faction. Nowadays, they were often used as important keepsakes. In fact, before asking little friend Song Shuheng to come over to help, the leaders of the other academies have already given me the greatest authority on the matter concerning the ancient heavenly city fragments and the world of the Golden Lotus, explained True Monarch Eternal Fire. True Monarch Eternal Fire added, "Also, if little friend Shuheng is short of spirit stones, how about I convert your help in this matter into spirit stones?" For the number of ancient heavenly city fragments that the scholarly faction had acquired was quite large, and it would take several days to move all of them. Hard work was inevitable. Originally, True Monarch Eternal Fire was still thinking about what treasure would be suitable to reward Song Shuheng with for his hard work. But now, it seemed that something as ordinary as spirit stones was the best option. I always had a liking for ordinary things. Senior Eternal Fire's words were music to Song Shuheng's ears. "What about you, fellow Taoist White? Is there anything you want?" True Monarch Eternal Fire turned to look at Senior White's clone. During the whole process, Senior White would need to provide assistance in many places. Eternal Fire had the greatest authority in handling this matter concerning the world of the Golden Lotus. With that being the case, within the scope of his authority, he would naturally prepare the best gifts he could for his friends. Senior White's clone thought for a long time, but he found that he really was not lacking anything. Then just give me one of the heavenly city fragments," Senior White said. When he got it, he could cut it up and play with it, and when he got tired of it, he could simply throw it into Song Shuheng's inner world. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "No problem. If fellow Taoist White sees any fragment that he likes during the moving process, you can feel free to take it no matter how big or small it is." Senior White said solemnly, "Then I'll pick the biggest one." True Monarch Eternal Fire asked, absolutely no problem. 16. What about you? What do you want for your hard work? Su Clan 16 looked puzzled. I have a share too. Sister White Dragon smiled slightly. It seems that you have good eyes. Alright, if there is anything that requires my assistance, I will be sure to help you out. 16. Just go ahead and choose something you like. Su Clan 16 said, then. I also want a Heavenly City fragment. 2 True Monarch Eternal Fire said, it's a deal then. I'll have someone transfer the Heavenly City fragments over. When they get here, we can begin with the transplanting and get things done. Huh? What about me? What about me? True Monarch White Crane on the side could not help but say out loud, actually, I can also help. True Monarch Eternal Fire laughed and said, fellow Taoist White Crane, aren't you just here as a mascot? 2 True Monarch White Crane, 1 Are you trying to test me? Believe it or not, I might just peck at you if you push too hard. Don't think that you can bully me all you want just because you're more well-read than I am. 1 When Song Shuhang and the seniors exited the world of the Golden Lotus, they found that the fellow Taoist whose face they could not remember had disappeared. Of course, it was also possible that they had just mixed with the crowd. Under the command of True Monarch Eternal Fire, the scholarly faction began to use various techniques to move the fragments. Seeing this scene, the driver uncle did not have to come up to Song Shuhang and ask him about the results of the experiment. After all, the results were right in front of him. Song Shuhang and Senior White's clone stood at the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus. The disciples of the scholarly faction began to carry the fragments according to their sizes, starting with the smallest ones. The small fragments could be directly loaded into Song Shuhang's inner world through Senior White's universe hiding sleeve. After being licked by the inner world and getting authenticated, the fragment would be sent straight into the world of the Golden Lotus by Senior White. The disciples of the scholarly faction would then take the fragment and bring it to the edge of the small world, forcibly expanding the space inside the world of the Golden Lotus. When it came to fragments that were too large, the scholarly faction had their own methods to compress their size. They would first compress these Heavenly City fragments to a suitable size and allow them to enter Song Shuhang's inner world through Senior White's universe hiding sleeve and repeat the steps above. The whole process was as smooth as an assembly line. With everyone's teamwork getting better, the efficiency of transporting the Heavenly City fragments also became higher and higher. Every time a Heavenly City fragment was authenticated, it was quickly accepted by the world of the Golden Lotus, becoming a part of it. A gentle smile appeared on True Monarch Eternal Fire's face. Now, the only thing to worry about is fellow Taoist White. It was unknown how long Senior White would bear to perform these repetitive and boring actions. If he suddenly became bored, True Monarch Eternal Fire could only hope for Senior White's interest to last much longer. But at the same time, True Monarch Eternal Fire felt a faint sense of guilt. Letting fellow Taoist White keep repeating such boring and repetitive actions felt like a huge waste. This Senior White's clone was much more patient than True Monarch Eternal Fire had expected. The sun set, and the moon rose. The moon set, and the sun rose. The morning had arrived. It was now Wednesday, November 20th. Senior White repeated the boring actions all day long. True Monarch White Crane asked, "Do you want to take a break?" Senior White replied, "No, I'm fine." Senior White seemed to be having fun carrying the Heavenly City fragments between the inner world and the world of the Golden Lotus. Song Shuhang squatted silently at the entrance of the world of the Golden Lotus, holding the Buddha's giant palm of punishment in his hand and flipping through it over and over again. He was taking this time to learn the giant palm technique. In the process of moving the Heavenly City fragments, his role was only to open the inner world. Besides that, there was nothing else for him to do. As the inner world kept licking the Heavenly City fragments, it underwent a change. The entrance became bigger. Moreover, it became able to digest the evil energy of the netherworld much quicker. The entire inner world had become more solid. As it was stuffed with more and more heavenly city fragments, a certain resonance was created between them and the inner world. I'm getting more and more clues. At this time, Senior White's clone nodded in satisfaction. Sioux Clan 16 asked, "What did Senior White find?" Senior White flipped his sleeve lightly and replied, "I'm trying to improve the universe hiding sleeve. From yesterday to now, I improved it 19 times. Song Shuheng stared at Senior White with wide eyes, and then he looked down at the Buddha's giant palm of punishment in his hand that he could barely understand. He suddenly felt like he was being crushed by Senior White's talent. Senior White said, "Also, while improving the universe hiding sleeve and jumping between the two small worlds, I had a new idea for a magical technique." After saying that, he pressed his left hand on a heavenly city fragment that had not been compressed, and branded a rune onto it. "Store," Senior White said softly. Suddenly the huge heavenly city fragment was stored in his sleeve. Then, Senior White stretched his right hand directly into Song Shuhang's inner world. With a rumble, the heavenly city fragment that was stored inside Senior White's left sleeve was directly transferred into Song Shuhang's inner world through his right sleeve. "There should still be some more space for improvement," Senior White said. "Shuhang, lend me your copy of the universe hiding sleeve. I'll modify it for you." Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, you're truly amazing. Has fellow Taoist White found a heavenly city fragment that is to his liking?" asked True Monarch Eternal Fire. "Ah. I forgot to pay attention to that." He was so invested in improving the technique that he forgot to pick a fragment. "Okay, I'll just take this one." Senior White casually placed his hand on the next heavenly city fragment. Song Shuhang looked up at the fragment. It had words of the ancient era written on it. Song Shuhang tried to interpret it. "Demon Palace?" Sister White Dragon said, "Inner Demon Cave." 1. Inner Demon Cave? Is it a heavenly city fragment related to inner demons? Song Shuheng quickly put away the book with the Buddha's giant palm of punishment. Recently, he had been paying attention to anything related to inner demons. It might just have the same pronunciation, and it may not be the kind of inner demon you are thinking about, said the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang had become obsessed with getting an inner demon to use as an ingredient, causing it to feel rather anxious. "Let me try to figure out its origins." Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand and placed it on the heavenly city fragment. When his hand was halfway to the fragment, he suddenly stopped. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked back. "Sister White Dragon, do you have any information about this inner demon cave that you can tell me?" Human beings were intelligent creatures, and they would usually avoid making the same mistake twice. "I've already been cheated once because I lacked critical information. This time, I will make better use of my resources and won't make the same mistake." Sister White Dragon stretched out her small claws and scratched her face. "I honestly don't have any impression of the inner demon cave. That's actually quite strange." She was the ancestral golden dragon, and she had impressions of all the famous palaces and buildings across the heavenly city. She felt like her friends should have mentioned such a place at least once if it had existed. However, she could not remember any places called Inner Demon Cave. But it was certain that this place was a heavenly city fragment. Sister White Dragon guessed, it's possible that a member of the heavenly city secretly created it, or perhaps the fragments of the ancient heavenly city were reprocessed after its collapse. "I'll try appraising it then," Song Shuheng said, although the heavenly city fragment that Senior White randomly selected was not the largest piece. It seemed to be very precious and fit right in with Senior White's type of stuff. Sister White Dragon said, "Go ahead. I can't help you this time." Song Shuheng took a deep breath and prepared to endure the pain. His body transformed into smoke, and he stretched out his hand, placing it on the heavenly city fragment. Then, he activated the secret appraisal technique. Puff! Song Shuheng exploded all of a sudden. Everyone present was stunned. The price for the appraisal this time was extremely heavy. If Shu Hang had not transformed into his smoky form, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm going to die. It hurts so much. Ah. The smoke that had scattered regathered into a human figure. I think you push yourself too hard just now, said the black scarlet heaven sword. You appraised the heavenly city fragment to the extent that you exploded. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and said, No, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. I controlled my body and scattered it myself. I made sure to keep the pain within a tolerable range. The scattering of my smoke body was so that I could relieve the pain, and at the same time forcibly end the secret appraisal technique. This thing has a lot of history. I feel that even if I'm willing to pay a serious price, would not be able to appraise all of its information. Sister White Dragon let out a breath of relief. Your smoky form is really practical. It feels like a weakened version of eternity. With it, I dare to use the secret appraisal technique boldly. Song Shuhang laughed. But right as he was laughing, the pain crashed onto him like a tsunami, and his laughter became one filled with pain. One Senior White placed his hand on Song Shuhang, a faint light shining from his palm. The saber nurturing technique? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword recognized the light immediately. It was a great idea, actually. The price paid by Song Shuhang after performing the secret appraisal technique directly affected his mind and soul. At the same time, the comfortable and refreshing feeling that was brought by the saber nurturing technique not only acted on the body, but also on the mind and soul. Perhaps the saber nurturing technique could really alleviate the effects of Song Shuhang's secret appraisal technique. Of course, the premise was that Song Shuhang could physically receive the saber nurturing technique. A cry of absolute pain resounded in the area. There was no trace of comfort in it. One Senior White retracted his palm. It seems that the saber nurturing technique doesn't work on Shuhang's secret appraisal technique. It's okay, I can overcome this level of pain very quickly. Song Shuhang patted his chest and continued, pain will only make me stronger and allow my will to grow firmer. One Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it also depends on the level of pain. I feel that this level of pain could cause other people to collapse directly. Sister White Dragon asked, did you get any information? Song Shuhang said, yup. After paying a steep price, I did get something. The information from the secret appraisal technique emerged in his mind. Inner Demon Cave. In the ancient era, the Heavenly Emperor studied inner demons in this secret laboratory. When the heavenly city collapsed, the inner demon cave broke into pieces and fell into the mortal world. The research materials on the inner demons that were once inside the inner demon caver were all lost. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, nobody knows of the results of the research conducted in the laboratory, and that was everything he got. As the secret appraisal technique was forcibly interrupted by Song Shuhang himself, the information from the appraisal was incomplete. Song Shuhang lightly rubbed his smoky head. He continued to stay in his smoke form as he was afraid that the instant he switched back to his actual form, he would fall to the ground and begin writhing from the pain. Song Shuhang replied, this was the Heavenly Emperor's secret laboratory. It was where she used to study inner demons. In the ancient era, the Heavenly Emperor had studied inner demons. It was very likely that there had been some results to her research, as it could be inferred from Soft Feather. Not long ago, Soft Feather started thinking of extracting her inner demon and making a clone out of it. According to Soft Feather's own words, when she was studying inner demons, she obtained a lot of useful information from her ghost spirit. It was with the information she received that she was able to come up with the inner demon clone technique. As her ghost spirit had been forcibly borrowed by the Heavenly Emperor, it meant that the information about inner demons that she received most likely came from the Heavenly Emperor. Sister White Dragon said, it really is a secret laboratory that the Heavenly Emperor created. Did you get anything else? That's about everything I was able to get. However, I don't think this heavenly city fragment is that simple. Song Shuhang chuckled. He had paid such a steep price for appraising it, so there were definitely more secrets to it if he could appraise it further. Song Shuheng said, maybe there are still inner demons hidden inside. Those aged inner demons would definitely taste great. After all, fine wine gets better with age. If there are old inner demons inside, I think that it might be you who ends up getting eaten. On the top of Song Shuheng's head, there was a 7-meter-long strand of hair that had popped out, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair twisted gracefully above Song Shuheng's head, swaying with the wind. She continued, in addition to being tastier, older things are generally more powerful. One behind Song Shuheng, Senior White's clone's hand started to get restless. The clone's eyes were fixed on the long strand of hair swaying above Song Shuheng's head, and it looked like he really wanted to pluck it. While this long hair was talking with Song Shuheng, Senior White's figure moved, grabbing at the long strand of hair from behind. One Pavilion Master Chu's long hair receded into Song Shuheng's head, and then emerged at another position on his head. Sage White, what are you doing? Senior White shook his head calmly and then he went back to his original position. However, his eyes continued to remain focused on the strand of hair above Song Shuheng's head, clearly waiting for an opportunity. Two Pavilion Master Chu's long hair felt very uncomfortable after being stared at in such a way. The 7-meter-long strand of hair began receding, becoming shorter and shorter. Cough, Senior Eternal Fire, has the scholarly faction already looked through this fragment? Asked Song Shuheng in an attempt to divert Senior White's attention. We've inspected all of the Heavenly City fragments that we had in hand, and this one is no exception. But if the Heavenly Emperor hid something inside it, it would be normal for us to have been unable to find whatever that may be, replied True Monarch Eternal Fire. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was an existence that used to be on par with the scholarly sage. Song Shuheng continued, then, can we go in and have a look? True Monarch Eternal Fire said, this Heavenly City fragment belongs to fellow Daoist White now. Senior White's clone turned his head. Then, let's go inside and have a look. At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu's long hair suddenly said, actually, if you're really that set on making an inner demon dish, then Chu Tu would be a pretty good ingredient. One Song Shuheng was stunned when he heard this. Pavilion Master Chu continued, Chu Tu is an aged inner demon, and she's been with me ever since the day the crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed. Moreover, she is now at the immortal realm. That is to say, she is an immortal level ingredient. Song Shuheng replied earnestly, sorry, Senior Chu. I still want to live to see another day. One even if he, surnamed Song, was someone who died a lot, he absolutely would not want to waste his resurrection treasures in such a way. Coward, Pavilion Master Chu said and continued, if you have a goal, then you must walk that path and do everything to achieve it. Since you want to be an immortal chef, then you must set becoming the best immortal chef as your goal. Using ingredients at the immortal level is the final goal of immortal chefs. 1. Senior Chu, what happened to you today? Song Shuheng asked cautiously. You didn't develop a new inner demon, did you? Otherwise, why would she keep on urging him to eat Chu Tu? You have a very strong desire to live today, huh? Pavilion Master Chu's long hair suddenly laughed out loud. One Song Shuheng. A guest has come, Pavilion Master Chu said slowly. An uninvited guest. An enemy? Song Shuheng asked, but even if an enemy did come, what does that have to do with you encouraging me to eat Pavilion Master Chu Tu? Hearing the warning from Pavilion Master Chu, everyone present quickly entered a battle-ready state. They were at the heart of the scholarly faction, right where the world of the Golden Lotus was located. It was the most important location for the current scholarly faction. If an enemy directly broke into this place, it would not be fun for them. I didn't expect such good things to be hidden in the scholarly faction. In the air, a heavy voice sounded. This voice had a thick nasal sound to it, which made it sound quite cute. Afterward, a spatial passage appeared. It was the spatial gate of a 9th stage tribulation transcender. However, under the suppression of the scholarly faction's defensive measures, the spatial gate took a lot longer to form. True monarch Eternal Fire whispered, the aura of the netherworld. The scholarly faction and the evil demons of the netherworld were archenemies, so the two sides constantly hunted and monitored each other. Whenever the scholarly faction made a big move, the evil demons of the netherworld would quickly get news about it, and vice versa. But this evil demon directly opened a spatial passage that led to the heart of the scholarly faction. Evidently, they were overflowing with confidence. If it was not a momentary lapse of judgment, did it mean that they were sure that they could leave intact? Nevertheless, the visitor clearly did not come with kind intentions. Senior White was the fastest to make a move. He appeared right in front of the spatial gate, rubbed his hands together, and then forcefully pressed them on the gate. Boom, a violent explosion sounded. The spatial gate and the passage were blown up. It was the ultimate skill that the scholarly sage had passed down, the explosive space compressing technique. This was a secret technique that Senior White had obtained at the peak of the Mountain of Myriad Books, in the still pond of wisdom. This technique had been created by the scholarly sage specifically to deal with those who use spatial abilities to launch sneak attacks. As its name suggested, the technique could cause space to explode. Its effects were outstanding. Inside the destroyed spatial passage, there was a muffled groan that could be heard. One even for powerhouses at and above the 9th stage tribulation transcend a realm, it was not pleasant to get hit by the explosive space compressing technique. The spatial passage collapsed. But the other party did not give up, and another spatial passage soon began forming, but as before, under the influence of the scholarly faction's formations, the speed at which spatial gates and passages formed was severely stunted. Senior White moved once again. He rubbed his hands together, and then pressed them against the spatial passage. Boom, Song Shuheng said, it's like whack-a-mole. When it mattered, Senior White was always so reliable. Senior White's clone said, Shuheng, come here in a while. Song Shuheng? Pavilion Master Chu's long hair replied while twirling around, Sage White wants you to test the depth of the other party's strength. While she said that, another spatial passage appeared. Senior White moved, grabbed Song Shuheng, and appeared beside the spatial passage. Expert's appraisal. Song Shuheng's left eye lit up, and a beam of light shot into the spatial passage. After a few moments, Song Shuheng said, there isn't a response. Damn, I'm afraid they're a peerless expert. Senior White rubbed his hands together. Boom, the space passage exploded once again. Pavilion Master Chu said, no, that's not the case. It's just that after the other party opened the passage, they did not go in. Cunning. He. Laughter sounded from the void. In the next moment, a spatial gate swiftly opened, and the head and paw of a bear squeezed out of the gate. After attempting to open a spatial gate 3 times, the demon had already caught on to the trick of the scholarly faction that suppressed spatial abilities. As such, it decided to rush in right away. Let's see how you detonate space this time. The bear paw waved and pointed at Senior White. Come on, do it again. Expert's appraisal. Song Shuheng sent another impregnating gaze into the spatial passage. Bam, the bear head grinned and said, it's useless, demon sage tyrannical scholar. A mere pregnancy won't affect me. Was it a peerless powerhouse? Why are there so many people who are immune to the expert's appraisal these days? The bear head said proudly, I can conceive 10 children at once, without feeling the slightest discomfort. I can even head to battle right after conceiving 10 children. Song Shuheng, how horrifying. This is someone with a terrifying physique that makes them immune to the expert's appraisal. Song Shuheng admired this overlord from the netherworld realm. As such, he used the embryonic gaze as a form of expressing his respect for the other party. His right eye lit up, and the embryonic gaze landed on the demonic bear who had half of its body sticking out of the spatial passage. A root-like pattern emerged on the bear's body, and on the top of its head, a colorful little flower popped out, swaying along with the wind. Pfft! Sister White Dragon could not help but laugh out loud. When the wind blew, the colorful flower fell down, and under the pull of Shu Heng's psychic energy, it floated into his palm. "What have you done to my body?" The demonic bear stared at Song Shu Heng. It felt that something was missing from its body, but it could not place its fingers on what exactly it was. Song Shu Heng caught the colorful little flower, which then condensed into a seed. This is the second stage of the expert's appraisal. Song Shu Heng said slowly, the embryonic gaze. Although he did not know what kind of secret technique the embryonic gaze was, the demonic bear felt that it was nothing good for it. It struggled vigorously to force its way through the spatial channel. Its mind was now only set on taking back whatever it was that it had lost to profound sage tyrannical Song. 1. It's a 9th stage evil demon, the overlord of an area in the netherworld. We have been unable to acquire its real name, but we know that it has some of the characteristics of a bear god and a demon god, powerful regeneration, which makes it nearly unkillable, coupled with an extremely strong body. True Monarch Eternal Fire recognized the demonic bear and immediately disclosed the information the scholarly faction had on it. Senior White stepped forward, standing in front of all the fellow Taoists. In the distance, among the crowd of scholarly disciples, a middle-aged man calmly looked at the demonic bear. This middle-aged man was the driver uncle. He could see at a glance that this demonic bear was at the 9th stage realm and had an especially tough body, which made it difficult to deal with it. Moreover, it had a terrifying demonic parasite inside it. This demonic parasite was so powerful that it was worthy of the title of demon god. This demon god lurked in the body of the demonic bear, with the two having formed a symbiotic relationship. Once this demon god broke out of the demonic bear, its combat power would likely be close to the immortal realm. 1. It was the right choice to return to the scholarly faction. The driving uncle thought to himself. The current scholarly faction was no longer the same as the one during the era of the scholarly sage, when it could suppress the entire universe. The scholarly faction had gone through numerous calamities. Most of the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders had been killed or were severely injured, and many of its elite disciples had died prematurely, resulting in the emergence of a serious level of power disparity among different generations. At present, the scholarly faction did not even have the strength to confront this demonic bear. At most, they could resort to using one of the treasures left behind by the scholarly sage to resist it. 2. The driver uncle clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He had received news from his companions that the survivors of the ancient heavenly city were eyeing the fragments in the hands of the scholarly faction and wanted to retrieve them. As such, he rushed over and prepared to defend against any of those survivors of the heavenly city. Besides that, he wanted to stop the heavenly emperor from taking back the fragments the scholarly faction had, and thereby prevent the current wielder of the will from recovering further. 2. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an evil demon of the netherworld during his stay in the scholarly faction. Do you really think that my scholarly faction is so weak that it can be bullied by the likes of you? Do you really think that anybody can just step on the scholarly faction? The driver uncle could not hold back from releasing his killing intent. His aura began to rise, and he got ready to take action. Senior White said, "Shu Heng, lend me a sword." Song Shu Heng asked, "Would Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword be fine?" Without waiting for Senior White's reply, the black Scarlet Heaven Sword happily flew into his hands. Senior White grabbed the black Scarlet Heaven Sword, and his hands shone with a faint light. He used 3 instances of the saber-nurturing technique on the sword. The black Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed and said, "Oh, that's it. That's the feeling. Fellow Taoist White, it's a pleasure to work with you." Song Shu Heng, 2, the 6th sage in 1,000 years, Sage White. The demonic bear lowered its head and said, "You are not my oppo." Ah! The bear was sent flying, falling to the ground with a loud thud. This wasn't the speed or strength of an 8th stage profound sage at all. The demonic bear agilely rolled and stabilized its body. I underestimated you, Sage White. One Senior White's clone said calmly, that's fine. I don't mind. Sword light flashed, and he directly used his spatial powers to appear beside the demonic bear and attack. Senior White's spatial ability was the result of an innate skill, and it did not have the same characteristic strong spatial fluctuations of ninth stage tribulation transcenders, making it a lot more difficult to guard against. With the help of Senior White's spatial talent, Senior White and the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword were able to block all of the attacks of the demonic bear for some time. True Monarch Eternal Fire began to contact the other leaders of the scholarly faction, asking them to rush over with treasures left by the scholarly sage as quickly as possible. Song Shuheng twisted his neck slightly. Pavilion Master Chu, let's fight too. Pavilion Master Chu replied softly, with my current energy, I can only send out 3 strikes at most. Song Shuheng asked in his mind, Fairy waiting for a promise, how much energy has the flat imperial hat recovered? The virtuous Lamia came out and shook her head. The last bit of energy that had been in the flat imperial hat was consumed during the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. While the energy in the flat imperial hat did recover automatically, it did not recover that quickly. Song Shuheng said, then, I'll make the most use of the 3 strikes that Senior Chu can dish out. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the spot over his dantian. Then, his 2 sets of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure flew out from his spirit lake. Senior White too had lent his combined magical treasure to Song Shuheng and had yet to take it back, so it was still in Song Shuheng's possession. Impregnable Holy City, Holy Sword of the End. Combine. All-destroying giant. Song Shuheng activated the strongest form of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure immediately. Rumble pain, madness, despair, and unwillingness emerged from the steel giant as it roared toward the sky. Under Song Shuheng's control, the 2 sets of magical treasures transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant. The strongest form of the giant was 60 meters, but that form consumed too much energy and placed a heavy burden on Song Shuheng's body. On the top of the giant's head, 7-meter-long hair came down like a cloak. It was Pavilion Master Chu's long hair, ready to attack at any moment. Senior White, I've come to help you. Song Shuheng's voice came from the giant's right fist. The steel giant raised its arm, using its right fist to slam the demonic bear. Song Shuheng, who was in the right fist, was stunned. Is this a new move learned by the steel giant? He had never seen it attack like this before. Fwoosh! Pavilion Master Chu's long hair gathered into a bundle, forming something that resembled a long spear. Then, it stabbed right at the giant demonic bear, breaking through its physical defense and making a hole in its body. 3 versus 1. Ha! The giant demonic bear was not afraid in the slightest. It roared loudly and let out a signal. It also had a helper. Moreover, this time it had directly broken into the heart of the scholarly faction in order to test the loyalty of this new helper. As soon as it sent the signal, a spatial gate opened. Small feet that were as white as snow stepped out of the spatial gate. The feet had graceful curves and looked stunning, the toes painted with pink nail polish. One immediately afterward, a girl in a black dress stepped out of the spatial gate. Huh! Did I just hear someone say they want to eat me? 2. This passage was also opened in the heart of the scholarly faction. When the girl dressed in black stepped out of the gate, she didn't seem worried in the slightest. She stretched herself, and the pigeon egg-sized pearl tied to her waist shone brightly. This pearl was definitely a treasure of great value. You're finally here, fellow Daoist Chu. The demonic bear laughed. Help me, join forces with me to kill these guys. Despite being a couple of bugs at the 8th stage realm, they're rather difficult to stomp. Song Shuheng, who was hidden in the right fist that had been shot out by the steel giant, was left speechless. The last big shot who dared to talk to me like that was blasted apart by yours truly. Hee hee. The girl in black smiled faintly. She stretched out her hand and stroked her long hair, which reached her knees. I did say that I would screw your head off the next time we meet, and I always keep my word. Song Shuhang, who was hidden in the steel giant's right fist, turned his head to look around and then pointed to himself. My head? No, wait. Didn't I already give you Senior Skylark's head? Are you not happy with your new head? Why do you still want to screw my head off? Call me Daddy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. The voice was filled with majesty. Song Shuhang was puzzled. It was Fairy at #%times, she was causing trouble again. Senior Chu, I wasn't the one talking just now. I don't have any intention of being your daddy. Another voice sounded. This time it was Song Shuhang's own voice. These two voices sounded directly inside Song Shuhang's mind, and outsiders could not hear them. This was the virtuous Lamia's way of reminding Song Shuhang of what happened between him and Pavilion Master Chu Tu. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky and fell silent for some time. "Tu, fellow Taoist Skylark?" "No, you aren't fellow Taoist Skylark." Senior White looked at the girl in black curiously. The girl's face resembled that of Xian Nu Sect Skylark, but upon closer inspection, her appearance was more aligned with that of another person, Pavilion Master Chu, who only had her head remaining and was currently residing inside Song Shuhang's inner world. The demonic bear said fiercely, "Fellow Taoist Chu, let's attack together." "No problem, let's fight side by side," said Pavilion Master Chu Tu earnestly, her eyes filled with aggression. What the hell happened to Pavilion Master Chu Tu while she was in the Netherworld realm? Whoosh! As the steel giant waved its right arm, the right fist that was shot out flew back to the arm and reconnected with it. The fist that was shot out could be retracted, of course. The steel giant entered combat mode. "I'll deal with Sage White. As for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, I'll leave him to you." The demon bear then roared, "Kill them!" All of a sudden, the demonic bear was sent flying again. This time, it flew even higher and farther. Its huge body spun unceasingly in the air, black blood spewing out from its mouth and fur falling off its body non-stop. Besides that, there seemed to be a couple of bare teeth that flew out of its mouth. The scene looked painful even just from watching. It was Pavilion Master Chu Tu who had suddenly attacked the demonic bear. For the black blood of the evil demon dripped to the ground, and the evil energy contained within started corroding the soil. Every drop of blood of a 9th-stage evil demon was poisonous to the extreme. If it was not dealt with immediately, this patch of land would become a wasteland. At this time, the world of the Golden Lotus took action and roots, similar to those of Song Shuhang's inner world, flew out from it. These roots then penetrated into the contaminated ground and instantly absorbed the black blood, even packing up and taking the contaminated ground along. Song Shuhang's inner world did not want to lose out. It also extended its roots, taking the bare fur that had fallen to the ground. The pollution brought about by an evil demon, which was a headache for most cultivators, became nothing but nutrition for the roots. The demonic bear finally managed to stabilize its body, its eyes fixed on the girl in black. Its mission of testing its new helper's strength and sincerity was now half complete. While there did not seem to be any sincerity coming from the other party, her strength was far beyond its expectations. Her power isn't at the level of a tribulation transcender at all. That strike she launched at me possessed the power of a path and was at the immortal level. She's an immortal. However, even after it realized this, the demonic bear could not wrap its head around why an evil demon of the netherworld like her would help a human cultivator. For it just didn't make any sense. Song Shuhang's figure leaped out of the steel giant's right fist, landing next to 16 and Senior White. Pavilion Master Chu Tu yawned. She then went to Song Shuhang's side, stretched out her small hands, and touched his head lightly. It was as if she was at the supermarket, touching a watermelon to see if it was ripe. Song Shuhang froze. "Senior Chu, let's talk about this. How about you don't screw my head off? Pavilion Master Chu Tu asked, were you talking about eating me just now? Of course not. How could I possibly even think of doing something so cruel? Song Shuheng replied quickly. He now felt as if Pavilion Master Chu's main body had been instigating him previously so that he would fall into this trap. Well, I do have a new head, so I'm not that interested in yours now, Pavilion Master Chu Tu said calmly. She then turned to look at 16 who was beside her, and said, there's no need to be so nervous. Su Clan 16 was speechless. Sister White Dragon smiled slightly. Actually, we weren't nervous. Pavilion Master Chu Tu nodded and said to Song Shuheng, when I was wandering in the Netherworld realm, I met this Bear King. I happened to hear that they were planning on heading to the scholarly faction, and I also heard them mention the words, Heavenly City Fragments and, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, so I decided to go with them. As she had been slightly concerned about what the Bear King intended to do to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, she came up with the great idea of going with the Bear King to see what it was that it intended to do. And that ultimately led to the current scene. The demonic bear said, as an evil demon of the Netherworld, you're actually interested in a human cultivator? This is really beyond my expectations. It had surprisingly not taken the opportunity it had to leave through a spatial gate, and instead stayed in the scholarly faction. It was truly a wonder as to what the bear was planning. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, I switched sides pretty late in life. The demonic bear was puzzled. Pavilion Master Chu Tu explained patiently, I used to be a human. Or rather, an inner demon. Eventually, I managed to gain a mind of my own, and because of a little coincidence, I ended up in this state where I'm an evil demon of the Netherworld. The demonic bear asked, so, you and this human are old acquaintances? Song Shuheng could not help but say, truth be told, native demons of the Netherworld can also become good friends with humans. The demonic hamster had a pretty good relationship with him. 3. The ruler of the Netherworld, Senior White 2, was one of his most powerful helpers, at least every now and then. 2. The demonic bear said, shut up. There can't possibly be such a shameful evil demon. 3. After saying that, it raised its paws and roared, come out, mogul. It's time to fight. This is bad. The driver uncle, who was quietly hiding among the crowd, grew worried. The demonic bear wanted to summon the power of the demon god through the parasite in its body. If it were to fuse with the power of a demon god, the situation would become very troublesome. 1. The demonic bear could not be allowed to summon the parasitic demon god in its body. Otherwise, its combat power would jump to a level close to the immortal realm, making it very difficult to deal with it. The damage it would cause to the heart of the scholarly faction would be tremendous. 1. It seemed that Driver Uncle would have to make a move to stop the demonic bear. At this time, exposing himself was unavoidable. Roar, huh? The demonic bear discovered a big problem after roaring for a short while. In the past, as long as it willed it, the parasite would immediately begin cooperating with it. But this time, it was as if there was a problem with Mogul. It was not responding to any of its thoughts. What happened? The demonic bear was stunned. This was the first time that it encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, Shuheng's side was also confused. After all, the demonic bear looked like it was about to make a big move from the way it was acting. As such, all of them had prepared their defenses to resist whatever it was that the bear was going to throw at them. However, even after roaring for so long, nothing came from the bear. Both sides found themselves in a rather awkward situation. Song Shuheng asked, did it fail to use its skill? Perhaps it got influenced by the scholarly faction's defensive formations, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said. After all, they were currently at the very heart of the scholarly faction, the domain of the scholarly sage. It would not be strange if the scholarly sage, who had been able to suppress the entire universe back then, had left some high-level mechanisms or formations that specifically countered evil demons. 2. It was also possible that a powerful expert from the scholarly faction had made a move in secret. Both the demonic bear and sister white dragon had faintly sensed a powerful aura within the crowd. "Roar!" the demonic bear roared loudly once again. It was frantically trying to summon Mogul, who was inside its body. "Should we give it a chance? It looks like it's really trying its hardest," the black scarlet heaven sword said. "Hee, just kidding, let's take this opportunity to kill it." One as a pure-blooded inner demon, its actions would naturally match its nature. It was someone who loved taking advantage of the chaos to deal with its targets. "Wait. He was my companion for a while, so let's at least give it a chance to show what it's got," Pavilion Master Chu Tu said. "I can guarantee that it won't be able to do much. No matter how much power it erupts with, I'll deal with it instantly." The black scarlet heaven sword, "One, are you even an inner demon?" One sister white dragon said, "Since fellow Taoist has said so, we have no reason to object. Let's wait." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. "I now feel as if this demonic bear is really pitiful. This is exactly why it's important to choose your teammates well." One after roaring for quite a while, Mogul's energy inside the demonic bear's body finally responded to its calls. However, the energy with which Mogul responded was particularly weak. It was akin to water squeezed from a dry sponge. The demonic bear asked, "Mogul, what's wrong with you?" "One, I don't know. My power seems to have left me all of a sudden. I've never experienced something like this." The demon god parasitizing the demonic bear's body replied weakly. "One, it felt as if it had died and resurrected. As a special parasitic-type demonic creature, as long as its host had not died, Mogul could resurrect through the energy of its host. This manner of existence faintly resembled that of a manifestation of light of virtue." "One, how?" A feeling of despair welled up in the demonic bear's heart. It lowered its head slightly and looked at Song Shuhang. Suddenly, it thought of a possibility. "It was you." Song Shuhang was puzzled. The demonic bear pointed at Song Shuhang and said solemnly, "I see now. I underestimated you, first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical Song." Song Shuhang quickly hid his confused expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile that seemed to show that everything was under his control. Although he had no idea what the demon bear was talking about, he knew that things would work out for him as long as he smiled in response. 9. As long as he smiled handsomely, there was no need for words. When the demonic bear saw his smile, it would complete the plot on its own. "This time around, I accept my loss," said the demonic bear, "but when I come back, it will be your downfall." After saying that, it roared and opened a spatial gate to escape. This evil demon of the netherworld did not display reckless bravery. 2. It must immediately report the scholarly faction's movements to its master. At that time, as long as it could bring over a strand of its master's power, it would be able to absolutely trample on profound sage tyrannical Song. "Seal the space." Song Shuhang transmitted his voice to several seniors. "It's fine to let it escape," said Pavilion Master Chu Tu slowly. "My crystal-clear water pavilion is waiting for it on the other end of the spatial passage." Song Shuhang asked, "You even prepared for something like that?" While speaking, the demonic bear had already entered the spatial channel and disappeared. "I'm going to hammer it back." Pavilion Master Chu Tu then spoke to the strand of hair above Song Shuhang's head, "Lend me your power." She had mentioned previously that the demonic bear was discussing some plans with several other evil demons of the netherworld on how they should go about dealing with the scholarly faction. In other words, the demonic bear had other companions. She needed the help of Pavilion Master Chu's main body in order to deal with them. Pavilion Master Chu replied, "I don't have much energy stored right now. I can only unleash 3 strikes at most." "That's enough," said Pavilion Master Chu Tu. With her and Pavilion Master Chu's powers combined, they would be able to unleash their genuine strength. "I can supply the energy for both of us." And so on Song Shuhang's head, 2 more strands of hair that were 7 meters long grew out. There were now a total of 3 strands of long hair swaying in the air. Two Pavilion Master Chu Tu stretched out her hand, and the 3 strands of hair fell into her hands. She grabbed the 3 7-meter-long strands of hair and inserted them into her own head. Afterward, she waved her hand and opened a spatial passage before disappearing into it. Pavilion Master Chu Tu and the demonic bear had come and gone in quite a hurry. Senior White stretched out his hand and handed the black scarlet heaven sword back to Song Shuheng. Afterward, he said inexplicably, "I'm almost there." Song Shuheng asked, "Almost there?" "I'm almost at my limit. I don't have much energy left." Senior White's clone pointed at himself. "I'm going to save on using energy as much as possible." Song Shuheng said, "Senior White, you've worked hard. You can leave the rest to us." Even when Senior White's clone had little energy left, he could still function as a good luck charm. He only had to stand there. 2-1 Heavenly City Fragment, Inner Demon Cave. Song Shuheng and the others entered the Inner Demon Cave. Before being interrupted by the demonic bear, they were just about to enter and check the cave. Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was suspended behind Song Shuheng's waist, said, "Brr, this place makes me feel very uncomfortable." The moment it entered the cave, it felt chills that made its heart shiver. This place was filled with malice toward inner demons. Sister White Dragon's gaze scoured the inner demon cave and found nothing of value. True Monarch Eternal Fire wondered, "Fellow Taoist White, did you find anything over there?" Senior White's clone shook his head. "It would be nice if my main body was here right now. That way, he could just grab his main body and swing it around. Wherever the main body landed, a treasure would be found." 4. Chapter 1934 I Want to Renew. Although he was very lucky as a clone, he could not act as a human-shaped treasure detector like his main body. After all, his main body was unique. "Senior White, you're thinking of abusing your main body again," said Song Shuheng. "If you do that, you're going to harm the next clone of Senior White." Senior White's clone looked calm. "It's fine. After all, it's the next clone that is going to have to face the consequences. That has nothing to do with me." Song Shuheng, the next clone of Senior White is going to cry because of this. "Anyway, if there's nothing we can do, perhaps we can just slice this place apart," said Senior White's clone. No matter what was hidden in this inner demon cave, as long as it was sliced apart enough times, the things hidden inside it would be revealed. As this inner demon cave already belonged to him, he did not mind slicing it apart. Song Shuheng said, "Let's wait a bit. Even my secret appraisal technique was unable to fully appraise this inner demon cave, so its value is extraordinary. It would be a pity to just slice it up. We should leave that as our last resort." The black scarlet heaven sword suggested, "Otherwise, let's grab Song Shuheng and throw him around. Doesn't he have decent luck right now? Perhaps that can also be used for finding treasures." One Song Shuheng waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm not Senior White. I don't have this kind of power." "That won't work," said Senior White's clone calmly. "Song Shuheng's decent luck expired yesterday. It took us an entire day to move the Heavenly City fragments. I'm afraid that he no longer has that decent luck. For Song Shuheng. I finally got a day of decent luck and I didn't get to use it for anything? It expired just like that? Then what's my fortune today?" One Song Shuheng turned his head and asked, "Senior White, could you do another divination for me? Does decent luck have a renewal function?" If not, I'm fine with something like lower luck or mediocre luck as well. I'm not in the mood for fortune-telling today." Senior White's clone shook his head and said, "There's nothing that can be done. It seems that there's only one last method we can use. Shuheng, come here." Song Shuheng asked carefully, "Senior, you aren't going to throw me around, are you?" Senior White's clone said calmly, "It's better to throw yourself than to throw me." After saying that, he reached out to grab Song Shuheng, and then took out a bottle filled with dark purple liquid. "Open your eyes." Song Shuheng asked, "What is that?" Senior White's clone replied, "Eye drops." Song Shuheng said, "Senior White, don't lie to me. There can't possibly be eye drops that have that color. Who would possibly put that in their eyes?" Senior White's clone replied, "You've been gouging out your eyes so often, yet you're afraid of putting a few drops into them?" Senior White does have a point. Under Senior White's control, the dark violet medicinal drops dripped into Song Shuheng's left eye socket, where the scholarly sage's eye was at this moment. Recently, fairy creation had not helped Song Shuheng to replace the eye in his left eye socket. As such, the sage's eye was still there. As the dark violet liquid dripped into his eye socket, Song Shuheng felt a cool feeling, which he enjoyed quite a bit. At the same time, the scholarly sage's eye was activated. Under the gaze of the sage's eye, there was nothing that could remain hidden. Senior White's clone asked, "How does it feel?" Song Shuheng replied, "I feel like I can now use the sage's eye to cast the twins' impregnating gaze." Senior White's clone, "Too, I think that it would be better for you to pluck your eye out right now. By the way, Senior White, what exactly is that thing in your hand?" Song Shuheng scoured the inner demon cave with the sage's eye. "It's really just eye drops," Senior White replied. "This is the secret technique of one of my monster spirit friends. By the way, they are little eyeball-shaped monster spirits, they're very cute. When the opportunity presents itself, I can introduce them to you." Song Shuheng said, "I think I'll pass on that." He was kind of allergic to eyeballs now. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Did you find anything?" Song Shuheng said curiously, "Not yet. It's strange, though. I scanned the entire inner demon cave but found nothing. Is the valuable item the inner demon cave itself, rather than some hidden treasure inside it?" Sister White Dragon thought for a few moments before saying, "Since the treasure is the inner demon cave itself, why don't you find a few cultivators plagued by inner demons and bring them here?" Song Shuheng said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is an inner demon. Also, there's the black-skinned soft feather in my shadow." However, neither of them seemed to have had any special reaction to the inner demon cave. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Actually, I do feel a little something. I feel that this place is full of malice toward me, and I would really like to get out of here quickly. Actually, fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword and the black-skinned soft feather are mutated inner demons. They are not even afraid of the light of virtue, so they aren't that reliable when it comes to such things," Sister White Dragon said. "So, we need to find a cultivator who happens to be haunted by an inner demon. Then, we have to bring them into this inner demon cave and carry out some experiments." Song Shuheng said while pinching his chin, "I happen to know a little cultivator who is about to transcend his tribulation, and he's currently haunted by an inner demon. Before I came to the scholarly faction, he greeted me over at Medicine Master's building. But that little guy is very polite. It really wouldn't be suitable to use him for an experiment. Besides that guy. Oh right, there's someone else who fits the bill much better." At the same time that he thought of that, 16 said, "Shuheng, we also have young Master Hai. I was also just thinking about him." Song Shuheng laughed. Then, he stretched out his hand and moved over the clone of young Master Hai from the inner world. Young Master Hai's clone was currently in a coma. Since it was only a clone, it was pretty much meaningless to kill it. It was more useful alive than dead to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng remembered that before capturing the clone, he caused the birth of an inner demon in its heart. Now, that could come in handy. When young Master Hai's clone was transferred out of the inner world, he was immediately brought to the inner demon cave. The clone's eyes widened, and he shouted, "What is this place?" He felt chills all over his body, and the cold seemed to seep all the way through to his bones. The cold feeling made him feel like getting a thick sheet and wrapping it around his body. Song Shuheng replied, "This is the inner demon cave, a very valuable place." At the same time, the sage's eye in his left eye socket finally saw something interesting. Inside the inner demon cave, there seemed to be a kind of energy that enveloped young Master Hai. This energy began to form a vortex, creating a powerful suction force. Then, there was a mass of black mist that was forcibly pulled out from young Master Hai's clone. It's the inner demon. The demonic chef heart in Song Shuhang's body reacted. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. The inner demon that was forcefully pulled out from young Master Hai's clone was torn into two halves all of a sudden. Afterward, one half of the inner demon was returned to the clone's body. It appeared that even the Heavenly Emperor's inner demon cave could not eradicate inner demons completely. It could only weaken them. If one wanted to completely defeat and exterminate the inner demons in their body, they would have to rely on their own will. Chapter 1935 Holy Sure. Heavens. Even after all the research that the Heavenly Emperor did on inner demons, she was unable to figure out a way to completely exterminate them. As expected of inner demons, one of the most troublesome existences that cultivators had had to face since ancient times. However, this is not what I should be focusing on right now. Song Shuhang's gaze shifted to the halved inner demon that had been forcibly taken from young Master Hai's clone. The energy of the inner demon cave firmly held the inner demon captive, making sure that it could not extricate itself from its grasp. However, the inner demon cave did not do anything afterward. The cave was just a fragment, and it was very likely that it had lost its other features, making it unable to do anything to this inner demon. Either that or it was also possible that after forcefully drawing the inner demon out from a target, it would be left to the Heavenly Emperor to deal with. Regardless, this makes things a lot more convenient for me, said Song Shuhang. He rummaged through his inner world and magical bracelet, but he did not find any magical treasure that could store an inner demon. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, do you have a way to seal this inner demon and store it somewhere? Senior White replied, I'll check. But my treasure trove is just too big. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to find something that has those functions. He did not even know how many things were stored in his treasure trove. After saying that, Senior White went into a daze and began to check his huge treasure trove. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and looked at the inner demon floating in the air, thinking about how to cook it. In Demon Emperor Heji's Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, there were two dishes that were related to the inner demon tribulation. One was the smoked inner demon tribulation slices, which would smoke an inner demon before slicing it up. The smoking process was the same as that of the braised Heavenly Tribulation, and it required quite a number of steps. The other one was the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices. This dish would have the inner demon placed onto a chopping board and sliced up. Afterward, some seasonings would be added, then it would be ready to be eaten, fresh and tasty. The smoked inner demon tribulation slices method was very easy to comprehend, and because of the smoking process, it would allow the inner demon tribulation to materialize and create an incomparably delicious dish. On the other hand, the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices seemed quite difficult to handle, despite how simple it appeared. Song Shuhang looked at the inner demon in the air. An inner demon should have a body of pure energy, which makes it intangible. How am I supposed to slice it up? And after that, how is it supposed to be eaten? Unless it was first transformed into something like the black scarlet heaven sword or the black-skinned soft feather, it was quite difficult to picture how to prepare this dish. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, is there a way to transform this inner demon into something like you? The black-skinned Scarlet Heaven Sword replied quickly, yes. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. The black Scarlet Heaven Sword said proudly, let me swallow it. After that, we can take it out of me and it should have a solid body. As an inner demon, should be able to swallow it. Song Shuhang waved his hands. His left and right hands shone brightly as he pressed them onto Scarlet Heaven Sword's body again and again, giving it 10 instances of the saber-nurturing technique in a single go. Normally, Song Shuhang would only use 3 instances at one time on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword as it gave it the perfect level of comfort. As for having used it 10 times, that was an accident. Aw, stop, it's too much. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said weakly. Actually, I don't even have the ability to eat. I was just joking with you. I'm only a sword. For Song Shuheng, to the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, however, I have a bold idea. Although I don't have the ability to eat, I can, bah. Senior, please just shut up. Song Shuheng fired another 10 bursts of the saber nurturing technique, making the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword shut up. One, it was truly stupid of me to ask the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword such a question. I've even been deceived by Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to use the saber nurturing technique on it 20 times. 16, Sister White Dragon, what do you think? Song Shuheng looked at 16. Su Clan 16 shook her head. Sorry, Shuheng, I can't help you with this. Sister White Dragon said, I feel like fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuheng interrupted, Sister White Dragon, please don't be like it. What in the world is in that head of yours? Sister White Dragon did not know whether to cry or laugh. Anyway, what I was trying to say was that I feel like we could use fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword's current state as a reference. By following the process by which it materialized, we might be able to do the same for the partial inner demon that was extracted. Song Shuheng said, you have a point. Then, Song Shuheng summoned the black-skinned Soft Feather. Soft Feather, it's time for you to shine, Song Shuheng said. The black-skinned Soft Feather replied in a gentle and polite manner, sorry, Senior Song. I don't have any way to transform other people's inner demons into an inner demon clone. The only thing that I can do is to carefully explain the main body's research on inner demon clones, and then perhaps figure out how to make an inner demon acquire a solid state. However, the actual operation will probably require Senior Song's help. Song Shuheng said, then, let's go to the entrance of the inner demon cave to discuss this. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, why go to the entrance of the cave? Song Shuheng smiled and said, to save precious time. One Song Shuheng, 16, Fairy Creation, the black-skinned Soft Feather, the virtuous Lamia, and the dazed Senior White went to the entrance of the inner demon cave. Song Shuheng opened the entrance to the inner world right beside him. At this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire was still directing the members of the scholarly faction and moving heavenly city fragments into Song Shuheng's inner world before transferring them to the world of the Golden Lotus. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng and several others began to discuss how to modify the inner demon clone technique into something that would allow inner demons to materialize. This allowed them to work on two things at once, making the most of their time. The discussion was still at the point where the black-skinned Soft Feather was explaining the principles and details of the inner demon clone technique. During this time, Sister White Dragon would occasionally raise some questions to clarify her understanding of the technique. As they discussed and conversed on how to make an inner demon materialize, time swiftly passed. Before they knew it, the sun had already wandered across the sky and began to set toward the west. Another day was coming to an end. The scholarly faction paused the transportation of heavenly city fragments. The disciples who were moving the fragments needed some rest. New heavenly city fragments needed to be brought over from other academies of the scholarly faction, and the formations that were used to compress the fragments needed maintenance. Song Shuheng and the others were still in the middle of discussing how to materialize an inner demon. After an entire day of discussion, they had already modified the inner demon clone technique, making a huge step forward. This was thanks to the contributions of the black-skinned Soft Feather. Just over half an hour ago, the black-skinned Soft Feather suddenly entered a state of pseudo-enlightenment and proposed many innovative solutions. It could be said that she alone had greatly pushed forward the progress of the modification plan. Okay, let's take a rest first. I'll sort out and organize the ideas that were proposed just now. Later on, we can do some experimentation and see which works the best. Song Shuheng raised his head and said, we really have to thank Soft Feith, holy sure. Heavens! Song Shuheng had to stop himself mid-sentence because he discovered that, beside the black-skinned Soft Feather, there was another soft feather. 5. Initially, as the figures of the two soft feathers overlapped, Song Shuheng had not noticed the new soft feather at all. It was only at the end of the discussion that he realized that there were suddenly two soft feathers. I'll go by exclusion. The new soft feather had white skin. She did not look like a twin or a split of the black-skinned soft feather. Inside the inner demon cave, the inner demon that had been drawn out from young Master Hai's body was still intact, and nothing had really happened to it yet. She was clearly not Soft Feather's main body, either. Soft Feather's main body had followed Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly back to Spirit Butterfly Island to enter into seclusion. It was impossible for her to have suddenly come over from Spirit Butterfly Island. So, she must be the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuheng got in touch with his inner world, discovering that he could still open it. Additionally, Senior White's clone was still around, albeit a little distracted. Overall, things did not seem like they were too bad for him. 1. Hi, Senior Song. The soft feather who Song Shuheng suspected to be the Heavenly Emperor waved at him. Heavenly Emperor, said Song Shuheng in a deep voice. The virtuous Lamia, fairy creation, and the black-skinned soft feather quickly moved behind Song Shuheng, arranging themselves according to their height. No wonder Soft Feather suddenly put forward so many creative and highly feasible suggestions, it turned out to be the Heavenly Emperor all along. Oh, Senior Song, there's no need to be afraid. I didn't come here today to target you. The soft feather possessed by the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Did you come for the Heavenly City fragments? Song Shuheng asked rhetorically. He quickly came to this conclusion because the only thing in the scholarly faction that could attract the Heavenly Emperor were the Heavenly City fragments. The Heavenly Emperor smiled slightly and said, yes, I just want to take back the things that belong to me. So, Senior Song, you have no reason to stop me, right? Retrieving one's own things was a matter of course. Song Shuheng, one in his inner world, there were quite a number of fragments. However, I'm not in much of a hurry to retrieve the fragments. So I came to have a chat with you first, Senior Song. After all, we haven't seen each other for a while, said the Heavenly Emperor with a smile. Nonsense. You were also there when we were eating the braised Heavenly Tribulation on Heavenly Field Island, said Song Shuheng. She had even taken the Eastern Spring Pavilion fragment that he was supposed to get from the Almighty Merchant. Speaking of which, what had happened to the Almighty Merchant? Didn't he say that he was going to chase the Heavenly Emperor to get back the fragments? The Heavenly Emperor was here, so where was the Almighty Merchant? Should he use one of the tickets to summon him? He. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at Song Shuheng and said meaningfully, don't even bother trying to contact fellow Daoist Almighty Merchant, he won't come over. At least for a short while, he won't be appearing again. Song Shuheng was shocked. What happened to the Almighty Merchant? Was he done in by the Heavenly Emperor? Since she said that he won't be appearing for a while, was he sealed somewhere? How unreliable. Back on the Heavenly Field, the Almighty Merchant said that he was confident that his fists were harder than the Heavenly Emperor's, and that he would definitely face no problem in collecting what the Heavenly Emperor owed him. Yet, he was cheated in the end. The next time we meet, should I use this to ridicule the Almighty Merchant and rend his heart? For it seemed likely that it was because of the steel hands technique that he inherited the heavy metal sect's hobby of rending others' hearts. Song Shuheng felt that ever since he reached the master level in the steel hands technique, he always felt the urge to rend others' hearts. For example, right now, he really wanted to see the distressed, regretful, and heartbroken expression on the face of the Almighty Merchant. Although he knew it was wrong to think so, his thoughts were like a car driven by Senior White, and he could not stop them at all. Why am I having such thoughts? Song Shuheng shook his head, throwing this strange thought out of his head. This is not the normal me. I must have been secretly affected by something. When he thought of this, Song Shuheng glanced at the inner demon cave, and then at the Heavenly Emperor beside him. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor is secretly using this inner demon cave to influence my thoughts? The inner demon cave was the personal laboratory of the Heavenly Emperor. She definitely had various means set up to control the inner demon cave. However, she underestimated him too much. Although the time that he had cultivated was very short, his will was extremely strong. It was what he was the proudest of after his pain tolerance. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at Xu Hang's proud expression, discovering that she could not read profound sage tyrannical Song's thoughts from his facial expressions alone. She really had no clue what the inexplicable pride on his face meant. Did tyrannical Song finally learn how to hide his thoughts with awkward expressions? It's almost time. My people are here. The Heavenly Emperor stood up. Senior Song, just stay here and don't roam about. I'm just getting my things back from the scholarly faction. As for this inner demon cave, it no longer has any value to me. Originally, it was meant to be used to study inner demons to find a strange guy, but now it's useless. In addition, she had already retrieved the remnant path from the inner demon cave. After saying that, the Heavenly Emperor left the inner demon cave. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor left, Song Shuheng shouted, "Contact Senior Eternal Fire." The scholarly faction had a lot of uninvited guests today. As soon as the demonic bear was sent away, the even more troublesome Heavenly Emperor arrived, and it seemed like the Heavenly Emperor had come with a large group of people. 16 raised her head and said, "I just sent a message to Senior Eternal Fire. He has already received it." Senior Eternal Fire replied to her with a wryly smiling emoji. "I'm afraid that there's nobody in the scholarly faction that can stop the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor brought reinforcements," said Sister White Dragon. Of course, that was unless the owner of that powerful aura made a move. Fairy Creation. Song Shuheng looked at Fairy Creation. At a time like this, you should activate any hidden means that the scholarly faction has. As a direct disciple of the scholarly sage, Fairy Creation had been left responsible for guarding the sage's eye. Now that she was in the stronghold of the scholarly faction, there should be some measures that she could take, right? Fairy Creation replied, "Song stupid." Song Shuheng, 3 Fairy Creation's personality A was completely unreliable. If it was Fairy Creation's personality B that was present, she may have still come in handy. However, her personality B almost never showed up. Song Shuheng said, "Sister White Dragon, are we going to make a move? And whose side should I take?" Sister White Dragon said, "Although I am with 16 now, don't forget that I used to be the ancestral golden dragon of the Heavenly City." Her feelings for the Heavenly City were very complicated. Although she used her death to separate herself from the Heavenly City, it was purely because she did not want to be constrained by the Heavenly Emperor's path. She still had many beautiful memories of the ancient Heavenly City, and most of the time she had spent with slow-witted Song was in the Heavenly City. Her attitude towards the Heavenly City was very similar to that of the Great Northern Emperor. Furthermore, in my current state, I can only resist the Heavenly Emperor for a short time. I can probably only give you enough time to retreat. If you want me to fight her head-on, well, I simply do not have the energy for such an ordeal. After a while, I'd just end up being smashed to pieces and forced to regather in 16's body," Sister White Dragon added. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song." At this time, an ordinary-looking man stepped forward. "You've already done a lot for the scholarly faction. You can leave the rest to me." One Song Shuheng asked, "Who are you, uncle?" "I'm the one who drove you guys here." The uncle wiped his face, and the aura emanating from him changed into that of a refined gentleman. "It's you." Song Shuheng once again linked the man in front of him to the blurred figure in his memory. You don't have to worry. You've already helped the scholarly faction a great deal. We owe you for all the help that you have provided us." The uncle stretched out his hand and gave Song Shuheng a volume of the writing of the sage. This was a scripture written by the scholarly sage when he was still alive. Song Shuheng still felt worried. The Heavenly Emperor has companions. I'm afraid that none of them are going to be weak. Are you sure you're going to be alright, uncle? The driver uncle smiled and said, Don't worry, I also have a companion. Then, another figure emerged from the crowd. It was a Buddhist monk whose entire body seemed to have been cast from gold, and his muscles were exceptionally well built. When he looked at him, Song Shuhang had the illusion as if all the muscles in the world were growing on this monk's body. This Buddhist monk put his palms together, revealing a faint smile. This smile was especially warm. Song Shuhang's eyes made contact with him. Afterward, he sensed a sense of intimacy with this Buddhist monk. It was the kind where the cultivation techniques they practiced resonated with one another. Song Shuhang subconsciously asked, Are you from the Jingang temple? The Buddhist monk's smile grew brighter and he nodded gently. On the top of Song Shuhang's head, a 7-meter-long strand of hair suddenly appeared. It was another one of Pavilion Master Chu's strands of hair. The strand of hair quickly moved towards the Buddhist monk, and the tip of the hair was like a spike as it directly shot toward the monk's eyes. The Buddhist monk remained motionless, his hands still clasped together. Pavilion Master Chu's hair paused right in front of the monk. After a while, the long hair slowly retracted. Pavilion Master Chu said, It's not him. Previously, when the crystal-clear water pavilion collapsed, slow-witted Song had appeared before her in a form very similar to the form of this great master from the Jingang temple. But the Buddhist monk in front of them was not slow-witted Song. This Buddhist monk was a genuine great master from the Jingang temple. In addition, the path to immortality that he walked was the Buddhist path of the Jingang temple. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This great master of the Jingang temple and the driver uncle should have something to do with slow-witted Song. However, this information could not be shared with White Dragon. So, Pavilion Master Chu did not reveal anything. Pavilion Master Chu asked directly, What is your goal? The Jingang Temple Great Master smiled slightly and replied, We want to prevent the Heavenly Emperor from reclaiming the Heavenly City fragments and delay her rebuilding of the Heavenly City. What follows after is the ultimate goal of our alliance, and that cannot be shared to the public for the time being. When Song Shuhang heard this, a series of clues appeared in his mind. He thought of, wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball, the Heavenly Emperor, the fragment of the first ghost spirit ever, Cheng Lin, and so on. Wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball had a plan. It wanted to use the path of the Heavenly Emperor to complete its body. However, this plan had failed in the past. But now, with the return of the Heavenly Emperor, the plan became feasible again. With the driver uncle and the Buddhist monk having formed an alliance that aimed to prevent the Heavenly Emperor from rebuilding the Heavenly City, their ultimate goal was already evident. Everything suddenly became clear. Anyway, thank you, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. The driver uncle flung his robe handsomely and strode to the Heavenly Emperor in the distance. If we ever happen to meet in the future, I will definitely teach you a set of combat techniques that will satisfy you. Song Shuhang reminded, I want those from the scholarly faction. The Jingang Temple Great Master paused slightly. Then, he turned around and smiled. If you want to learn combat techniques of the scholarly faction, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song can come and learn them from me. To Song Shuhang. I learned a lost technique of the Jingang Temple from an expert from the scholarly faction who drove us over. And now, I'm being told to go to a great master from the Jingang Temple if I want to learn techniques of the scholarly faction? Did you two change souls or something? Or perhaps you accidentally swapped scripts? The Jingang Temple's great master laughed out loud before heading toward the Heavenly Emperor in the distance with the driver uncle. The driver uncle said, Let's move the location of the battle to outside the scholarly faction. The great master nodded slightly and said, No problem, leave it to me. That is what I'm good at. The two seniors who appeared to be very powerful had left just like that. Sister White Dragon said slowly, If it's only the two of them, I doubt that they have what it takes to deal with the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuhang asked, Is the Heavenly Emperor that strong? She hasn't fully recovered to her peak state. Actually, she hasn't even restored her path. Sister White Dragon said, back during the era of the ancient heavenly city, in addition to the great emperors of the four cardinal directions, there were several other hidden immortal-level existences. Song Shuheng said, are you referring to those like you, Cheng Lin, and that immortal monster hunter whose arms are filled with eyes? Did Fairy Whitebone also reach this level towards the end? When Shuheng mentioned the monster hunter whose arms were filled with eyes, Pavilion Master Chu's hair, which was on his head, shook slightly. Sister White Dragon asked, have you done a lot of research on the heavenly city? Tu Song Shuheng replied, a bit. However, among the great emperors of the four cardinal directions, the great northern emperor has already left the heavenly city, and the great southern emperor had a fight with Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven not long ago. Now that I mention that, I wonder how they're currently doing. Anyway, you and Cheng Lin have also left the heavenly city. Meanwhile, that immortal whose arms are filled with eyes was caught by beep 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 and ended up being locked up. He would likely not be able to do anything for quite some time. Does the heavenly emperor have any other immortal-level companions? Sister White Dragon said, it is extremely difficult to kill off someone who has already stepped into the immortal realm. Therefore, the heavenly emperor is likely to have 3 or 4 immortal-level companions with full combat strength. This is still only the information I can gather using my memories. In the worst possible case, there is a chance that some of those who survived the collapse of the heavenly city managed to take that final step and reach the immortal realm during the long time that has passed then. That's really scary. Song Shuheng scratched his head. He stared into the distance in dismay. Even though the heavenly emperor seemed to be very talkative recently, she had always been at the top of Song Shuheng's list of people he least wanted to meet. Even if there came a day when the heavenly emperor jokingly stabbed him in the back, he would not be surprised at all. The current truce between them was the result of the heavenly emperor borrowing Soft Feather's face, and Song Shuheng knew this very well. After all, if the heavenly emperor had used the face of a grown man to approach him, it would have been useless. Song Shuheng said, I've been considering some things. Should I go fight as well? How are you planning to fight? Asked the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. Otherwise, how about I find a way to contact my main body and ask Scarlet Heaven to give me some energy? That way, you'll be able to let out a slash or two. Let's see if Senior White has any treasures that can contain inner demons first, said Song Shuheng. If he does, then it's time for my demonic cooking skills to shine. 2-1 The heavenly emperor placed her hands behind her back, smiling like an ordinary girl as she walked through the scholarly faction. 1. Go ahead. She smiled happily and said, come and fight me. I can't wait to see what other interesting tricks you have. Chapter 1938 Psychological Warfare. Song Shuheng asked the dazed Senior White softly, Senior White, have you found anything that can contain an inner demon yet? He was afraid that if he spoke too loudly, Senior White might be startled and fall to the ground accidentally. Shuheng no longer had the decent luck that he had yesterday. As such, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After hearing someone call him, Senior White finally came back to his senses and said, I found a few items that might come in handy. I'll try them out later to see if any of them work. After saying that, he used his spatial abilities to reach his arm into his treasure trove, and took out the 5 items that he thought might be useful. There was a metal box that gave off a very techy feeling, a white jade bottle, a bag made of silk, a crystal ball-shaped magical treasure, and a simple pot. What are you going to do next? Senior White handed all 5 magical treasures over to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng could not hold so many magical treasures with only 2 hands, so he had to use his psychic energy to keep them suspended in the air around him. Ever since he learned to use psychic energy, Song Shuheng discovered that he could not live without it anymore. 2. From a purely rational perspective, I've been thinking of taking advantage of the chaos to launch an attack on the Heavenly Emperor. In the end, the 2 of us are enemies, said Song Shuheng. 1. The revived Heavenly Emperor belonged to the camp of the Ball of Liquid Metal. Senior White's clone said, a purely rational perspective. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword guessed, is it because the Heavenly Emperor has soft feathers face, so from an emotional point of view, you can't bring yourself to hit her? Song Shuheng replied, no, I mean that thinking from an emotional point of view, it really isn't right for me, a weakling, to be fighting big shots like her all the time. Against opponents of such a level, it would be much smarter for me to run as far away as I can. 1. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword looked at Song Shuheng in shock. So you have some self-knowledge. I always thought that you were so full of yourself that you forgot that you were a weakling. 1. Song Shuheng, 1. I'm not that reckless. Senior White's clone said, speaking of which, you're talking about attacking the Heavenly Emperor while in her inner demon cave. Are you not afraid that she will discover your plan? Song Shuheng's face stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. It's okay, Senior White. I'm just going to conspire openly. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Emperor could hear him or not, he would start by talking big. When betting while being broke, you barely risked anything and even had a chance of making money if you were lucky. 1. When it came to launching attacks, using psychological attacks first was the key. 3. Senior White asked, alright, what are you going to do? Song Shuheng replied, I'm going to cook up the inner demon and then slice it up into inner demon sashimi. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, do you plan to lure the Heavenly Emperor over for an inner demon banquet? Are you thinking of making her give up on her designs on the scholarly faction by doing that? 216 smiled and said, Senior, Shuheng's plan definitely isn't that ridiculous. Yep, Song Shuheng said, just watch. Then, he entered the inner demon cave with the 5 magical treasures that Senior White gave him floating around him. The inner demon drawn from young Master Hai's clone was still in mid-air, it was crumpled into a ball and rolled around repeatedly. Senior White and the others followed behind Shuheng. Huh! Sister White Dragon suddenly exclaimed. She felt that something was missing from this inner demon cave, similar to when other fragments were licked by Song Shuheng's inner world. Senior White mused, there's something missing from this fragment. The things that's missing should have been recovered by the Heavenly Emperor, Su Clan 16 guessed. The Heavenly Emperor had been in the inner demon cave for quite a while. If there was something missing from this Heavenly City fragment, it should have been taken by her. If that's the case, Sister White Dragon glanced at Song Shuheng. Shuheng has been snatching the food from the Heavenly Emperor's mouth and licking away whatever she wanted to retrieve. 2. If things were to continue developing in this manner, there would definitely be a battle between Song Shuheng and the Heavenly Emperor in the future. 1. Senior White's clone said, forget it, as long as the inner demon cave is still here, its other functions should still be available. Song Shuheng nodded, heading toward the inner demon. In his mind, he began to recall the several suggestions and plans that everybody had come up with during their discussion on inner demon materialization just now. The black-skinned soft feather asked, which plan is Senior Song going to use? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword seized the opportunity to say, I still feel like my initial suggestion was very good. I don't have the ability to eat, but the black-skinned soft feather does. The black-skinned soft feather said firmly, I have a name, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Besides, I would never agree to going through with that plan of yours. I'll try each of the plans we discussed before, replied Song Shuheng calmly. As long as you kept your calm, everything would go well. He would absolutely not let Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword continue to deceive him on using the saber nurturing technique on it. 1. This was a good way of teaching it a lesson. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword had been provoking him all this time and rending his heart. The best he could do when faced with these provocations was to remain as calm as possible. Over time, he would definitely develop the character of a reliable and stable senior by doing so. He believed that this was the correct way to make use of the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. 1. Let's get started, said Song Shuheng. By using his will, he transferred out a set of kitchen utensils from the ancient Heavenly City's canteen number 111 back in the inner world. Inner demons were generally invisible. If it was not for the scholarly sage's eye, Song Shuhang would not have been able to see them. Moreover, inner demons, which were abstract and illusory, could not be touched under normal circumstances. At this time, it was time for the 5 magical treasures that Senior White had given him to show their worth. Song Shuhang used the 5 magical treasures to capture the inner demon in midair. Out of the 5 magical treasures, 2 of them worked. The silk bag and that simple pot could both contain the inner demon. Song Shuhang thought for a moment and chose the bag. He returned the remaining 4 magical treasures to Senior White's clone. The soft silk bag was much more suited for what he was planning to do. Now, time to try out the first plan. Song Shuhang pressed the bag containing the inner demon onto the chopping board and attempted to process the invisible inner demon through the bag. After a while, Plan 1 failed. The volume of the inner demon in the bag had also shrunk slightly. Time for Plan 2. I hope that this inner demon won't be consumed before I finish processing it, Song Shuhang said. 16 thought for a while, then turned to Senior White and said, Senior White, we thought of a total of 7 plans a while ago, which one do you think is the best? Senior White's clone said, I was in a daze before, so I didn't hear any of them. 16 said, Senior White can pick any number you want. 1. Wonderful. Song Shuhang praised. 16 is really resourceful. 1. Senior White said, then how about 6? Understood. I'm skipping straight to Plan 6. Song Shuhang began using the 6th plan they had thought up for the inner demon materialization. Soon enough, the inner demon in the bag materialized successfully. Great! Next, it's time to slice this inner demon up and prepare the seasoning. After that, all I need to do is to summon Senior Ruler of Shadows using the little cup. 6. Senior White asked, did it work? Yup, said Song Shuhang with a laugh. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down on the bag. The inner demon inside the bag began squirming around. Can you open it up and let us see what this inner demon looks like? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously. Normally, inner demons did not have a fixed form as they were ever changing. However, since the inner demon had now materialized, it should have a physical form. 2. Was it going to take the form of what the cultivator was most afraid of? If so, then would young Master Hai's inner demon be Song Shuhang? 1. If an inner demon that looked just like him came out of the bag, would Song Shuhang still be able to cut it into slices? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword began to look forward to the next few moments. 16. Senior White, Sister White Dragon, and the others all came closer, also curious. Song Shuhang said, when I used the 6th plan to materialize the inner demon, I injected the concept of fish into it. Therefore, it should have taken the form of a fish. This way, it will perfectly fit a dish like inner demon sashimi slices. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and reached into the silk bag before slowly pulling the inner demon out. Fwop fwop, it really did look like a big fish. The tail of the fish was constantly flapping around. The inner demon seemed to know the fate that it was about to face and was struggling in the face of death. 2. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said with some disappointment, it really is just a fish. In the end, it was also an inner demon. How could seeing its brethren face such an unfortunate fate make it happy? While it was still dwelling in its thoughts, Song Shuhang had already exerted some force with his right, dragging the big fish halfway out of the bag. But then, a small waist appeared before everyone's eyes. Song Shuhang's arm stiffened when he caught sight of this. Su Clan 16 asked, a mermaid? Song Shuhang said doubtfully, strange. When I was making it materialize, I injected the concept of an ordinary big fish into it. I didn't have any thoughts of making it turn into a mermaid. Sister White Dragon guessed, although this kind of low-level inner demon doesn't have much intelligence, it can still do some things instinctively. As an inner demon, it should have perceived the thoughts of the surrounding creatures. By using its innate talents, it combined these thoughts and assumed the form of a mermaid. In a way, it was similar to the protective coloring of a chameleon. The inner demon had changed itself according to the surrounding environment. If it is in the form of a mermaid, slicing it will be a bit more difficult, said Song Shuhang. After all, ordinary people would have some psychological barriers when faced with something humanoid. If he really could not bring himself to do it, he would have it take another shape. Song Shuhang pulled the mermaid inner demon out of the bag. He wanted to see what the inner demon had turned into. Above the inner demon's waist was a mini-human body. Perhaps due to the inner demon being too weak, it had not been able to emulate the gender of the human it had taken as a reference. Therefore, the human body reminded one of that of a genderless mannequin. However, what surprised everyone was its head. The inner demon had copied Senior White's head. It was a merman version of Senior White. It was absolutely flawless in terms of appearance. Song Shuhang, 116, Scarlet Heaven Sword, Sister White Dragon smiled and said, "It can be said that this inner demon's will to survive is very strong. If one were to ponder its actions, it had actually made a very reasonable choice. Among the many characters at the scene, it was by taking from Sage White's looks that it would be able to minimize its chance of dying." True Monarch White Crane could not help but say, "Shuhang, sell it to me." 2. It isn't for sale. Senior White's clone rejected True Monarch White Crane's request. Afterward, he reached out his hand to Song Shuhang and said, "Shuhang, lend me your phone." Song Shuhang unlocked his phone and handed it over to Senior White. Senior White took several pictures of this merman white. Then, he opened Song Shuhang's chat software and sent the photos he took to Soft Feather. Song Shuhang was stunned the entire time. It was an absolutely shocking scene to see. He even began to doubt whether Senior White's clone had been swapped out at some point. "Good," Senior White's clone said calmly. "This way, the next clone will suffer for sure." 3. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, are you okay? Is it possible that you're tired and need some rest?" 2. Senior White's clone replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I don't have much energy left, and my head feels a little dizzy. It's like when you drink too much and get lightheaded, but this feeling does feel quite good." Following that, he grabbed a kitchen knife and cut down the merman white with a single slash. Merman white was cut right at the middle. If it had been someone else, they would have probably hesitated when faced with the merman white, but Senior White's clone was not so soft-hearted. He did not hesitate to backstab his main body and the next clone that was to come. But even after being cut into two, the inner demon did not die. Instead, its severed upper body began to transform wildly. It transformed into Su Clan 16. Senior White's clone did not hesitate in the slightest to slice it once again. It then transformed to Soft Feather. Senior White's clone still showed no mercy. It then transformed into the Virtuous Lamia, Fairy Creation, Sister White Dragon, True Monarch White Crane, and Song Shuhang one after the other. But none of them worked. If you were to turn into a normal fish, it would not feel any sense of accomplishment from cutting you. The more you change into other people's appearance, the more fun it is for me to slice you apart, murmured Senior White's clone. 3. While saying that, he cut the inner demon's upper body in half once more. The inner demon seemed to understand Senior White's words, or perhaps it had inferred the meaning of Senior White's words after sensing his thoughts. A moment later, it transformed into a normal fish. And with that, it had used up its remaining bit of energy. Senior White said, "It really turned into a fish." Senior White stretched out his hand and handed both the fish and the knife to Song Shuhang. "I'll leave the rest to you." Okay. Song Shuhang took the kitchen knife, activated his demonic chef heart, and extracted the Demon Emperor's cooking experience and insights from his memories. His spiritual energy wrapped around the kitchen knife along with a strand of saber intent. Then, he urged the power of the demonic chef heart to its full capabilities. Bright lights flashed as Shuhang swung the knife around. Each one of his swings contained the power of the chef heart and saber intent. What he was doing was not merely some simple slicing. In the blink of an eye, the fish-like inner demon was cut into neat slices and placed onto a plate. And that was the end for the inner demon. Song Shuheng wiped his hands, and then prepared the sauce according to Demon Emperor Heji's menu. When he browsed his memory, he discovered that he could make use of some of the leftover ingredients from when he made the braised heavenly tribulation. He asked, "Who wants to be the first to taste the inner demon sashimi slices?" This time, nobody went up to take Song Shuheng on his offer. Instead, all of their gazes moved to look at the small black cup that Song Shuheng had brought out. Unlike the braised heavenly tribulation, when they saw this inner demon sashimi, they all felt that it would be for the better to look for someone else to try it out first. 1. It was an inner demon, after all. The braised heavenly tribulation had gone through several complicated steps, it was fragrant, and the smell made people drool when it was finished. On the other hand, the inner demon had been sliced raw, so they were worried about suffering adverse reactions when consuming it. One true monarch white crane said, "If possible, it would be better to smoke the inner demon to make it more appetizing. Time is tight." "We don't have the time to smoke the inner demon," Song Shuheng replied. 16 said, "Then let's wait for Senior Ruler of Shadows to come over and have a taste of it first." Song Shuheng grabbed the little black cup and began to summon the Ruler of Shadows. Shortly after the signal was sent, a bucket-sized spatial gate appeared above the small black cup. Then, dark shadows drilled out of the spatial gate, filling the entire inner demon cave in the blink of an eye. The Ruler of Shadows said, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, we meet again." Song Shuheng asked, "Yes, Senior, we meet again. The space where I summoned Senior this time is rather small, would you like to go out to have a talk?" After being covered by the body of the Ruler of Shadows, the entire inner demon cave had become pitch black. The Ruler of Shadows said with a smile, "This space is indeed too small. Next time, please summon me in a wider place. After all, my body is very large, and it is uncomfortable when I'm in such a tight space." After saying that, most of its shadows began to withdraw into the spatial gate, revealing only enough of itself to cover half of the inner demon cave. This big shot who had a soft spot for the dishes of the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet had surprisingly a very approachable personality. "Oh, this is the scholarly faction. No wonder I felt uncomfortable. The attributes of the scholarly faction are opposite to mine." The Ruler of Shadows then asked with a smile, "Anyway, seeing as fellow Taoist tyrannical Song has summoned me, have you made a new dish for me to try out?" Song Shuheng nodded and replied, "This is the inner demon sashimi slices. Senior, please taste it. Also, the repice I got was missing the steps to materialize the inner demon, so the taste might be different from the original one. 2. Is this inner demon sashimi slices of yours another modified dish?" The Ruler of Shadows laughed and said, "I like the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, and I also like innovation. As long as the modifications are positive, and the dish tastes better than the original or has its own specialty, I have no problems with it." Song Shuheng handed over a plate of sashimi slices and served it along with 3 different sauces. The Ruler of Shadows condensed 5 arms, 2 of which took the plate, 1 of which took the sauces, and the last 2 holding onto a knife and fork. One under the gaze of Song Shuheng and the others, the Ruler of Shadows tasted one of the slices of inner demon sashimi. After a short while, the Ruler of Shadows said in a voice filled with satisfaction, "The taste is beyond my expectations. It tastes delicious." While saying that, he tried the 3 flavors of sauce. "Senior, how does its taste compare to the original?" Song Shuheng tried asking. He wanted to know how effective the 6th plan that he discussed with the others was. The Ruler of Shadows said, "How should I say this? There is absolutely no comparison." Song Shuheng, "Was the version I made that bad?" "The ingredients are completely different," said the Ruler of Shadows. "I was wondering why you were talking about inner demon materialization earlier. Now, it seems you directly turned the inner demon into an ingredient. Fellow Taoist tyrannical song, this is the first time I've seen such a technique. You were able to draw the inner demon out of a cultivator's body, materialize it, and then slice it apart to make a dish. If you master this technique, I'm afraid that cultivators all over the universe would be frantically making requests to you. 516 immediately understood the meaning behind the ruler of shadows' words. Senior, are you saying that an inner demon tribulation was used for the original inner demon sashimi slices? The ruler of shadows said slowly, yes. Although I don't know how the fellow Taoist who created the inner demon sashimi slices did it, he did seal the inner demon tribulation of a cultivator who was transcending their tribulation. During the inner demon tribulation, there is a short period of time in which the inner demon materializes. One Song Shuheng said, disappointed, so I failed. The ruler of shadows said, given our previous agreement, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song has indeed failed this time. You did not make the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices. However, this inner demon sashimi slices of yours happen to satisfy my appetite. So, I'll still allow you to request something from me. Of course, the value you'll get out of it is not equal to a dish of the heavenly tribulation grand banquet. Then, he added, one more thing, I do not recommend you to directly consume this version of the inner demon sashimi slices. These are the slices of a pure inner demon, and it is not good for your body when you consume them directly. 1 It's delicious. While the ruler of shadows was saying that, Senior White's voice came from the side. Song Shuheng hurriedly turned his head. Senior White, don't eat that. These inner demon sashimi slices are not suitable for us to eat. The ruler of shadows laughed and said, Sage White's body is a clone, right? If it is a clone, then it's fine to have a taste of it. It won't hurt the main body anyway. Hearing this, Song Shuheng let out a sigh of relief. So, profound sage tyrannical Song, is there anything you want? The ruler of shadows asked while eating. Song Shuheng said, yes. In fact, I summoned Senior because I needed to ask you something. The ruler of shadows said, fellow Taoist, please speak. Song Shuheng asked, is Senior interested in fighting the Heavenly Emperor? The ruler of shadows replied, this is not an equivalent exchange, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Although the Heavenly Emperor has yet to recover her strength, if I attack her, I'll have to deal with many troubles in the future. Moreover, if I take action against the Heavenly Emperor now, it will imply that I am someone who takes advantage of others while they're in a weakened state. If I really have to fight her, it would only be after she returns to her peak. The pride and confidence of a powerhouse exuded from the ruler of shadows. However, I can lend fellow Taoist tyrannical Song an interesting item. Since we're in the scholarly faction, this item should work quite well. This item is very precious, and when fellow Taoist tyrannical Song uses it, the effects will by no means be lackluster, said the ruler of shadows. One Song Shuheng asked, precious. How much is it worth? The ruler of shadows replied, converted into 8th stage or 9th stage spirit stones, it should be enough to exchange for a small mountain of them. Doesn't that mean that it's a treasure of the same level as the virtuous Lamia's flat imperial hat? As long as the flat imperial hat has sufficient energy, the virtuous Lamia can exert combat power at the level of the 9th stage. The ruler of shadows handed over a bracelet. Its name is Shadow Sanctum. It can draw out the obsession left by a powerhouse in a certain place, and transform that obsession into a shadow clone. The stronger the powerhouse, the stronger the obsession they are likely to have left behind, thereby increasing the power that Shadow Sanctum is able to display. We're in the scholarly faction, a place where the scholarly sage and the 13 tribulation transcenders of the scholarly faction once lived. I can sense that there's a lot of residual obsession left here that has yet to be consumed. If you activate the item, I can assure you that its effects will not disappoint you. 1. Sister White Dragon asked, is this fellow Taoist Shadow's path? The ruler of shadows replied, of course not. Sister White Dragon said, "Oh, I was just asking casually." Song Shuheng squeezed the bracelet and said, "What if the obsession that was left in this area isn't activated?" As long as you use it, there will definitely be obsession that is activated," said the ruler of shadows. "But how strong that activated obsession is depends on you." Song Shuheng nodded and looked at Senior White. "Senior White, how about you do another divination for me?" Senior White's clone turned around and an expression of confusion was visible on his face. His deadpan face actually showed an expression. Song Shuheng asked hurriedly, "Senior White, are you really okay?" Senior White rubbed his temples and said, "Eating the inner demon sashimi slices had a certain effect on me, a rather hallucinogenic effect. Earlier, my body was slightly empty due to the lack of energy, but after eating the inner demon sashimi slices, I felt like floating. Initially, it only felt like I was tipsy, but now it feels like I'm completely drunk." Senior White, let me help you. True Monarch White Crane took the opportunity to step forward and support Senior White. Rumble. At that moment, there was thunderous rumbling that came from the distance. The rumbling had come from the collision of powerful forces, and the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. The driver uncle and the great master from the Jingang Temple must have run into the Heavenly Emperor's camp, explained Sister White Dragon. "Those guys are really crazy. Due to the imminent change of the wielder of the heavens will, those at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm and the Immortal realm had all gone into hiding. Even if they really wanted to go out and do some activities, they would use various means that would allow them to stay safe when doing so. They would typically have their body replaced, possess someone or something, or seal their strength. On the other hand, the Heavenly Emperor's camp and the driver uncle's camp, who were in the sky above the scholarly faction, displayed their full strength without reservation. Song Shuheng said, "Having a battle directly above the scholarly faction should be unfavorable for the driver uncle and the Jingang Temple's great master." Sister White Dragon replied, "They are trying to shift the battlefield elsewhere. They should be moving to some other dimension soon." Previously, the Jingang Temple's great master had mentioned that he excelled in shifting the battlefield to other places. With his powerful physical strength, combined with the supernatural powers of the Jingang Temple, he should indeed have the ability to forcefully shift the battlefield elsewhere. Song Shuheng asked, "Has the Heavenly Emperor been taken away?" Sister White Dragon replied, "The Heavenly Emperor's aura has disappeared. She must have been their focus." Pavilion Master Chu's hair emerged from the top of Song Shuheng's head and said, "I can still sense the aura of an immortal somewhere close. They're likely to be someone that the Heavenly Emperor arranged as a backup." In the past, the scholarly faction and the ancient Heavenly City both possessed the power to suppress the entire universe. However, the way the two forces were established was very different. The scholarly faction was single-handedly created by the scholarly sage. He took in some disciples and trained them until 13 of them became the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction. On the other hand, the Heavenly Emperor had gathered a group of like-minded companions at the immortal level to establish the Heavenly City. Then, they recruited powerful people from all over the universe, making them join the city. After losing the sage, the scholarly faction suffered greatly in terms of the number of immortals they could count on. Pavilion Master Chu continued, "After both the Heavenly Emperor's and driver uncle's camp moved to another battlefield, the scholarly faction has lost their top experts. If that hidden immortal makes a move now, they can easily take away all the Heavenly City fragments in the scholarly faction, unless the scholarly faction has some tricks up its sleeve." During the several calamities that the scholarly faction had faced, most of its 13 Tribulation Transcenders were either killed or severely injured. Anyway, some of them still lived, as felling a Tribulation Transcender was no easy task. If there were 3 or 4 of them who were still alive to this day, then with the talent and aptitude that they had, there was a high chance that they had already stepped onto their own path, becoming immortals a long time ago. If there were any of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders hidden among the disciples of the scholarly faction, then there was nothing to worry about when it came to the raiding conducted by the Heavenly City. Song Shuheng thought for a while and said, I'll ask Senior Eternal Fire to send people over. We have to hurry up and transfer the Heavenly City fragments to the world of the Golden Lotus. We should transport as much as we can at the fastest speed. As long as they entered the world of the Golden Lotus, it would not be so easy for the Heavenly Emperor to recover the fragments. He quickly sent a message to Senior Eternal Fire as they needed all the time they could get. I have some bad news, said Pavilion Master Chu slowly. Chu too has sent me a message. She was able to take care of the demonic bear and some of its companions by using her crystal clear water pavilion, but the demonic bear has other companions who are heading over to the scholarly faction with their forces as we speak. Tu Song Shuheng touched the sage's eye in his left eye socket and looked at the ruler of shadows. Senior, how do I activate Shadow Sanctum? Just pour your spiritual energy into it. In addition, if you have enough time, you can look for the place with the strongest obsession in the scholarly faction and activate Shadow Sanctum there. It's best to perform some rituals that can enhance your luck before activating it, replied the ruler of shadows. One Song Shuheng asked, would that allow me to display its effect to the fullest? The ruler of shadows replied, extra luck always helps, especially if you're someone with not so good luck. One Song Shuheng sighed, hoping that the sage's eye could enhance the power of the obsession. It seems I'll have to postpone my fight with the Heavenly Emperor. 2. If Shadow Sanctum could play a significant role, then it would be best to save it for the incoming evil demons of the Netherworld. Tyrannical Song, Buzz Tyrannical Song, please reply when you receive this message. All of a sudden, the electronic voice of Little Sun, you're busy T233, sounded in Song Shuheng's ears. However, the signal seemed to be a little choppy as its voice was rather difficult to hear. Song Shuheng replied, I'm here. The Little Sun said, Tyrannical Song, my master is asking you, where are you right now? Song Shuheng replied, I am in the scholarly faction. Buzz, sure enough. Please be careful, the scholarly faction signal has some obstructions, said the Little Sun said. In addition, the fat ball is on its way to the main world, so prepare yourself mentally. Tu Song Shuheng asked, the fat ball is coming too? Doesn't it still need some more time? Little Sun replied, according to the data we gathered, the fat ball has received some critical information from its subordinates and changed its plans. The information involved the scholarly faction. Please be careful. Could it be because of the demonic bear? Song Shuheng had a terrible headache as he learned of this new information. The only thing that he could be thankful for at the moment was that the fat ball had Senior White 2 constantly watching it. Although its strength was the highest among Song Shuheng's list of people he least wanted to meet, since Senior White 2 did not allow the fat ball to bully the weak, it did not have much of a direct threat to Shuheng. Song Shuheng said, Pavilion Master Chu, please find a way to notify Chu 2 to be more careful. The boss of the demonic bear is going to be making a move. The level of danger just skyrocketed. For some reason, he felt especially insecure today. He turned his head down and looked at Shadow Sanctum, touching the sage's eye in his left eye socket. Suddenly, a bold thought appeared in his mind. Could there be any obsession left by the scholarly sage and the scholarly faction? If there is, then can I make use of it? 1. Chapter 1942 Sage's Obsession, Ignite. For example, he could try throwing Senior Skylark's head over at a place where the scholarly sage's obsession was relatively stronger. He could also add fairy creation to the mix to strengthen the effect. If he did all that, there was a chance he might ignite the scholarly sage's obsession. If this bold plan worked, as long as the power of the scholarly sage lasted for a decent time, Shuheng might be able to play a key role during this event. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Ruler of Shadows, after this Shadow Sanctum is activated, how long can it last? The Ruler of Shadows replied, it depends on the number of obsessions you activate. The quality of the obsession is related to the amount of power that can be exerted after activating Shadow Sanctum. If the quality is about the same, the number of the obsession is what determines the amount of time the technique can work. Song Shuheng nodded, I see. I'm going to take a walk around the scholarly faction and have a look at the area with the strongest obsession. One with evil demons of the netherworld, the Heavenly Emperor, and the fat ball appearing one after the other. It would do him good to be ready to ignite those obsessions before the enemy appeared. 16 said, Shuheng, do you know how to sense obsessions? 1. The hand that Song Shuheng was using to hold Shadow Sanctum froze. Right, how do I sense obsessions? He turned his head to look at the ruler of shadows and asked, Senior, how can I sense obsessions? There are several methods that you can use. One of these methods is to infer the location through historical records. If you want to summon a certain big shot, you can look through historical records and check where they stayed most of the time, and where major events related to them took place. Through this method, we can speculate the locations of the obsession of that big shot. However, this can only speculate approximate locations. In addition, such history is recorded by people, and that means that it is very likely to have errors, said the ruler of shadows. Song Shuheng nodded. What are the other methods? The ruler of shadows said, another method is to find someone who is born with the talent to sense obsessions and ask them for help. 2. Song Shuheng, 1. The ruler of shadows said, and another method that you can use is to use a set of magical techniques I have called Obsession True Sight. By using this magical technique, the obsessions would look like flames to your eyes. The place where the flames are denser is where the obsession is most concentrated in both quality and quantity. Song Shuheng's eyes shone brightly. That's perfect. However, that is a secret technique of mine, so I don't intend on spreading it around, the ruler of shadows added. It's useless no matter how bright your eyes shine. 2. Song Shuheng, 1. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, fellow Taoist ruler of shadows, how about you take him in as your adoptive son? The ruler of shadows replied decisively, no. 2. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword turned to Song Shuheng and said, there's only so much I can do to help you. Song Shuheng sighed and said, in other words, I can only use the first option. Actually, there is still another option, Senior White's clone said. Fellow Taoist Shadow, do you have the time to help us check where the flames of obsession burn the strongest in the scholarly faction? 1. After the ruler of shadows gave Song Shuheng the treasure, he had not immediately left for the Shadow Realm, and had instead stayed behind to watch how things played out. Since that was the case, it would be reasonable to think that he might have the intention to help them out. Anyway, it was just a matter of asking. Asking a question did not cost any money, at least not in this case. No problem, the ruler of shadows said happily. He then turned to Song Shuheng and said, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, your mind is not nimble enough, and your face is not thick enough. 2. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword hurriedly said, no, the thickness of his face is just right. Anyway, it's not that his mind isn't nimble enough, rather that he's slightly overcautious toward a big senior like you. Song Shuheng's way of thinking had already become one with that of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and it was very jumpy. When chatting with him, it was almost certain that the topic would stray from its original path and there was no knowing where the discussion would end up. If he continued like this, his way of thinking would soon become something similar to Sage White's or Soft Feathers, and that was honestly not that favorable. The ruler of shadows asked curiously, am I too intimidating? I honestly think that I'm a rather kind and gentle senior. 1. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it's exactly because you're kind that tyrannical Song is much more cautious towards you. If you were a hostile immortal level senior, Song Shuheng would have long since started bothering you like a nasty flea, not showing any of the reluctance he's showing right now. 1. Is that so? I actually like fellow Taoist tyrannical Song's character. The ruler of shadows laughed and said, anyway, let me see where obsession is the strongest here in the scholarly faction. 2. After saying that, a portion of the ruler of shadows' body floated out of the inner demon cave before activating the obsession true sight and taking a look around the entire scholarly faction. The ruler of shadows said, I've found the place where the flames of obsession are burning the brightest. It's an area on the eastern edge of the scholarly faction, inside a large rift valley. It's quite an unexpected location. I initially thought that the flames of obsession would be most concentrated in places such as the residences of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders or the Scholarly Sage. I did not expect that it would instead be this inconspicuous location. Song Shuheng replied, a large rift valley on the eastern edge of the scholarly faction. Understood. Thank you, Senior, I'll be heading there right away. The ruler of shadows said, no problem. Right, if none of you are going to be eating these inner demon sashimi slices, I'll finish them. 3. Feel free to do so, fellow Daoist, Senior White's clone said. We can't eat them anyway. Could the main reason as to why the ruler of shadows stayed behind be these inner demon sashimi slices? One Song Shuheng flew on his saber and rushed eastward. 16. Senior White, and True Monarch White Crane followed right behind him. Soon enough, they found themselves in a large rift valley. 16 looked around and said, it feels as if someone cut out this rift valley using a saber or their palm. Song Shuheng said, perhaps these are the signs of a battle that the scholarly sage had with someone. However, who could have fought the scholarly sage for him to have left such a powerful obsession behind? Senior White asked, how do you intend to proceed? Song Shuheng replied, Senior White, I would like you to stand by my side to support me. Sister White Dragon and 16, please take care, there may be a giant turtle of disaster that will be appearing shortly. Alright, 16 said. Song Shuheng took a deep breath and mumbled something at Senior White. After doing that, he brought out an incomplete head of Senior Skylark from his inner world. Fairy Creation held Skylark's head and followed Song Shuheng's instructions, heading to the center of the large rift valley. True Monarch White Crane. Why does Song Shuheng have Senior Skylark's head in his hands? When Skylark's head appeared, the temperature in this large rift valley suddenly rose. Has the obsession been successfully drawn over? Sage's obsession, ignite. Song Shuheng took this opportunity to activate Shadow Sanctum. Chapter 1943 Intel, fought already, it's over. Inside the inner demon cave. The portion of the ruler of Shadow's body that was still in the cave had condensed 6 human-like arms and sat at the entrance of the cave. Using his 6 hands, he held a plate of inner demon sashimi slices, savoring it with gusto. While Song Shuheng was activating the obsessions in the scholarly faction, the ruler of shadows raised its head and glanced toward the large rift valley with interest. What a powerful obsession, and he had actually been able to activate it in a single breath. As expected of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical songs means are indeed remarkable. However, the power generated by such a powerful obsession is not something that the body of an ordinary 8th stage profound sage can withstand. Well, I did remind him discreetly, he should have noticed, right? I pointed out that the quality of the obsession is directly related to the time it can be summoned. As the first sage in 1,000 years, he should at least have this level of understanding, right? The ruler of shadows picked up a piece of sashimi with a fork, poured the sauce onto it, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it slowly. 7. Although it isn't the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices, this inner demon sashimi slices is very original and has a novel taste. If profound sage tyrannical song is able to neutralize the negative influence that this dish has on cultivators, it might become a better dish than the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices. I truly hope that profound sage tyrannical song can advance further as an immortal chef. Whether it's the braised heavenly tribulation or the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices, he's been able to make a different version of them. He's very talented in cooking the heavenly tribulation. 9-1 Meanwhile in the large rift valley. Although he could not see the obsession, Song Shuheng could sense that the temperature in the large rift valley was getting higher and higher. He guessed that it should be because the scholarly sage's flame of obsession had been ignited. He began to activate Shadow Sanctum. Fairy Creation, come back. The giant turtle of disaster is about to appear. After Fairy Creation put down Skylark's head, she raised both of her hands above her head, stood on the tips of her toes, and then swan danced all the way back to Song Shuheng. The dance was beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and simply amazing to watch. Just as Fairy Creation's figure left, a large mouth opened in the air and swallowed Skylark's head. After swallowing Skylark's head, the mouth stopped abruptly. "God damn it, it's you again, profound sage tyrannical song. My father and I were chased down by tentacle monsters for several days the last time you baited us over. Are you trying to trick us again today?" the giant turtle of disaster said in an angry voice. "I'm going to tell my dad to beat you up." "3 Song Shuheng, 2 heavens, it's you again. It's the turtle sister that took off her shell last time. Why are you always the one appearing no matter where I throw out a part of Skylark? Is there some fate between us? Anyway, the father of this turtle sister is very powerful, and it is very likely to be an immortal level existence. With the scholarly faction being in the current mess it is, if her father also intervenes, that will make things much worse and much harder to deal with." "You're misunderstanding," Song Shuheng shouted. "I'm not trying to trick you this time, trust me. You can leave after taking back Senior Skylark's head. I'm trying to summon something else this time." The lady giant turtle of disaster roared, "There are no misunderstandings in this world, only wicked fate. Today, my dad is definitely going to be beating the shit out of you. Dad, come here." "2, dear daughter, can you wait a bit? Daddy will be there in 20 minutes, no, 30 minutes. A voice sounded from the void. "Can you go into hiding for now? Your parents are trying to make some cute little siblings for you. After half an hour, Daddy will make sure to do you justice." 7 The lady giant turtle of disaster was left speechless. Now, everyone knew that her father and mother were making little turtles. 1 Well, that was awkward. 2 The lady giant turtle of disaster gnashed her teeth and said, "Just you wait, profound sage tyrannical song. In half an hour, my dad is definitely going to come over and beat the shit out of you." Then, her figure disappeared into the void. "You really are a sinful man, tyrannical song." "That was a lady turtle," the black scarlet heaven sword said with a strange smile. 2 Song Shuheng, 1 He could not help but press his hand onto the black scarlet heaven sword and use 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique. Aha, so refreshing. After the familiar cool sensation coursed through its body, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "Actually, if the father of that lady giant turtle of disaster does come over, it might be a good thing. Evil demons of the netherworld, powerhouses from the heavenly city, the heavenly emperor, and many other guys are going to make an appearance. At that time, if the father of that giant turtle of disaster really does come over and get involved in the chaotic battle, it would be a lot more interesting." 2 That makes sense, Sister White Dragon said. "If her father comes over, we can just drag him into the battle with some tricks." 1 Senior White's clone asked, "Did Shadow Sanctum work?" "We'll know in a bit." Song Shuheng held up Shadow Sanctum. He could feel that Shadow Sanctum was resonating with the obsession in the Rift Valley, and was transforming this obsession into a shadow clone. While holding Shadow Sanctum up high, Song Shuheng used 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique on it. Probably because he had just used the saber nurturing technique for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, his hands were feeling a little itchy and had involuntarily slid onto the magical treasure. 2 Buzz, Shadow Sanctum vibrated excitedly, and after the 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique, it displayed its full power. 2 In the next moment, all the obsession in the large Rift Valley was mobilized. It really worked. Song Shuheng was overjoyed and wanted to use the saber nurturing technique again. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his rationality prevailed. Shadow Sanctum was a very precious item, and it could not be stimulated so carelessly. If he broke it, it would be a disaster. This thought immediately calmed Song Shuheng down. Whoosh, the sound of waves came from Shadow Sanctum's body. In the next moment, the shadow clone began to condense. A huge shadow appeared. It was so big that it covered the entire sky above the scholarly faction. Sister White Dragon said, this doesn't look like the sage, does it?" Although she had not met the scholarly sage before, she knew that he was a human. Song Shuhang looked confused. "If it's not the sage, then who is it? I brought out Senior Skylark's head, as well as fairy creation, yet I failed to summon the scholarly sage." As soon as his voice faded, the shadow in the sky quickly poured into Song Shuhang's body. However, because the shadow was a bit too large, the process lasted for quite a while. After about 5 minutes. "It still isn't over?" Song Shuhang felt that his body was melting, and he felt that he might even be assimilated by the power of this shadow. For at the same time, as this shadow continued to enter his body, information emerged in his mind, allowing him to know whose obsession he had just summoned. This was the power that belonged to the Indestructible Lord. 3. The Indestructible Lord, a terrifying existence born in the Primordial Era. During the Primordial Era, the Indestructible Lord fell into an eternal slumber as it had tried to access truths beyond its comprehension. While the Indestructible Lord was slumbering, its demonic thoughts had turned into tentacles, and acted in the place of its will, exploring the laws of eternity. Song Shuhang had fought the Indestructible Lord before, and he knew all this very well. After summoning its obsession, Song Shuhang had a bad premonition. "It's over. Ever since my decent luck ran out yesterday, all kinds of bad things have been happening to me. I'm going to die, am I not?" 6. Actually, it wasn't too strange that the Indestructible Lord's obsession was attracted after Senior Skylark's head was brought out, as the Indestructible Lord's obsession for eternity was no weaker than the scholarly sage's obsession with Senior Skylark. 1. What a tragedy. Even with the protection of Senior White, I wasn't able to prevent my bad luck from taking over. Just how bad is my luck today? 1. Song Shuhang's liver ached. The shadow of the Indestructible Lord's obsession was still pouring into his body. If this continued, he would be overwhelmed by the power inside the shadow before Shadow Sanctum could even properly take effect. Under normal circumstances, if the power of the obsession was a bit too strong, Song Shuhang would have turned on his pseudo-eternity smoke mode before his body exploded. However, what he summoned this time was the obsession of the Indestructible Lord. Song Shuhang had experienced for himself just how strong the Indestructible Lord's desire for eternity was, and he did not want to experience it a second time. 1. Therefore, it was best for him to avoid entering the pseudo-eternity state unless it was absolutely necessary. If not, he might just draw over the demonic heads formed from the demonic will of the Indestructible Lord and cause the situation in the scholarly faction to become even messier. 1. When his thoughts reached this point, not only was his liver aching, but his stomach also began cramping. 1. Behind his waist, the black scarlet heaven sword encouraged him, "You got this, Song Shuhang. You can definitely do it. Believe in yourself." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and circulated his 3 top-tier body-tempering techniques to bear the power of the obsession. For the holy apes holding scholarly scriptures in their hands began chanting loudly, while the variant steel hands technique turned Song Shuhang's skin black. As soon as the 3 body-tempering techniques began operating, the pressure he was feeling from the obsession pouring into him decreased significantly. At this time, the virtuous Lamia appeared and suddenly began singing, "Believe in yourself, you will win and create miracles. Believe in yourself." The "tu" in the song was very magical, and Song Shuhang almost sang along with her. But after the virtuous Lamia sang those few lines, she stopped. She was only playing around a little, and she was strangely reliable when it came to life and death situations. Once she stretched out her hand and placed it on Song Shuhang's body, circulating the dual system virtue technique to relieve some of the pressure on Song Shuhang with the power of virtue. The black scarlet heaven sword remained behind Song Shuhang's waist. It could not relieve the pressure on Song Shuhang like the virtuous Lamia, but what it could do was absorb and store the power that leaked out of Song Shuhang. As long as it accumulated enough energy, it could also assist Song Shuhang by slashing out a heaven-burning flaming saber like its main body. 1. At the same time, it added, "Even if you die, you will go out with a bang." 2. Life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves," said Pavilion Master Chu's hair as it swayed in the wind, also silently absorbing some of the power that leaked out. 1. Don't put up flags for me, seniors. Song Shuheng concentrated on absorbing the energy, and all of the hairs on his body stood on end. An incomparably vast amount of spiritual energy enveloped him, and the primordial power of the indestructible Lord came to him from all directions. Everyone around him got some information from this primordial power. As long as one encountered and managed to experience the power of an immortal with their body, they would find themselves with some comprehension of it. In particular, when it came to an existence from the primordial era like the indestructible Lord, they would come in contact with a taboo-like energy. One senior White's clone said, "HM. This energy feels quite familiar." Song Shuheng nodded. "We fought this guy on Heavenly Field Island last week." The power of the indestructible Lord, the wisps of its demonic will turned into the demonic heads, and its obsession turned into tentacles. At that time, a large portion of the demonic heads had been taken down by senior creation singing, and the obsession of the indestructible Lord was drawn away by the giant turtle of disaster. Oh, so that's what it was. Senior White finally understood why he had felt the energy to be quite familiar. The main body of the indestructible Lord was in deep slumber. Its demonic will and obsession had replaced it to collect information about eternity across the universe. Then, when they broke into the main world to pursue Skylark, they were destroyed by the scholarly sage. The sage also left behind a lot of backups, including the voice of Dharma King Creation, which specialized in restraining the indestructible Lord's demonic will. At this moment, the black-skinned soft feather said, "Senior Song, your body is breaking." Song Shuheng replied, "Ah, I can see that, soft feather." There were small cracks all over Song Shuheng's body. "Sure enough, I still can't bear this power. If this continues, my body will explode soon." Song Shuheng waved his hand and opened the inner world. "Everyone, enter my inner world and hide. Senior White, do you have a way to transfer me to a remote and uninhabited place? I'm going to activate my smoke mode." 2 Senior White's clone said, "Sure, just give me a few moments." Then, he raised his sleeve, revealing his white forearm. On the arm of Senior White's clone was a tattoo that looked like a little snake. Senior White reached out and grabbed the tattoo, removing it with a forceful pull. He shook it lightly, and the tattoo inflated, turning into a long rope. Senior White's clone grasped both ends of the long rope and skillfully turned it into a short, fancy jump rope. The embodiment of the indestructible Lord's demonic will. Song Shuheng finally remembered what it was. This was the fragment of the indestructible Lord's demonic will that had parasitized Song Shuheng's body on Heavenly Field Island. Later on, it had been pulled out by Senior White's clone and changed from 3D to 2D, and then into a long rope. "Yup," Senior White's clone said. "I placed it on my arm for a few days and purified it thoroughly. Although it is still a wisp of demonic will of the indestructible Lord, it belongs to me now." After saying that, Senior White's clone threw the wisp of demonic will at Song Shuheng. The demonic will was like a long snake as it wrapped around Song Shuheng's neck. "It won't burrow into my body again, right?" Song Shuheng already had some trauma from this thing. Senior White said, "Don't worry, that won't happen. It will just stick to you like a tattoo." In the next moment, the virtuous fat whale that the Lamia was riding jumped up and swallowed the indestructible Lord's demonic will in a single go. 2 Then, it leaned against Song Shuheng's back, returning to his body. A tattoo appeared on Song Shuheng's back. It was of a huge whale with its mouth open, a snake sticking out of it. The tattoo actually looked quite good. As soon as the tattoo appeared, Song Shuheng felt that the connection between him and the obsession above his head had become stronger. The terrifying power no longer continued to pour into his body. Instead, a black hole condensed above Song Shuheng's head. The indestructible Lord's obsession had begun to manifest. The sudden increase in power gave Song Shuheng an illusion of invincibility. He clenched his fists slightly, wanting to let out an emotional sigh. The virtuous Lamia snatched his line, "Please call me Song, super awesome, Shuheng." 5. Song Shuheng said, "Can you let me say my line every now and then?" The virtuous Lamia blinked. "Can you let me say my line every now and then?" 1. The virtuous Lamia's library had been updated again. Song Shuheng, 1. At this moment, Sister White Dragon asked, "What are you going to do next?" Once Shadow Sanctum was activated, the materialized obsession wouldn't last long. When the indestructible Lord's obsession that had taken possession of, or in this case, attached itself to, Song Shuheng's body was completely consumed, Shadow Sanctum's effect would also come to an end. From this point onward, every minute and every second was very precious to Song Shuheng. Above Song Shuheng's head, Pavilion Master Chu's hair voiced out, that Immortal has made their move. They are already plundering the heavenly city fragments. She was like a radar, keeping an eye on everything that was happening in the scholarly faction. Song Shuheng asked, "Can Sister White Dragon sense who the other party is?" Intelligence was of the utmost importance in modern warfare. Sister White Dragon shook her head. "Their aura is concealed very well. Anyway, it shouldn't be someone I know." Song Shuheng pondered for a few seconds and said, "Since the fat ball has yet to arrive, let's go to meet this immortal from the ancient heavenly city." Pavilion Master Chu's hair said, "You don't need to go looking for them. They're coming here." When Song Shuheng activated Shadow Sanctum, it caused quite the commotion, so it was natural that other people noticed what was going on. Soon after, the sky above their heads was torn apart by a pair of black arms. These black arms were covered with endless demonic energy and red eyes. 1. There. Song Shuheng's heart thumped when he saw this familiar scene. It's that immortal whose arms are covered in eyes. I remember that he was showing off in front of Striped Dragon 2 the last time, even refusing to forgive Chenglin. After that, he was caught and locked up in a small black room for 1,000 years. How come he's out already? Has Striped Dragon 2 become so unreliable? You shouldn't change your mind after saying that you were going to lock him up for 1,000 years. No matter what, this immortal is an enemy who killed your daughter, Empress Chenglin, at least once. So why not just imprison him until he dies? 3. The next time I meet Fairy Chenglin, should I tip her off on this immortal being set free? Thoughts flashed through Song Shuheng's mind, with bold ideas appearing one after the other. One, crack, crack, crack. The spatial gate opened, and the immortal with arms covered with eyes stepped out, glancing around. The light wheel of an immortal shone brightly behind his head. The immortal then crossed his arms and said solemnly, "Are you the trump card that the scholarly faction has prepared to deal with me?" Song Shuheng felt his eyes hurt when he saw the immortal's posture. It wasn't that he had any problem with someone crossing their arms, but with the immortal's arms being covered in eyes, wouldn't this posture hurt those poor eyes? Suddenly, the immortal with arms covered with eyes glared at Song Shuheng, and said through clenched teeth, "It's you." Seeing an old enemy, his eyes became bloodshot. The virtuous Lamia went to protect Song Shuheng like an old hen protecting her chick. She spread her arms wide open, while her beautiful eyes stared at the immortal with vigilance. At #%times, the immortal paused slightly before bitterly calling out the virtuous Lamia's name. The bitterness in his tone was very obvious. Even though there was a distance of over 1,000 meters between them, the bitterness was still loud and clear. But if you were to carefully listen to his tone, you would discover that along with the bitterness, there was also a hint of tenderness. "Are you still going to protect him?" asked the immortal. The virtuous Lamia blinked, and her red lips parted slightly. "God damn it, it's you again. I'm going to tell my dad to beat you up." The immortal with arms covered with eyes was baffled. In the next moment, he looked at Song Shuheng again. This time, his eyes were even redder. On the top of Song Shuheng's head, Pavilion Master Chu's hair stood upright. "Shuheng." Her voice was deep, very deep, and it contained an unresolved resentment. There had been an inner demon in her body that had stayed with her from the 7th stage realm all the way until she reached the immortal realm. Resentment had formed from the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion, and the pain had been tormenting her ever since. It had only been temporarily stopped when Chu-Tu had split apart from her. Although I don't know how he got out, I know what must be done, Song Shuhang said. Senior Chu, please summon Chu-Tu back. We can't let her continue wasting time on those evil demons of the netherworld. Pavilion Master Chu replied softly. She did not need to use words. She directly sent Chu-Tu the image of the immortal with arms covered with eyes. Song Shuhang reached out and unsheathed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Lady Onion. At the same time, he borrowed a saber from Lady Onion. Swoosh! The 9 Virtues Phoenix saber issued a phoenix cry as it drilled out of the inner world, happily landing in Song Shuhang's left hand. A saber in the left hand, and a sword in the right. I might know what's going on, Sister White Dragon said suddenly. It's not his main body. It's more like a clone. As an immortal level existence, it was not strange for the other party to possess 1 or 2 powerful clones. The main body of the immortal with arms covered with eyes was probably still locked in Striped Dragon 2's small black room. However, this clone could move around freely. A clone was definitely not as strong as the main body. However, with a special secret technique like one that was used for this clone, it was possible for it to possess combat power at the immortal level. Nevertheless, it was also because it was a clone that Sister White Dragon had not recognized its aura previously. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Control the power of the indestructible Lord and use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique on him." Song Shuhang asked, "Senior, can your body handle it?" The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Don't worry about me. Just go ahead and do it." Song Shuhang activated the energy of the indestructible Lord and poured it into Scarlet Heaven Sword. He spun his wrist and dark flames erupted from the sword. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique, Indestructible Lord Edition. The flaming saber, powered by the energy of the indestructible Lord, erupted with different flames from the original version. This flame did not appear to be as domineering as the original version, but it did seem to have several strange attributes and debuffs such as hallucinations, poison, demonic sounds, and so on. Song Shuhang raised his hand and sent a slash toward the sky. The immortal with arms covered with eyes snorted and waved his hands. As soon as he did that, several rays of light shot out from his arms. The rays aimed at the black heaven-burning flaming saber. There was no contest, and the domineering rays of light smashed the black heaven-burning flaming saber technique into pieces. The immortal said solemnly, "That's it?" In the next moment, he began descending from the air. He wanted to pinch profound sage tyrannical Song to death, just like how he did with Chenglin back then. Song Shuhang chuckled. "Do you really think that was all there was to it?" 2. Boom! The heaven-burning flaming saber technique, which had been broken up and annihilated, suddenly took shape again, swallowing the immortal with arms covered with eyes. The nature of the indestructible Lord's power was like the name suggested, indestructible. After being neutralized, his attacks would form again and continue to attack. This kind of attack method was very unscientific. People who did not know the indestructible Lord could easily be fooled and get killed when fighting him. The pitch-black heaven-burning flaming saber technique struck the body of the immortal with arms covered with eyes. The virtuous Lamia dubbed the scene for him, 3 while screaming. She also threw a few blades of light toward him. Each of these attacks of virtue was close to the 7th stage in strength. Although attacks of this level could not even hurt a strand of hair of the immortal, their emotional damage was immeasurable. 5. Keep attacking. The opponent is an immortal. Even if it's just a clone, it won't be easy to kill him. Above his head, Pavilion Master Chu's hair reminded him. "I don't want to stop either, but the techniques I know are limited," said Song Shuhang with a stifled heart. Then, he used his psychic energy to hold up Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword and pointed his palm toward the place where the heaven-burning flaming saber technique had exploded. 1. Buddha's giant palm of punishment. 2. He had learned this secret technique of the Jingang Temple only recently. He had read the text of the secret technique and mastered the theory, but he had never gotten to use it. But now that the indestructible Lord's obsession was attached to his body, information and laws were unceasingly pouring into Song Shuhang's mind. It was the knowledge he was receiving after being possessed by the indestructible Lord's obsession. 1. In this state, Song Shuhang's mind was extremely active. The Buddha's giant palm of punishment, of which he only knew the theory, had become integral part of his arsenal. It was similar, in a way, to when he used young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU. For during this time when he was borrowing the CPU of the indestructible Lord's obsession, the saber techniques, sword techniques, magical techniques, and secret techniques he did not know too well, as well as those that he could barely understand, were being revised anew. 1. In the next moment, a huge Buddha's palm appeared in the air. Under the blessing of the indestructible Lord's power, this Buddha's palm came to have an area of nearly 100 square meters. When the palm slammed down, it was accompanied by the power of lightning. Unfortunately, he was in a hurry, and Song Shuhang had been unable to combine the Buddha's giant palm of punishment and the lightning palm. Boom! The Buddha's giant palm of punishment shot toward the location of the explosion. Song Shuhang stared at the blast zone using the scholarly sage's eye. The immortal with arms covered in eyes did not dodge the attack. He was still resisting the inextinguishable fire and saber intent of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. 1. The Buddha's giant palm of punishment landed on his back with perfect timing. 1. It was a pity that the impregnating gaze had no effect on enemies at the immortal realm. Otherwise, this would have been the perfect time to add the impregna, expert's appraisal to the combo. 1. At the same time, Song Shuhang made a hand seal and shouted, 5 thunder strikes. 1. Boom. 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 5 thick bolts of lightning were summoned, and under the blessing of the indestructible Lord's power, these ordinary-looking lightning bolts came to possess a might beyond the 9th stage. This was also the first time that Song Shuhang had ever used the complete version of the 5 thunder strikes. It felt great to be able to use magical techniques. "Are you underestimating me?" the immortal with arms covered in eyes roared angrily. At the same time, the eye on his forehead shone with a vicious light. 1. The flames, saber intent, and lightning that surrounded him were all dispelled. Other than the heaven-burning flaming saber technique at the beginning, all the other techniques that tyrannical Song had been using were small magical techniques that could not hurt him in the slightest. Boom! 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 Spam! The Buddha's giant palm of punishment and the 5 lightning bolts that had been dispelled recondensed, attacking the immortal one more time. However, they still barely did anything to him. The immortal let out an enraged roar. He ignored the attacks, moved through space, and appeared in front of Song Shuhang directly. His pitch-black hands grabbed Song Shuhang's neck, and the eyes between his palms emitted 50 different kinds of light at the same time. 1. Those lights could cause petrification, paralysis, weakness, hallucinations, apply curses, and ignore defenses. 1. A single move that was equivalent to a full set. Even if it were an immortal who was grabbed, they would not be able to resist the attack easily. The immortal said furiously, "Die, you who are surnamed Song." 7. He held Song Shuhang's neck with both of his hands and raised him up in the air. His strong fingers tightly locked Song Shuhang's neck in place. 1. Wait, isn't this too easy? A strange feeling suddenly welled up in the heart of the immortal with arms covered in eyes. 1. During the whole process, Song Shuhang had not resisted, allowing him to grab his neck. It was similar to when he had strangled Qinglin back then. The eyes of Song Shuhang, who was being held by his neck, rolled up. And then, his body softened like a boiled noodle. "Ah, ah," the virtuous Lamia screamed in cooperation. 1. It's a fake. 1. The immortal threw away Song Shuhang's body instinctively. However, while it was easy for him to grab Song Shuhang, the immortal soon discovered that it was difficult to get rid of him. 1. Song Shuhang, whose eyes were rolled up, seemed to be glued to his hands. He could not shake him off at all. Why are you throwing me away? Weren't you going to strangle me? Song Shuhang, who was being swung around like a noodle, suddenly let out a strange sound. 2. His voice sounded just like what one would make when in the middle of a dream. Come on. Strangle me, the dreamy voice continued. If you don't strangle me, I will slice you up. 3. Go to hell. The immortal focused on Song Shuhang's body, and shot all kinds of lights once again. Song Shuhang, who was stuck to both of his hands, was blown up. His body was shattered by the power of the attack. However, the flesh and blood that had splattered everywhere seemed to come alive a moment later. It turned into what looked like bloody mud and then crawled over and wrapped around the immortal's arms. Shortly after, all of the eyes were covered with flesh and blood. 1. Soon, Shuhang's flesh and blood began to corrode the eyes on the immortal's arms. The immortal launched another attack with his eyes, blasting the flesh and blood apart. 1. Meanwhile, in the sky, Song Shuhang's real body walked out of the black hole formed from the materialized obsession. At this moment, Song Shuhang was in a wonderful state. There was a shell on his body, which was a combination of the power of the indestructible Lord's obsession and the indestructible Lord's demonic will that had been purified by Senior White. With this shell, Song Shuhang could fully exert the energy of the indestructible Lord's obsession, and even use some of the secret techniques and skills of the indestructible Lord. If he had to describe this state, it was like playing a VR game. Through this shell, he controlled the immortal level account of the indestructible Lord. 1. That skill he had used just now was called Declaration of Death, and it was a substitution type skill. In addition, only half of the skill had taken effect yet. 1. Song Shuhang's real body approached the immortal, but the other party seemed to be completely oblivious to his presence. As soon as Song Shuhang arrived next to the immortal, he swung Scarlet Heaven's sword and the 9 Virtues Phoenix saber at him. Declaration of Death, if you don't strangle me, I will slice you up. The indestructible Lord did as he said. If he said that he would slice you up, he would slice you up. He would absolutely not stab you instead. The saber and the sword mercilessly slashed down at the immortal. 2 gashes were left on his body, and copious amounts of blood began gushing out of the wounds. There were dark flames that remained in the wounds, constantly burning him and preventing his wounds from healing. 1. The immortal clenched his teeth after receiving the attack, but he did not let out a single sound. He had a strange feeling. Tyrannical Song was completely different from before, whether it was the power of his attacks or the way he used the laws. Earlier, it seemed he had been intentionally using those small tricks to draw his ire. Sure enough, nobody with the surname Song is anything good. 1. The immortal with arms covered in eyes issued out a long cry, and a tattoo-like huge eye appeared on his chest. When this eye appeared, it deciphered the declaration of death that Song Shuhang was using, and the immortal was finally able to see Song Shuhang's real body. He turned around to block Song Shuhang's attack, and a beam of light shot out from the eye on his chest. Whoosh, above Song Shuhang's head, energy came pouring out from the black hole, and a giant shell condensed around Shuhang. This shell easily blocked the light. This was the indestructible Lord's powerful defensive skill, Giant King's Robe. Unfortunately, both Declaration of Death and Giant King's Robe were moves unique to the indestructible Lord's obsession. As such, Song Shuhang could not learn them himself. Once the obsession was consumed, he would no longer be able to use these skills. 2. Song Shuhang, who was on the defensive, glanced at the tattoo-like eye on the chest of the immortal. Nipple beams sure are dangerous. 5. The immortal with arms covered in eyes said calmly, wrong, this eye grew in the middle of my chest. Then, he placed his hands together and pushed them toward Song Shuhang, a terrifying rune condensing from the 2 eyes in the middle of his palms. The destructive power contained in this rune was enough to wipe the scholarly faction off of the earth. This attack is something that tyrannical Song has no choice but to block. Otherwise, everyone below in the scholarly faction will perish. At this moment, Song Shuhang called out calmly, "You're finally here." A girl's voice sounded. "Yes, I'm here." One, the immortal with arms covered in eyes, froze. One behind him, a black-haired girl had appeared. She was barefoot as she stood in the air, and a jewel was hanging from her waist. Then, the world changed. A world with an ancient architectural style appeared, sucking him and tyrannical Song into it. This was the world of the crystal-clear water pavilion. The immortal with arms covered in eyes looked at Pavilion Master Chu, and his heart suddenly thumped. "It's you." "Yes, it's me," replied Pavilion Master Chu too slowly. "This is just a clone." "Let's kill him quickly," Song Shuhang said. "I'm very tight on time. I'm consuming a large amount of energy every second." Although it was only a clone, it could ease the anger in Pavilion Master Chu and Chu too by a little bit. One, then, Song Shuhang made his move. A sword in his left hand, and a saber in the right one. He attacked with both at the same time. Moreover, he was not using some ordinary techniques when he attacked. By taking advantage of the indestructible Lord's huge library of skills, he could choose from a plethora of sword-saber combination secret techniques. One, Song Shuhang wished that he used his brain to copy these skills. Unfortunately, some dreams were bound to remain dreams. Two, when he unleashed one of the secret techniques, the projection of a woman appeared on Song Shuhang's left, supporting Scarlet Heaven Sword, while the projection of a man appeared on his right, supporting the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber. Song Shuhang merely waved his hands, and the projections rushed forward in unison. The man and the woman each used a sword technique and a saber technique that contained the laws of the Great Way. When they attacked in unison, the might of the attack increased by 4 times. In addition, Scarlet Heaven Sword and the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber were both top-notch divine weapons, which only served to add to the power of the combo. The immortal with arms covered in eyes wanted to dodge, but he was already caught in the domain of the sword-saber attack. No matter where he ran to, he would still be slashed by the attack. He wanted to escape by using his spatial abilities, but this was the world of the crystal-clear water pavilion, and the space had long since been blocked. The only way he would be able to use his spatial abilities to escape was if he managed to break the spatial blockade of Pavilion Master Chu Tu. Heavenly City's immortal beheading flag. All of the eyes on the immortal's body shot out rays of light, which then converged to resist the combined strike of the sword and the saber. At the same time, a magical treasure appeared in his hand. 3. This flag was a treasure that his main body possessed during the era of the ancient Heavenly City. As the immortal waved the battle flag, his body turned into a blinding light that shot straight through the attack, heading toward Song Shuhang. As the immortal shot through the attack, the sword and saber attack left nearly 100 bloody wounds on his body. During that instant, most of the eyes on his arms had also been slashed. However, he continued to rush straight for Song Shuhang before fiercely slamming down the immortal beheading flag in his hand. Song Shuhang said, "Huh, it's good that you've come closer." The Giant King's robe had yet to expire, and the sleeves of the robe rose to block the attack. Clang! During a confrontation between immortals, terrifying energy fluctuations would scatter in all directions. If they were in the main world, the shock wave would have been enough to flatten the scholarly faction. Fortunately, Pavilion Master Chu Tu had summoned the world of the crystal-clear water pavilion. Space was blocked, and Pavilion Master Chu Tu was also present, so the shock waves were limited to an area of 10 meters around them. However, in this manner, the shock waves became even more violent. Crack, 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 the defenses of the Giant King's robe started to break down. Song Shuhang manipulated the shell around him to welcome the attack of the immortal, unleashing the might of the indestructible Lord to the greatest extent. The two fought frantically at close quarters. In the blink of an eye, they had nearly exchanged 1,000 blows. Countless secret techniques, innate abilities, magical techniques, curses, and martial arts were used, targeting the enemy's body, soul, mind, and will. Immortal-level attacks were very varied as these powerhouses were proficient in countless fields. This was the coolest fight that Song Shuhang had ever participated in. 2. It could be seen from this fight just how terrifying and powerful the indestructible lord was. Despite there being only a remnant of his obsession in the scholarly faction, once it was materialized by Shadow Sanctum, it allowed Song Shuhang to possess the power to confront an immortal. If the real body of the indestructible lord were to appear, it was unimaginable what kind of power it could unleash. The clone of the immortal and Song Shuhang fought to a stalemate. The space around them began to distort as they continued to fight, and the spatial blockade arranged by Pavilion Master Chu Tu was gradually collapsing. To be honest, Pavilion Master Chu Tu really did not expect Song Shuhang to be able to accomplish such a feat. He was fighting head-on with the clone of an immortal without falling into a disadvantage, and he was even faintly suppressing the other party. 1. Surnamed Song, die. Suddenly, the immortal seized an opportunity. 1. The battle flag got past Song Shuhang's sword-saber defense, stabbing violently toward his stomach. 2. This was the end. Song Shuhang suffered from a lack of combat experience, especially when it came to battles at the immortal level. While he might be fine for a short while, more and more flaws would appear as time passed. Rip. Then, the sound of a spear stabbing into the flesh echoed. The immortal, who was firmly holding onto the battle flag, lowered his head slightly. In his abdomen, he saw the tip of a spear glowing with a 7-colored light. 3. The colorful spear tip was, in truth, the tip of his immortal beheading flag. 1. However, he could remember stabbing the flag toward the young man's surnamed Song, so how did it end up in his own stomach? Are you surprised? Song Shuhang said. Hehe, I won't be explaining what happened to you, though. 1. I'll just let you waste your brain cells trying to figure out what happened. And more importantly, Song Shuhang, himself, did not know the principles behind that move of the indestructible lord. 1. The immortal with arms covered in eyes firmly gripped the battle flag and pulled it out. With that, the spear tip that had pierced into his abdomen was removed. Now, the immortal beheading flag was tainted with the blood of an immortal, and it was his own blood. The immortal yelled, "Karma, ah!" Before he could finish, another spear had pierced through his stomach. 1. It was a colorful spear tip once again, and the tip of the spear was dyed with immortal blood. It was a very familiar scene. Agonizing pain that even an immortal would be unable to endure was transmitted from his abdomen to his soul. He could sense that this spear had been specially made to target him. The energy on the spear countered and suppressed the origin energy of a monster hunter inside his body. 1. When the spear entered his body, he felt his entire body go weak. The feeling of weakness that reached all the way to his bones made it difficult for him to even lift a finger. Behind him, Pavilion Master Chu Tu was holding a spear with a calm expression on her face. She had thrust the spear with both of her hands, calmly piercing the waist of the immortal. 1. The crystal-clear water pavilion was her domain, and she could do a lot of incredible things in this place. Such as concealing her aura completely. 2. This was especially so with Song Shuhang present and attracting the attention of the immortal. With him attracting all the attention, she only needed to leave a projection in the distance, and then step by step move to the side of the immortal and thrust the spear. 1. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said slowly, "This is a move that I've played millions of times in my mind." 1. During the long period since their last encounter, she had repeatedly thought of what she would do if she were to meet the monster hunter that had destroyed the crystal-clear water pavilion again. She had collected information about this monster hunter through every possible method, so she knew that he had become an immortal and was one of the founders of the ancient heavenly city. She then went to collect a large number of his battle records. Whether it was his duels in the heavenly city or his numerous battles with experts all over the universe, she collected them all, though most of them had come from slow-witted Song. 1. Anyway, both Pavilion Master Chu and Pavilion Master Chu 2 had a database on this monster hunter. After repeated simulations, they had come up with nearly 10,000 ways to deal with this monster hunter while in the domain of the crystal clear water pavilion. One Pavilion Master Chu 2 said calmly, "It's a pity this isn't your main body." 2 In the crystal clear water pavilion below, a metal column rose to form a giant tree. Behind the metal tree, there was a projection of the thriving and withering trees, which then attached themselves to the giant metal tree, forming a powerful seal. The giant metal tree rose up and swallowed the immortal monster hunter. Killing an immortal-level powerhouse was never easy, even if it was just a clone. As such, Pavilion Master Chu 2's plan was to seal the immortal monster hunter and grind him to death slowly. 1. She played that single move millions of times in her mind. A woman's drive to seek revenge is truly terrifying. The monster hunter tried to restore his energy, but his origin energy seemed to have been completely sealed. Still, you're too naive if you think I can be dealt with so easily. He was an immortal, and even a clone of his would not be dealt with so easily. You have paid too much attention to my identity as a monster hunter. While I have lost the origin energy of a monster hunter, I can use other forms of energy just fine, the monster hunter said in his mind. 1 In addition to the origin energy of a monster hunter, there was another form of energy hidden in his body. This energy was energy that he was born with. He, himself, did not know where this energy had come from, but it was undoubtedly a terrifying and powerful form of energy. 2 Moreover, even though this was a clone, he could still summon this energy. As the giant metal tree reached his body, it tried to swallow him. After switching up his origin energy, the immortal monster hunter began to struggle. His body slowly squirmed its way out of the seal of the giant metal tree, like an evil ghost crawling its way out of hell. At the same time, all of the eyes that covered his body shot beams of light unceasingly, preventing Song Shuhang and Pavilion Master Chu 2 from approaching and giving him some time to break free from the seal of the giant metal tree. While he was crawling out of the seal, his right hand grabbed at the spear that had pierced him through the back and tried pulling it out as he wanted to unseal his origin monster hunter energy. Song Shuhang summoned the giant king's robe again and said, "I'll block these beams. Senior Chu, you can go and stab him again. Don't worry, this is the crystal clear water pavilion," Pavilion Master Chu 2 said confidently. "It's too late. Ha ha ha." The monster hunter struggled with all his might, and most of his body had already emerged from the metal tree. Just as his body was about to break out of the metal tree, Song Shuhang appeared before his eyes. 5 It was a version of Song Shuhang made of steel. It had appeared out of nowhere, dodging all of the light beams that had filled the sky. This steel manifestation of Song Shuhang seemed to be in a different dimension. The beams of light simply passed through his body, as if it wasn't even there. The steel Song Shuhang said, "Have a good rest." He then brought out a short blade and stabbed it right into the forehead of the monster hunter. 1 The monster hunter roared, tyrannical. Song. He raised his hand to stop the other party, but the steel Song Shuhang's arm passed right through his defenses, inserting the short blade right into his forehead. 1 This short blade had the same effect as the spear that Pavilion Master Chu 2 had used. It seemed to have been specially made for this monster hunter. The spear sealed his monster hunter origin energy, while the short blade sealed his hidden reserve of origin energy. The monster hunter roared, "Impossible. How and why do you know about my hidden reserve of origin energy?" 1 No, this isn't a tyrannical song. The monster hunter howled, "Who are you?" The steel Song Shuhang placed his finger against his lips. Afterward, he raised his foot, stepped on the face of the monster hunter, and sent him back into the seal of the giant metal tree. "You who's surnamed?" Song. The monster hunter's voice trailed off mid-sentence, becoming softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. During this time, his body had been swallowed back into the metal tree, getting sealed for good. As for the steel Song Shuhang, when the light beams disappeared, so did he. There was not a single trace of evidence that he had even been there. He had appeared out of nowhere, disappearing in the same manner. The seal worked? Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Pavilion Master Chu Tu nodded after confirming that the immortal monster hunter had been sealed in the giant metal tree. Then, she asked, by the way, that steel version of you just now, was that your clone? The steel version of me? Song Shuhang immediately remembered his poor steel manifestation. 1. Nowadays, all big shots like to borrow things from newbies. 3. There were some who borrowed ghost spirits, some who borrowed clones or manifestations, and some who borrowed heads. 2. Back then, Song Shuhang's poor steel manifestation had just been born, yet before he could even establish a deep connection with it, it had been taken away by the Heavenly Emperor along with the sun boat of the Black Dragon world. 1. Pavilion Master Chu Tu replied, yes, that steel version of yours appeared all of a sudden, inserting a short blade into the forehead of the monster hunter. In doing so, the other kind of energy in his body was sealed. Then, your steel self kicked him back into my seal. The steel Song Shuhang appeared under the cover of the beam attacks of the monster hunter, and disappeared alongside the beams. However, the crystal clear water pavilion was her world, and nothing that happened inside this world could escape her senses. 2. Song Shuhang said, no, that doesn't make sense. Pavilion Master Chu Tu asked, what? Why? Song Shuhang replied, if it really was a steel version of me, then it should have been my steel manifestation. However, my steel manifestation is under the control of the Heavenly Emperor. She stole it and took control over it using a secret technique, and I can't summon it back. 1. If it was really his steel manifestation, then didn't that mean that the Heavenly Emperor had just controlled it to assist Pavilion Master Chu Tu in sealing the immortal monster hunter? 1. But the problem with that scenario was that the monster was a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor, and a loyal one at that. After the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, he had hunted down Qinglin frantically. Why would the Heavenly Emperor help her enemy seal off her number one fan? 1. Unless she was crazy. 5. It was also possible that what appeared just now was not Shuhang's steel manifestation. This matter truly made one think. Ding, your buddy, the Heavenly Emperor, has remotely transferred you 10 seconds worth of strength. The cost of this transfer is 90% of this energy. Please check the transaction carefully. 2. Attached message, yo, Senior Song. First of all, congratulations. You have sealed the clone of my heavenly city's pioneer general. You fought very well in that battle, and you had the momentum of an immortal. However, I still managed to recover a large portion of the heavenly city fragments outside the scholarly faction. 1. It was the QR code Golden Core's friend function. The thing that annoyed Song Shuhang the most about this friend function was that Fairy Qinglin and other big shots could use all kinds of different sub-features of this ability of his, but he could only read the messages due to his low strength. 3. Song Shuhang, 1. It really was the Heavenly Emperor. Has her brain finally gone haywire? No, with the character of the Heavenly Emperor, she must be scheming something. She deliberately trapped the monster hunter's clone into Pavilion Master Chu Tu's seal. Was everything part of her scheme? Wait. Is she trying to use this clone to take the crystal clear water pavilion away from Pavilion Master Chu Tu? In the past, before Pavilion Master Chu stepped onto her path to immortality, there were survivors of the ancient heavenly city in the beast realm who wanted to seize her crystal clear water pavilion and use it to rebuild the heavenly city. Now that the Heavenly Emperor was reborn and trying to rebuild the heavenly city, it was very likely that she was eyeing the crystal clear water pavilion. Ding, your buddy, the Heavenly Emperor, has transmitted another 10 seconds worth of strength, along with the message, Senior Song, let me guess. Are you thinking that my brain has gone haywire? Let me tell you this, I haven't gone crazy and I'm completely fine. As for what I'm planning on doing, how about you guess? If you guess it right, I'll give you a reward. 1. Another message appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Senior Chu, can you check the seal again? Try looking for any loopholes or weaknesses in the seal, urged Song Shuhang. The steel version of me that appeared just now was indeed my steel manifestation, and it was the Heavenly Emperor who had been controlling it. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu nodded. She checked her seal repeatedly, carefully inspecting every single part of it. At the same time, Pavilion Master Chu's hair had also come to Chu-Tu's assistance, helping her inspect the seal. After a while, "There doesn't seem to be any problem with the seal," said Pavilion Master Chu-Tu. The clone of the immortal monster hunter had been sealed, and it would stay in that state all the way until it died. Moreover, with the spear in its abdomen and the short blade in its forehead sealing its origin energies, there was nothing it could do to escape. One Pavilion Master Chu added, "With the power of the crystal clear water pavilion, we can weaken the clone to its limit while it's inside the seal and kill it within a year at most." Tu Song Shuheng said, "The short blade in the clone's forehead belongs to the Heavenly Emperor. Is it possible that she has a way to make the short blade ineffective and allow the monster hunter to break free from the seal?" Actually, I had some information on the second form of origin energy that the monster hunter possessed," said Pavilion Master Chu-Tu slowly. "I had long considered this possibility when I designed the seal. Even if the short blade in the clone's forehead were to lose its effect, it will not affect the seal." Song Shuheng rubbed his temples. He really had no idea what the Heavenly Emperor was planning or thinking. He was lacking information and clues. Even if he were the reincarnation of the great detective Sherlock Holmes, he believed that he would have no way of figuring out the truth. "I have to leave as I can't stay in the main world for too long," said Pavilion Master Chu-Tu. This was the price that she had to pay for fusing with Skylark's head. Song Shuheng said, "Be careful of the ruler of the netherworld Fat Ball." One Pavilion Master Chu-Tu replied, "Don't worry. I'm currently stuck in the crystal clear water pavilion which lies between the netherworld realm and the main world. As long as I don't go out on expeditions on my own, I shouldn't face any problems." After saying that, the entire crystal clear water pavilion disappeared along with her. Song Shuheng found himself back in the Rift Valley. "Senior, you were on an expedition today." Song Shuheng sighed. Pavilion Master Chu's hair swayed gently. "Don't worry about her, if she really gets in trouble. She can still rely on that other ruler." That's true." Song Shuheng descended to the ground. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber returned to the inner world, back to Lady Onion. True Monarch White Crane asked, "Shuheng, where's that big shot with arms covered in eyes?" Song Shuheng replied, "He was sealed by me and Pavilion Master Chu." One Sister White Dragon silently let out a sigh. "By the way, Sister White Dragon, when we were sealing the clone of the monster hunter, the Heavenly Emperor appeared through my steel manifestation. She stabbed the monster hunter in the forehead, and kicked him into Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's seal. Do you have any ideas on why she might have done that?" Song Shuheng transmitted his voice to Sister White Dragon. Sister White Dragon, Sigma, degree winky face, for this news was simply too staggering. Sister White Dragon's brain crashed. The immortal monster hunter was the vanguard of the Heavenly City, and he had contributed greatly to the expansion of the city. When the Heavenly City had to fight, he would be the first to go up and join the battle. Among all the immortals, he was the most loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. Now, the Heavenly Emperor had backstabbed her most loyal general. Has she finally gone crazy? After a long while, Sister White Dragon could only squeeze out these words. Song Shuheng said, "That's what I'm thinking too. Speaking of the Heavenly Emperor, where is she now?" Song Shuheng looked up at the black hole-like obsession above his head. After checking it out, he estimated that the energy from the indestructible Lord's obsession could last a while longer. 6. Song Shuheng did not want to waste the materialized obsession. What should I do with it? The fat ball hasn't arrived yet, and the same goes for that group of evil demons from the netherworld that is supposed to head over to the scholarly faction. I haven't gotten any news from Senior White 2 either. Song Shuheng suddenly asked, "Sister White Dragon, you still haven't added me as a friend through my QR code golden core composition, right? One sister white dragon waved her small claw and said, 16 has already added you, so there's no need for me to do that. 116 glanced at Song Shuheng and asked, Shuheng, is there anything you're having trouble with? Song Shuheng replied, I wanted to ask the seniors how they're able to impart their strength. Senior White's clone, who was by the side, asked, doesn't the Sage Seal have that function? Song Shuheng replied, I'm not talking about the method where you use the Sage Seal. I'm more curious about how it's done through the QR code Golden Core Composition's friend function. If he could learn this trick, then even without the help of the Black Dragon World's Dragon Network assistant, he could send messages to others from afar. I don't know anything about that. It doesn't seem like I have any way of remotely transferring strength to you through the QR code Golden Core Composition. Su Clan 16 pondered for a short moment, and then said, Sister White Dragon, why don't you add Song Shuheng as a friend and test this function? Sister White Dragon scratched her face with her little claws and said, all right. Song Shuheng willed it and projected the QR code Golden Core Composition from his spirit lake. Sister White Dragon, try scanning this pattern with your mental energy. As soon as Song Shuheng finished speaking, he received a message. Beep, the indestructible Lord added you as a friend. Please select its group. 2 Song Shuheng exclaimed, F***CK. 2 What the heck? You startled me, said Sister White Dragon. She had just gathered her mental energy and was about to scan the QR code Golden Core when Shuheng suddenly shouted, interrupting her. Song Shuheng turned to look at the seniors and 16. The indestructible Lord just added me as a friend. Senior White's clone guessed, it may be because the indestructible Lord's obsession is currently attached to you, which somehow drew over its mental energy. 116 asked worriedly, what happens if the indestructible Lord adds you as a friend? Will there be any problems? From my previous experiences, I don't think it'll cause any problem, replied Song Shuheng. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was also there in his friend list, albeit under the buddies category. Still, Song Shuheng felt that such a label was much more fit for Daodu. After all, Daodu was a true buddy of his. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, then just ignore it for now. The indestructible Lord has always been in a dormant state. Besides its obsession for objects that carry the aura of eternity, it has basically had no contact with the outside world. Beep, 10 seconds have passed. Do you want to include the indestructible Lord in the list of unfamiliar friends? Right, there was this function as well. Song Shuheng nodded and replied, then place it inside the list of unfamiliar friends for now. Beep, the indestructible Lord has added you as a friend, and has been included in the unfamiliar friends list. Beep, the indestructible Lord has perceived the aura of eternity, triggering a reaction. 2 Song Shuheng blurted out, huh? What is going on? In the next moment, Song Shuheng's body swiftly rose into the air. The obsession that possessed him began to act on its own. Song Shuheng looked at Shadow Sanctum in his hand. At this time, the bracelet was covered with black and red patterns. Shadow Sanctum could activate an obsession, transform it into a shadow, and then have it attached to a host who could use it as a source of energy. However, if the shadow were to encounter the very object of its obsession, there was a certain chance of it entering a violent and uncontrollable state. What is this kid doing? Sister White Dragon picked up 16 and chased after Song Shuheng. True Monarch White Crane brought out its immortal boat and took Senior White's clone, who was in an energy-saving state, with it as it followed after them. Song Shuheng's body flew upward at an increasingly faster rate. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared. Su Clan 16 wondered, was it a spatial teleportation? Senior White's clone said, it's a hidden passage that leads to the netherworld. In the sky above the scholarly faction, there was a hidden passage that led to the netherworld. It seemed to be a new passage that had opened just recently. Should we chase after him? Asked True Monarch White Crane. Senior White's clone said, no. I'll contact someone, and we'll wait for Shuheng near the passage. After saying that, Senior White's clone tried to contact the person who Song Shuheng called Senior White 2. Its main body had once communicated with White 2 and they had exchanged contact information. Since there was a passage that led to the Netherworld realm right here, then he should be able to contact White 2. It was more suitable to leave matters related to the Netherworld to him. Sister White Dragon's little claw patted 16's head lightly. She could see that 16 was very anxious, so she tried calming her down. At this moment, 16's phone rang. It was Song Shuheng who was calling. His phone still managed to get a bit of signal even when he was inside the passage that led to the Netherworld. 16 quickly answered the call. 16, don't follow me in, Song Shuheng said from the other side. Wait for me at the entrance of the passage. If I come out, catch me and run. Su Clan 16 asked, what happened to you? Song Shuheng said, I saw some parts of Senior Skylark. These were parts of Skylark that had not been recycled by the giant turtles of disaster. Seeing these parts, he wondered how Senior Skylark was doing. The indestructible Lord's obsession continued to take him deeper into the passage. After reaching a certain depth, his phone finally lost signal. As such, Song Shuheng could only put away his phone. Senior Skylark is still wandering in the Netherworld realm all by herself. It fits her character very well, said the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. But the question is, who is attacking her, and why haven't those giant turtles of disaster come? Song Shuheng speculated, it might be because there isn't any aura of eternity on these body parts. Since the bone of eternity was still with the fat ball, the new parts of Senior Skylark's body probably did not carry the aura of eternity, thus holding no attraction to the giant turtles of disaster. As for who might have attacked her, in the worst case, it could be the fat ball as Skylark had been aiming to mess with it. Be careful of what's ahead. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword gave Song Shuheng a reminder after sensing a strange aura ahead of them. The obsession that was wrapped around Song Shuheng let out a strange cry and recklessly rushed forward. At the end of the passage, a figure could vaguely be seen. The indestructible Lord's obsession, which had become a shell around Song Shuheng, condensed what appeared to be a mouth, and spewed out flames. These flames were extremely powerful. But after spewing out those scary flames for a short while, the indestructible Lord's obsession calmed down. Song Shuheng regained control. Song Shuheng, the indestructible Lord had recklessly rushed to an unknown place, provoking an enemy. Then, it retreated and left the provoked enemy for tyrannical Song to deal with. 2.